A tense question about forging a vow of sisterhood hangs there, waiting to be answered. Beneath falling cherry blossoms, two young girls lock their hands together, trembling with something big. Those interlocked fingers scream a bond so deep, it makes family look small. Fingers pressed to their lips as they sealed the moment this bond was thicker than blood. One girl stands up and declares, "From this day on, no matter what, we're sisters." Years pass, and the dark-haired girl's face turns weathered, her smile gone as a heavy, somber mood settles in. In a desolate, root-choked wasteland, she strides toward a towering girl who can't stop weeping. Staring up at the crying giant, she swears she'll be her older sister, no matter what. The story snaps to a packed medieval town where festive banners hang everywhere and the streets buzz with energy. Right out of the swinging tavern doors, someone blurts a wild question about giants. Inside, fresh adventures crowd the air as a man sits face to face with a white-haired paladin. The paladin nods like he knows exactly what he's dealing with, snarling that giants are brutish fools and barbarians are just as dumb. The stern guildmaster nods at the rumor people cling to, then slams the brakes and bans that kind of talk. That hard stare hits like a warning mess with his rules, and it won't be tolerated here. The paladin scoffs and fires back, saying that the common image is nothing more than plain truth. He challenges the guildmaster on whether giants are truly noble. A lone girl in a cloak trudges through the snowy wasteland, staring into the bleak silence like she's mourning the fact that this used to be true. She reckons it could have been true back when gods still marched to war. Just as she laughs it off as a fairy tale, a monstrous beast explodes into the scene in front of her. A hulking, shadowy monster lets out a gut-wrenching growl that makes your spine go cold. The girl takes a deep breath, gets ready to step on stage, and quietly wonders what's going on with the giants today. She snaps her arm forward and unleashes vicious, dark, whip-like energy tendrils. She spits out her contempt, calling her foe ignorant savages in her mind. A tiny bell on a cord sings out every time her hand swings through the air. The beast gets slammed by her power, and the ground erupts right under its feet. Her dark tendrils strike again and again, crashing through the massive creature's defenses until it's completely overwhelmed. She watches those giants get torn apart and thinks they're nothing but cowards and gluttons. Her icy eyes don't lie. She's convinced they'll do anything for a pile of gold. A chaotic flash of her mind throws up an image, massive giant, brutal brawl, and pure, savage chaos. The paladin's voice cuts in, demanding to know if she's really out here defending those same giants. The guildmaster leans in and tells you the truth. Those giants slipped out early and got a head start. Nathaniel and his crew stand shoulder to shoulder, and not a single one of them looks impressed. He lets out a quiet little sound, like he's intrigued but still not fully buying it. Another adventure recoils as the world reveals its target, a 200-year-old ice dragon. The paladin smirks like he owns the world, bragging that only holy knights are even tough enough to face that beast. The dark-haired girl steps in, and he jolts because to his shock, she's got only one arm. She demands to know if they need even more proof, and the guildmaster doesn't hesitate. He trusts her completely. Sitting on the table is a giant, shimmering ice dragon gemstone that practically radiates power. Nathaniel's face tightens as he glares at her and snaps that she stole their job. She demands, "Who are you?" And the guildmaster answers, "I'm a knight." The guildmaster strides in and demands they settle the fight peacefully, right there and then. The girl watches it all unfold with a calm, unshaking look like she's already seen what comes next. The paladin fixes on her with a razor-sharp, no-nonsense stare, like he's reading every move before it happens. She drops into a flawless formal curtsy and pours out a heart-true apology. Her plea for forgiveness lands with breathtaking grace, like she's perfectly holding the moment in her hands. Nathaniel's flustered, because it hits him he's the one who has to apologize. He clocks it instantly. She wasn't just here by chance, she was summoned from another world. She watches him closely, and as he brings up her otherworldly origins, she nods like he finally said the truth. He steps up and declares himself Nathaniel Diaz Paladin of the Holy Guidance Church. He leaned in and demanded to know what kind of goddess-granted cheat gift she had just received. She pauses for a heartbeat, weighing his question about the gift before she answers. With a calm, serene smile, she tells him respectfully, firmly, no. Nathaniel's eyes widen as her answer hits him out of nowhere. She blurts out that cheat is the ugliest word she's ever heard. She drops a sharp proverb, basically warning that cheaters never end up winning. He scoffs in disbelief, like it's insane that she'd refuse a goddess's favor. He's so stubborn he swears she couldn't have beaten that dragon at all unless she had a cheat. He erupts, accusing her and the guildmaster of turning him into a joke. Her face tightens as she realizes his insults toward giants still don't hit the mark. The guildmaster snaps, calling Nathaniel an idiot the moment the girl starts to move. She shoots for a dinner knife on the plate, yanking it free with a sharp metal clink. With a lightning-quick snap, she drives the blade right to Nathaniel's throat. His eyes bulge with sheer shock as she suddenly pulls off that bold move. She storms in and demands he snatch back that insult because for giants, honor isn't just important, it's everything. The tense standoff drags on, and her demand blasts through the guild hall like a warning no one can ignore. The guildmaster shoots up in a panic, shouting at the young lady to stop right now. Nathaniel snaps at her, never ever aim a blade at a knight. A huge, bald-headed knight lunges in and clamps onto her wrist, trying to rip the weapon from her grip. She chokes out a pained grunt, but she refuses to give in to his iron grip. Nathaniel warns her that every choice she makes is going to come back with brutal consequences. The bald knight clenches with everything he's got, his knuckles crack like thunder. She lets out a tiny huff, but she doesn't bend an inch. The knight chuckles to herself and mocks her own glow, saying it feels so light like a feather drifting in the air. He orders her to go easy, but he's struggling hard because her arm won't move an inch. Nathaniel watches the whole struggle unfold, wearing a sly, confident smirk like he already knows how this ends. Her hand stays rock steady as the knight presses her on the honors she keeps talking about. A sudden boom rips the silence as a tiny bell tink-tink-tinks through the air. Braided hair, giant power slams through the guild hall's wall like it's nothing. Her massive stone-armored fist slams the building to rubble, and everyone gets blasted through the air. The paladins get blasted backward by the raw, earth-shaking power of the hit. The giant's armored head, eyes blazing with light, pushes through the wreckage and stares you down. She drops her gaze in worry and asks her big sis, "Are you really okay?" The dark-haired girl throws her name out there, then introduces her sisters, every one of them tied to the Kyugoku clan. She sits up with a straight face and declares, "My name is Hinako." Hinako steps up and introduces the giantess as Ellis, her tiny little sister. Hinako's giant shadow swallows the room, and when the dust settles, you realize the smallest giant is still a monster, because that giant's name is her. Standing beside her towering sister, she leaned in and grilled Nathaniel about this giant honor everyone kept talking about. Her eyes burn with focus as she grips the knife, waiting for him to speak. Nathaniel stares in horror, and a bead of sweat starts to roll down his temple. The guildmaster begs the giant Hinako to swallow the insult and let it slide. The giant tries to calm everything down, telling her big sis to drop it and let it go. She blurts out, trembling, that giants are righteous to the bone and they show mercy to anyone who's weak. She urges them to turn a blind eye just this once. The dark-haired girl nods and, without hesitation, promises she'll do exactly what Hinako tells her. She whips back to Nathaniel, firing his own words at him, mercy for the weak. She leaned in and asked, straight up, did he come from the capital? She grills him about a mysterious outsider, Hyunko Hideka, connected to Clan Gorm. Nathaniel, still reeling from the chaos, blurts out, "So who are you?" Ellis leans in and tells them the truth. This isn't just a search. They're hunting for their lost families. In the aftermath, Nathaniel finally breaks down and apologizes, admitting he couldn't do a thing to help them. Beneath the shattered wreck of the guild hall, the giant lets out a shaky, apologetic bow to the guildmaster. The guildmaster crouches beneath the table, nodding grimly as she agrees to take the repair costs straight out of her bounty. From up high, you can see the guild wall torn open, an enormous gaping hole where the giant just stormed inside. Nathaniel, the white-haired paladin, stared down at the man he'd just knocked clean out. From the fallen man's POV, Nathaniel leans in, pointing with a smug, confident smirk. That's the moment her mind never forgets the giant's arrival, his massive foot slamming down right by her hand. Nathaniel mutters under his breath, stunned by her brilliance, and can't help but marvel at what an incredible girl she is. In a medieval town, everyone hurries through their day, weaving between towering timber frame buildings. Giant Tichelis looms over the street, and her tiny sister Hinako begs her, please, be less dangerous. Ellis leans in and reminds her sister of the lesson even giants protect their honor above all else. With a sheepish look on her face, Ellis nods along with her sister, but her hesitation hangs in the air. Hinako steps in and claims her big sister power, shooting back like, "So the rules don't apply to me either." She snaps at Ellis to straighten up and take tighter, narrower steps like he means business. Ellis blurts out, wondering if these manners even matter when she's absolutely massive. Hinako leans in and tells Ellis that real manners don't just polish your day, they shape who you are, and she's applying that same rule to her little sister. A tight close-up catches Ellis's face as she softens instantly, admitting with warmth that she's her little sister. Ellis's face flashes on screen, her hair slipping over her eyes as a quiet understanding settles in. She laughs warmly and blurts an apology for her slouched posture right after Hinako scolds her. Ellis can't believe someone dared to call Giant slow-witted. She reels in that insult, then cheers her sister's grace like it's pure proof. They've got brains and beauty. She glances back, eyes sharpening with thought, and that half-formed idea fades off mid-sentence. Hinako swivels away, cheeks warming up, and waves the compliment off like it's too much. She whips her gaze back, wearing a look that screams, "Wait, what?" Ellis flashes a gentle smile and tells her, "Don't worry about it." A squad of adventurers huddles in the dead of night, staring down a battered, falling-apart barn like it's about to bite. A cow nods like it totally gets a secret question you can't even hear. Nathaniel is seen begging the cow to join his family, urging it to pose so he can enlist it. He tells the cow, "Good news, I've got a job for you." Nathaniel presses his hand to his mouth like he's about to strike the biggest deal of his life. Inside the barn, a grotesque giant tears into his food like he's starving, and he mutters about his clan and kin while he chews. Nathaniel clamps a hand over his mouth and blurts out, "Did I just insult the giant's honor?" The giant sneers at honor and demands gold or meat right now. Nathaniel shoots back a memory of his friend saying giants are proud, and he vows loud and clear that he'll deliver plenty of both. The giant growls that honor doesn't exist for someone like him, an outcast. He wrings his hands over it. No family, no clan, nothing to claim him as a giant. Nathaniel smirked, finally seeing just how desperate that giant's situation was. Night shrouds the barn, and its dark exterior looms in the shadows. Inside, Ellis flashes her underwear as she gets ready to crash for the night on the hay. She sprawls on a stack of hay, finally breathing easy after a grueling hunt for the chilly dragon sleeping inside feels like a victory. Hinako calls out how immodest her posture looks, but Ellis shrugs it off because it's just them, no audience. Hinako pads up to the resting Alice with a soft, teasing rustle. Her fingers glide through Ellis's long blonde hair like silk. She gently strokes Ellis's hair, and the moment she feels a damage, she knows it needs more oil right now. Ellis tilts his gaze up at Hinako, and pure worry hits him like a tidal wave. She begs Hinako to crash in a real inn, terrified that her exhaustion will finally catch up to her. Hinako sits right beside Alice, chin tilted as she stares off in deep thought. She leans in and reassures Alice, promising her best sleep hits right there by her side. The very next day, Ellis is crying her eyes out, begging the universe for answers because there's still not a single clue about her kin. She plops down on a hay bale and tells them straight up she's praying someone from the capital will finally recognize her. She tells you Clan Gorm aren't tied down, they're nomads, always roaming and traveling so far, they vanish on the horizon. Hinako blurts out that she and her sister were slammed by the same train before they even ended up here. She's absolutely sure she insists her sister has to be trapped in the same world too. Ellis listens with her whole heart, then leans in and hopes fiercely that they'll finally find her. Hinako nods with iron certainty, convinced they'll make it happen. She tells Ella, "Don't worry, I'll grab water for your bed." Outside, Hinako grips a giant water barrel and slings the water everywhere, splashing away like she means it. She swirls the water with a long ladle, one calm breath before the attack crashes in. Hinako snaps her head over her shoulder, and she feels that something's terribly off. She stands alone by the water trough, trembling in the open like she's an easy target. A man lunges out of nowhere and smashes a spike club into her head, thwack like a hammer strike. The attacker's jaw drops because after that brutal blow, she's still standing there. He towers over her collapsed body, then snaps to his companion, demanding, "So what now?" A vicious mob surges into view, proving their leader's order gather numbers, and hit that otherworlder hard. Hinako drops to her knees, clenches her teeth, and thinks, "Alright, step 2, now." A flashback snaps us to a quiet, peaceful church standing in the stillness, like the world's holding its breath. Inside the empty church, a trembling voice begs them not to do it. A wavy-haired girl blurts out, "So you hate me now, don't you, sis?" Two girls sit side by side on a church pew, and the empty halls swallow the silence around them. Hinako freezes when he makes his move. She pulls him back, hissing that God is watching every second. The other girl's face is swallowed by darkness as she vows she wants eternity. Hinako just stares, wrecked with disbelief, as the other girl demands they're sisters now. A single tear slips down Hinako's cheek as she just can't help but listen. The other girl blurts out just how badly she wants her. She vowed she'd trade the sun and moon away just to get him. In the present day, Hinako jolts awake, greeted by the crackling roar of a fire. She's sprawled on the barn floor while Nathaniel looms nearby, the torch casting harsh shadows around him. Nathaniel rushes up to her, grinning as he calls her his little giant. He flashes a cold, uneasy apology for that rude invitation. He admits the fear was creeping in that she might never wake up. With a cruel grin, he lets the secret slip otherworlders fetch a fortune. Hinako's eyes widen in horror as she finally realizes what he's planning to sell her. He can't stop thinking if he'd had a time loop power, he could have sold it for an even bigger fortune. Hinako finally clocks that his business is human trafficking, and she starts questioning every word he's been preaching to God. He shrugs it off coldly and says straight up that running a church takes money. He tells her she'll pull in way more than enough to cover that lost dragon bounty. He tightens his belt, tells her she's a pretty thing, and can't stop buzzing about the fun trip ahead. Hinako explodes in rage, demanding to know how we could possibly excuse his sin to his goddess. He keeps repeating her words, snapping into doubt, and while he wrestles with whether his goddess is real, his people are barely scraping by. His face twists with rage as he erupts in a scream, hurling venom at a goddess who dares to help outsiders. He shoots an apology off the cuff, admitting he derailed the conversation with his words. He leans in and tells her the bombshell her sister just arrived to join them. Two men hustle Ellis across the field, badgering her with one question. Is your sister here? As they drag her along. The men confirm it. One of her brothers is right here, and he's dying to see her. Ellis freezes in disbelief, then clings to cautious hope as the news about her brother lands. Nathaniel's man tells him that her sister was thrilled to finally reunite with her family. Nathaniel smirks like he already knows the ending, and when his hand lands on his weapon, you can feel the plan click into place. From far away, the outcast giant, Audi, stands on a hill like a looming shadow, waiting. A crowd of men stares in silence as Ellis closes in on the lone figure. The giant slams his name down Audi, then reveals he's her brother from Clangorm. He awkwardly blurts out a clumsy apology for booting her from the clan back then. Audi insisted she was still young and that every move she and the others made had a real reason behind it. A blonde, pointy-eared woman shoots a skeptical look and demands to know if the story is even true. A monstrous outcast giant snarls that the brutal times left his clan no choice. Her eyes narrow, and she cuts through the fake fast like it was never even trying. From the shadows of a crumbling barn doorway, a lone figure bursts into view. The dark-haired girl stands in the doorway, gripping her massive weapon like she's ready to unleash it any second. Inside, Paladin Nathaniel bears his ruthless plan and forces her to witness the slaughter. Then he smirks and tells her that after that, she'll be forced to spill the truth about her cheat ability. His monologue ends with a chilling promise he's going to take matters into his own hands and have his fun with her. On the plains, the blonde giant Tisellus rips a massive weapon free from the back of her armor. She says, cool as ice. Wouldn't it be something if that outcast legend were actually true? The outcast giant freezes, caught off guard by her sudden, razor-sharp refusal. Panic twists his face as the truth snaps his lie wide open. Ellis sharply declares that not a single member of her clan talks like that. With a thunderous swing, she cracks the skull of her fur-clad beastman accomplice. The creature's head detonates, blasting bone and gore in a brutal, splattering spray. Ellis locks in with grim determination, staring on as the devastating blow hits like a death knell. Bystanders, even a young boy, gasp in sheer, stunned terror. A girl yanks her companion's sleeve, and right on her face, pure, baffled confusion. Marked as Jin, Ellis snaps and unleashes a devastating swirl of energy that tears everything apart. Her eyes go razor wide as she leans in and whispers the name of her power like it's about to ignite. The attack tears through the land, shredding everything in its path. Amid a shattered wreckage, the dark-haired girl erupts into a scream, racked with agony and pure terror. A blast of destructive black energy rips straight through the floorboards, lunging toward her. Amid the ruins, Ella stands frozen in front of a colossal cross-shaped weapon jammed into the ground. She flicks her fingers outward and a tiny bell-like charm tumbles into the air. A tiny bell tinkles as she stands there, totally alone, surrounded by emptiness and silence. She urgently grabs her big sister and begs her not to do anything reckless. She swears she'll drop everything the second she's done with her current task and come right over. Flames lick the walls as the dark-haired girl nods and swears she got the message. Her face is set with grim resolve, like she won't break even while the flames rage all around her. Axe pinning her down, she gasps out a weak threat, kill her and divine retribution will strike. Ellis gazes down at her and tells Coley, I know your type way too well. The fallen girl chokes out desperate words of faith in God. Ellis shuts down her foes, laughing off their vows and bonds as nothing but empty concepts. She blasts her for hiding behind those ideals like there's no real heart or real conviction behind them. As Ellis declares, You're my enemy, a monstrous three-eyed giant rips through the scene and manifests right in front of them. The fallen girl freezes in pure terror, choking out the word giant like it's a curse. In a sudden flashback, the two girls stand alone on a quiet, modern train platform, completely cut off from the world. The dark-haired girl leans in and asks, So you don't want our bond anymore? The blonde girl snaps it into place, and suddenly it's clear time to stop pretending this is just make-believe. The dark-haired girl freezes when she hears that cold, dismissive line, and suddenly, playing house feels like a joke. She leans in and reminds her sister of their promise, the kind of bond that's thicker than blood. Her sister scoffs and snaps, You seriously buy that garbage? She tightens her fist and admits it, she even turned her back on God for her own sake. With wild, crazed eyes, she slams the door on the very idea of God. She blasts her as a clueless rich kid who can't tell reality from a make-believe fantasy. The dark-haired girl swallowed her words, then quietly begged, Why did they ever make me your sister? Her sister guesses it all came down to peer pressure and her family's serious money. With a heavy sigh, she can't help but regret ever making her a sister. Right as the train barrels in, she snaps and shoves her own sister straight onto the tracks. The blonde girl's eyes bulge with sheer terror, realizing what she just did. The dark-haired girl's face locks in pure, jaw-dropping terror as her final moments hit. In the present, The dark-haired girl blurts out, asking if her big sister is okay. Ellis leans in, reassures her, and then turns the question back, asking if she's hurt at all. She confirms everything they just battled, a fake giant, plain as day. Ellison swears she's fine, but the battlefield screams the truth, bodies everywhere. She hangs her head and admits the fake wasn't truly one of her real brothers after all. The dark-haired girl stares with raw, aching empathy like she feels every word in her bones. She leans in and gently tells the downcast Ellis to pull his chin up. It's okay. She admits both their families have finally turned their backs on them. With a calm, unshakable fire in her eyes, she vows she'll track them down. Ellis's expression lights up, hope flooding his face as tears spill into a trembling, bright smile. The dark-haired girl points out that the true giants are brave, honorable, and bursting with pride. Ellis stares up at her big sis and blurts out, "You're a giant through and through." Sister hits like a thunderclap across the mountain range, heavy, unforgettable, and full of meaning. An elf-like companion sprints up the slope and calls out to her sister, breathless and urgent. She leans in and asks what's wrong, clocking that her sister is completely spaced out. She can't help but tease them, wondering out loud if they're hunting a demon or a full-on demon lord. Her smile drops, and a cold seriousness settles in as she realizes something even worse is coming. A massive, shadowy scar from the three-eyed giant Mars cuts across the landscape. A remote village goes up in flames when a pack of grotesque goblins comes howling over the walls. Terrified villagers scream in panic, begging to know why they're being hunted. They scramble to build a defense, praying the adventurers show up before it's too late. One man collapses into despair, realizing the closest guild is still a grueling half-day ride away. A pounding stomp hits the ground, and a villager can't help but wonder if the world's about to split open like an earthquake. Another villager spots the calm, steady footsteps coming in and knows it's not a quake. A giant Ellis rockets over the village, then slams down on the chaos below. The villagers scream in disbelief as they realize their savior isn't just human, he's a giant. With a firm tap on her shoulder, the dark-haired girl pushes Ellis, telling him to climb up onto the roof. Ellis eases her down, and she springs onto the thatch like a graceful leap. She drops down in perfect control, and her cloak and skirt explode outward as they billow in the wind. She steps up, declares they're from the guild, and screams for everyone to evacuate right now. She scans the swarm and realizes every last one is small-sized. She whips around to Ellis and asks if it's time to start routing the enemy. Ellis breaks into a full-on grin and goes, "Yeah, I'm ready," right as the fight ahead starts to loom. A villager blurts out that he's heard rumors about this killer duo before. He points at her and screams, "You're an otherworlder," then hauls along a giant like it's nothing. He's sure of it. She's the one they call the smallest giant. Monsters surge ahead, and the villagers shriek in pure, unfiltered terror. A mother clutches her child in terror as the horde closes in. A grotesque monster rips through the air with a brutal roar, its mouth gaping wide, pure menace on display. The dark-haired girl snaps into action, her face tightening with pure, unshakable resolve. A young man rockets forward, and his arms snap into deadly alchemic weapons. With a savage slash, the dark-haired girl split the monster clean in two. Her eyes burn with fierce focus, locked on the fight no matter the chaos around her. She orders the young man to rush through the town and get every villager to safety. She hacks her way through the monster horde with razor-sharp precision. She wears a deep, thinking look as she maps out her next ruthless strategy. She clocks that the north and west are already swept up by their allies. With a sharp little tinkle from her bell, she declares, "We're taking the center and the east." A deserted medieval street stretches under a looming cloudy sky, and the whole place feels like it's holding its breath. Inside the tavern, the patrons jerk upright when the rumor hits monster horde. A terrified man gasps for air and blurts out that the horde is enormous and it's right outside. He says they're going all out, but one by one, their defenses are breaking under the pressure. Other adventurers throw their hands up in despair, swearing that escaping over those mountains is nothing short of impossible. A terrified man blurts out stuttering words, panicking out of his wits, right as a girl in uniform springs up from her chair. A burly, fully armored adventurer takes in the man's plea with total calm, like he's heard it all before. The girl in the uniform leans back, thinking hard, and wonders if a single giant stride could change everything. A rustic village sprawls there, snug against a towering mountain range like it was built to hide secrets in its shadow. Horrific goblin-like monsters swarm in, clawing the wooden structure with pure savage fury. A towering cloaked warrior swings a brutal spade-like weapon down and smashes the monster into the ground. A blonde girl with an eye patch shot a sharp glance, breathing like the end was right there. This fight was almost finished. In her crisp school uniform, she calmly insists that during the chaos, she didn't fight at all. She only gave the orders. The blonde girl finally admits it. Charging across those mountains was the real workout all along. The tall warrior looms over a field of corpses, sneering like the whole battle was barely a warm-up. The blonde girl shouts that a human also fought back the monsters alongside them. A young guy with glasses stands there, getting ringed by grateful villagers who can't stop staring and admiring him. An older villager clasps his hands and, with trembling reverence, calls the young man Lord Hero. The villagers beam with excitement and drag the hero to the feast they've been cooking up just for him. That blonde girl can't shake the thought, do they treat her and her friends differently because she's a demi-human? The girl in her school uniform bets her heart on one thing: a real hero has to be fearless. Then the blonde girl tilts her head up at her towering companion and asks, "Have you ever seen a real hero before?" Ellis, the tall warrior, leans in and says, "A hero, it's just another name for an otherworlder." She breaks down the meaning of it back then. It was a title for legendary warriors who tore into the Demon Lord itself. Ellis keeps on insisting that otherworlders are basically walking cheat codes like, and the locals just can't stop fawning over them. She's convinced the humans here are pure snakes because she's literally just caught them in action. The girl in the uniform locks eyes with the truth and realizes the hero is an otherworlder too, just like her. The bespectacled young man snaps his head around like it hits him out of nowhere, finally noticing her for the very first time. Ellis, the tall warrior, stands there and stares at the two otherworlders as they trade silence back and forth. The young man blurts out, "Who is that mysterious girl in the uniform?" as his curiosity burns hotter by the second. Later on, the whole village erupts into celebration in the town square, raising cheers for the victory they fought tooth and nail to win. A bonfire snaps and crackles while the villagers throw their hands up, dance like there's no tomorrow, and feast on laughter and drinks. After the party ends, the once loud street turns eerily quiet. Battle debris is scattered everywhere. She dropped to her knees and, with nothing but sheer strength, ripped through the rubble, clearing huge chunks all by herself. The girl in the uniform snaps at Ellis to stay sharp as he digs through the wreckage. The girl told him she'd come straight to find Ellis because he'd skipped the celebratory party. She declares, straight-faced and stubborn with duty, that clearing the wreckage is literally their job. That young guy with glasses strides up and asks, straight-faced, if she's Japanese too. He quizzes her about Junko Hideka, but the name means nothing to her. She doesn't recognize it at all. He can't believe his eyes as Ellis blows him away. She's the first giant he's ever seen. The girl bursts out that she's been trapped in this world for 2 whole years and still hasn't found a single clue. 6 months ago, after he saved a girl, he finally opens up and tells you the whole wild story of how he ended up there. He can't believe it one bit. This feels like a dream, straight out of a light novel. The girl stares at the world, totally lost, LN on one hand, swords in the other, and sorcery flying straight over her head. The young man's left completely speechless, staring at her and blurting, "Wait, you've never read novels or even watched anime?" Blushing hard, she darts out an apology for not knowing a thing about earthly matters. He snorts it out as pure otaku nonsense and laughs it off like it's nothing. He clocks her polished little habits and instantly figures she comes from some high society, upper crust family. He gulps hard, eyes wide as he finally understands just how brutal her situation really is. He can't help thinking it must be brutally tough for someone like her to survive it here. Side by side, he curses the fact that Junko Hideka isn't there to lend them a hand. The girl goes quiet, her face heavy with sorrow as deep thoughts whirl behind her eyes. He lets out a weary sigh, because even in a fantasy world, reality still hits like a truck. He can't help but admit it feels incredible to finally meet someone else living the same nightmare. The girl leans in and demands, "So what kinds of people come back in those stories you told me?" He explains that the ones who usually drop in sudden accidents or burn out from overwork are ordinary people, not legends. Her face snaps cold the moment she locks in on his explanation. She grilled him with grim-level precision, zeroing in on murder-suicides and straight-up suicides. The young man is totally thrown off by her sharp, dark questions. She finally blurts out the truth. She shoved her own sister off the train platform. A nightmare-inducing image flashes, and it shows her suffering. Then it slams the verdict, she's a murderer. The young man's face is frozen in total, raw shock like his soul just got hit. The giant Ellis towers over the tense scene, wearing a calm, unreadable face like he's hiding a storm. The young guy stammers out, "Why would you do something like that?" as pure shock hits him. The girl throws it out so vaguely, but you can tell she's talking about her sister doing something truly unforgivable. A screaming newspaper headline about a girl's school suicide shocks everyone as it flashes past in a blur. She insists murder is still a sin so unforgivable that even God wouldn't grant forgiveness. She labels herself a sinner, and that's when he snaps back, saying he's nothing like her. He immediately scrambles to undo it, blurting out a stammered apology for the way he snapped at them. Her face goes still, like she's swallowing hurt in silence and accepting it without a fight. A bandaged villager sprints up, panicked and gasping, shouting for the giant lady. A villager is screaming that the kid's condition is spiraling downward, fast. The young man yanks the girl toward the noise, nerves sparking as he's stunned. He protests that the chief promised everyone was safe while the girl presses him for answers about the child. Giant Ellis is out there by the barn, staring hard at the entrance like he's waiting for something to kick off. The young man slips a look into the barn, and worry hits his face like a punch. Beneath the floorboards, a horrific massacre unfolds. Wounded and dying villagers lie strewn across the ruins. A brutal close-up slams you with the victim's horrifying, blood-soaked injuries. The young man freezes in stunned silence, staring at the horrifying scene like his voice got ripped away. The uniformed girl drops to her knees in the middle of the carnage, readying herself to step in and help. She brews a potion on the spot and tells the bandaged villager it'll wipe the pain clean away. The young man clamps a hand over his mouth, trembling as he glares at the mangled child. Every week, the horribly wounded boy cries out for his mommy, and the girl rushes in to take care of him. The villager leans in and spills the truth. This boy's an orphan, with no mom and no dad. He adds that the boy, just a drifter, was dragged into the fight, forced to battle against his will. The young man's eyes widened in pure shock when he finally realized the chief had been feeding him lies. The boy keeps sobbing for his mother, choking out that it hurts over and over. The girl stares at him with tearful empathy, like her heart is breaking for him. Her gaze shines with raw, aching compassion for the dying child. She reaches out, brushes her hand through the boy's hair, and soothes him with gentle strokes. With trembling hands, she scoops the child into her arms, hugging them tight like it means everything. Through a haze of pain, the boy jolts his head up, choking out, "Are you my mommy?" With a heartbeat full of love, she whispers back, "Yes, mommy's here." Barely awake, the boy mumbles, "Wait, is that really my mother?" He demands to know why she vanished, and his voice trembles with raw sorrow. He leans in and whispers that he's been waiting for her for ages. From the doorway, Ellis and the young man stare as a heartbreaking scene explodes in front of them. His face twists into a raging storm of confusion and sorrow. Her face twists into pure anguish as she grips him even tighter. With a trembling whisper of, "I'm sorry," she swears she'll never leave him again. A badly hurt boy trembles and whispers that the darkness and cold are creeping closer, and he's terrified. Holding him close, the young woman in her school uniform whispers, "You'll be okay," and somehow he starts to believe it. He leans in and asks about being with God, and she lights up with a warm, peaceful picture of what comes after. She gazes at him with soft, unshakable certainty and tells him, this stunning place is exactly where he's headed. With his final breath slipping away, the boy gasps out one last wish that heaven is real, and it'll finally take him in. As his life slips away, he manages one last faint word of thanks. Right before his eyes shut for good, the child calls her a kind lady just like that. His tiny hand, still clamped on her uniform, suddenly goes limp and drops away. Alone in that ruined barn, she clutches his lifeless body to her chest, rocking in a crushing silence. His spirit basically spoke for him, sealing the truth, heaven is real, as she leaned in and told him, "Don't you worry." He's crushed by the truth. His sins are so massive, he can't even step into paradise. She leans in so close you can feel her breath, whispering her final promise God is going to want to meet him. Her blonde warrior companion and the bespectacled man both stare from the doorway, eyes glued to whatever happens next. Ellis looks down at the boy's body, then snaps her gaze upward, her face set hard with grim resolve. She snaps up to her feet, with the soft swish of her uniform duty still calling, and she's not done yet. Her companion tosses her a rag to wipe the blood, but Ella shuts it down and says there's still more to do. The two companions spot her from the doorway of the makeshift infirmary, frozen in place. Staring that bespectacled man down, Ellis blurts out the truth. She's a sinner, a killer, and a liar. He's left speechless, his mind scrambling to make sense of her brutal self-condemnation. A panicked villager barrels in toward them, face twisted with desperation, begging the Lord Hero for help. The bespectacled young man shoots the village chief a glare full of nervous dread. The chief rushes in, panicking, screaming that a fresh wave of monsters is charging straight for them. The hero clenches his fist, terror gnawing at him as he braces for even more damage to hit. Rage blazing in his eyes, he jabs a finger at the injured and snaps, questioning why the chief is acting so careless with this moment. The chief gulped hard, totally blindsided as the hero's sudden rage exploded. The hero shoots back, defensive and furious. "Why do you expect me to help you again, and blast them for calling it cruelty?" The chief erupts in fury, blasting the otherworlder for not knowing a single thing about their brutal reality. He gestures at the wounded and fires off the question, does the hero really think they're here for nothing? Then the brutal truth slams in, those wounded on the ground aren't victims at all. They're fugitives, thieves, and murderers. The chief snaps that they've already been handed safe harbor, so now it's their turn to pay it back. Annie, the blonde warrior, steps up and declares with zero hesitation that she and Ellis will take down the next wave. The chief's face snaps from desperate panic to pure bursting elation in an instant. With shaking hands, he snatches Ellis's grip and blurts out how much he's thankful to the adventurers, like his heart can't hold it in anymore. The chief's eyes lit up as he declared he'd bet everything on them. Ellis's hand is locked in his, death stained with the boy's blood. Ellis quietly shuts down the chief's offer of a rag to clean herself, refusing it without a word. She says it straight, no drama, no excuses, just, "We're doing the job we were hired to do." Annie grabs the rag instead, then thrusts it at Ellis like, "Here, big sis, take it." Ellis shoots back that she doesn't care about the blood on her. Annie straight up says her motive is nothing like what Ellis thinks. She says the rag is for Ellis's hand because once he's touched all that filth, she's making him cleanse it clean. The village chief is left totally stunned by the icy, brutal things she just said. The young hero freezes in stunned silence, her contempt hitting her like a punch. Ellis's face turns into a stone mask as she absorbs her sister's brutal judgment. Annie shoots off a quick, lukewarm apology for how brutally blunt her sister can be. Ellis starts rubbing her hand like crazy, and she admits straight up that her sister was never exactly a master of lying. The village chief grit his teeth so hard it almost looked painful, and pure simmering rage burned across his face. Annie leans in and tells Ellis it's go time, then they tear out to hunt down some demons. Ellis shoots a worried glance over his shoulder, terrified those battered, injured criminals will get left behind. Her eyes lock onto the boy's body, and suddenly she's right back to the wild journey he took just to see God. A fire ignites behind her eyes as she decides no matter what to clear every obstacle in his way so his journey can finally be peaceful. A wild montage flashes brutal, grotesque goblin faces snarling and snarling as their horde closes in fast. She orders Oni to wipe out every goblin to the last one, so his road stays wide open. Annie turns into a living storm of death, her weapon ripping a brutal path straight through the monsters. The goblin army reels in chaos, every last one gets cut down mercilessly by the warrior. Annie stands in the middle of the wreckage, her role in the battle finally finished. She wipes her weapon clean with unshaken calm as Ellis strides toward her. The hero keeps his distance, frozen in silence as he witnesses her terrifying power up close. Ellis strides up to the hero, and with a warm smile, he thanks him from the bottom of his heart for helping out. The hero stays deadly quiet, his mind grinding through the brutal efficiency he's just seen. He confronts her on the spot, firing questions at why a self-proclaimed sinner would risk herself to help them. Ellis snapped the accusation aside, insisting she was only doing the job she was hired to do. The hero narrows his eyes, still not buying her neat, professional explanation one bit. Annie cuts in right away, claiming the story isn't just about the job, there's something bigger underneath. She stands her ground and says being a big sister means leading the way, living your life without shame, no exceptions. Ellis whips around and strides off like the conversation's over for good. He blurts out, "So what are you going to do when you finally find your sister?" Annie leans in and grills Ellis. "So you got reborn and you're still hungry for revenge, right?" Ellis shakes her head and tells them she won't know what happens until they finally face it together. She swears that when they finally meet, this mess gets settled, no excuses. The hero draws a hard line and vows he'll take nothing short of a true final resolution. He cranes his eyes over the distance, tracking her tiny, stubborn silhouette while a towering giant looms right beside him. His own face hardens with a fresh, somber resolve. Annie strides alone along a cliff's edge, staring down at a massive, lifeless wilderness spread out beneath her. Her heavy footsteps thud through the silence, echoing across the empty land as she closes in. She spots Ellis perched on the cliff's edge, staring off into nowhere like he's got a storm trapped in his head. Ellis snaps her gaze upward, and sorrow and pure inner chaos wrings her face tight. Annie leans in and asks her big sister, "Are you okay?" Ellis finally cracks and admits she killed her sister and then lied to the dying boy. Annie finally cracks and shows she's a giant, then drops the wildest thing of all. She can't even wrap her head around human morality. She tells them that among giants, taking someone down for your pride is the highest kind of honor. A hand grinds a bloody blade clean, like it's wiping away the proof of a brutal fight. Annie gently rests her hand on Ellis's shoulder in the quiet forest clearing, like she's promising everything will be okay. Ellis grips her arm tight, still crushed by what she did in the past. Annie's voice turns serious as she declares, "Starting today, we're sisters." She twists Ellis's lie around, claiming the boy still got saved in the end. Ellis's salvation is etched into a vision of a terrifying armored warrior standing like the answer to their prayers. A brutal memory claws its way back as two masked figures berate young Ellis like he's nothing. A younger, terrified Alice gets yanked away by her own clan members. They tell her she's not getting help, she's being granted a second chance because she's family. They sneer at her, ordering her to slave away, prove her worth, and never bring them shame. She begs her brothers and sisters to stay with her and not leave her behind. Annie's eye locked on something deep, and you could tell by her serious stare that she was thinking hard. Lim, a young girl from a quiet village, spots Annie by the river and blurts, "What are you doing here?" Annie swings around with a soft smile and asks the girl to tell her everything. She smoothly flicks her hand and sends a long strip of wet fabric whipping through the air. Annie beams and declares, "All right, laundry day." She's watched someone pounding a mountain of laundry in the river's edge. Lim's jaw drops at the insane mountain of laundry stacked in front of him. The little girl stands there, soaking it all in silent, wide-eyed, watching this rare, calm home moment unfold. In a rare pocket of peace, a young woman with long dark hair sinks into deep, sound sleep. A blonde, elf-eared woman raises one finger to her lips, shutting the whole room up with a single, urgent hush. Nearby, a little village girl clamps her hand over her mouth, begging the silence not to break. The giant blonde woman leans in and tells you how her companion nodded off cold while they were just sitting there, waiting. Hiding behind the corner, the little girl flashes a knowing, cheerful grin, like she's got a secret. A blazing sigil of magic spins into existence on the back of the girl's hand, glowing brighter with every swirl. She murmurs the fire command under her breath, and a tiny, perfectly controlled flame blossoms in her palm. Ellis, the giant woman, stands there staring in stunned, breathless awe. Ellis stares, stunned that the kid can actually use magic, then watches as she steps in to help dry the laundry. This snaps back a vivid memory of a younger girl, standing tall, proudly flashing her very own magical power. She tells him, "More magic marks mean you're sitting on the way bigger power than you think." A memory of Alice lights up, praising the girl's rare, special magic aptitude like it's something the world doesn't get to see every day. That girl brags her marks reach all the way to her elbow and claims she can already cast 2 spells. She can't stop gushing about how her teacher believes she might one day even hear spirits. On a grassy hill, Ellis leans in and asks the girl straight up if she's got plans to become a sorcerer. Her face lights up with pure determination, and she makes it clear she's trying to save her huge family. Moved by that, Ellis calls it a lovely idea and sends her off with her best wishes. She leans in and drops the last piece of wisdom: never stop treasuring your family. Then the tale rockets ahead to a lively town packed with festive banners and non-stop energy. A rough wooden sign etched with a sword and shield swings over the tavern's entrance, daring anyone to step inside. Inside, the giant Ellis is grilled, asked straight up whether she and her companion are about to pack up and leave. Hinako Kyugoku, his companion and a human from another world, steps in and confirms they're finally leaving. The giant is revealed to be Ellis Kugoku Nuguba, and his job is to be the little sister. Hinako leans in and tells her friend, "I finally got the gold and the smarts I was chasing." Her worried expression says it all. So yeah, they've run into trouble too. The guildmaster, Grand Bar, points straight at the church and calls it the root of all their trouble. He tries to dodge the chaos, but makes it crystal clear if it comes to it, he'll throw down. At a nearby table, a knight and an elf archer grumble through the church's shady tactics, like they're done pretending. The elf archer launches a venomous blast of pure hatred at the human supremacist organization. Ellis overhears the chatter about ancient weapons, and a wild idea sparks in his head. She casually pulls a tiny cross-shaped charm from her stuff. The other adventurers freeze in disbelief, firing off one question after another. Why does she have a paladin's weapon? Hinako flat out declares she wants nothing to do with the church and she will not tolerate any trouble. The cross-shaped thing starts to clack and hum, and that strange, hidden energy suddenly starts to wake up. Hinako stares at it and demands, "Is this ancient weapon for real?" Then shrugs it off as nothing more than a dumb stick. Inside the tavern, the object suddenly erupts in a swirl of concentric rings of light. With a final sharp click, the object's colossal power is seconds away from detonating into the world. A brutal beam of destructive light rips out of the tavern and rockets straight into the sky. The blast rips through the tavern roof, tearing a perfect circle of smoldering ruin behind it. Hinako finally gets it. Ellis's cross disintegrates into fine dust in his hand, and the danger crashes down on her like a storm. Ellis stared at the glowing remains of the object, her face giving nothing away. A tavern patron blurted that the weapon's power was terrifying and thanked the stars it never got turned on them. Hinako wryly surmises the paladin must have been swinging a weaker weapon. A quick flashback slams in. There's the paladin gripping a totally different, smaller weapon. Hinako spins around and warmly thanks the tavern patrons, pouring out her gratitude for every bit of kindness they've shown. She offers to pay the bill for everyone that day, trying to make up for the damage she caused. The crowd explodes into cheers, showering praise on that giant girlie with the massive ass purse. Outside, Ellis can't hide her worry. She's sure the church knights are coming for them now. Hinako leans in and reassures everyone, dead confident that her little sister never fails to make her proud. She beams at her companion and asks, "Doesn't Ellis agree with you?" Hit by that simple, heartfelt praise, Ellis's face starts to shake as raw emotion floods in. A sudden heat rushes to her cheeks, and she fights tooth and nail to hold her emotions in. She finally snaps, unleashing a gut-punching scream as tears pour down her face. Dropping to her knees, she breaks down in sobs, screaming that it's all her fault Hinako ever ended up in danger. Strangers gasp and throw their hands over their ears as her crushing, heartbroken screams tear through the street. She keeps breaking down in tears, guilt crashing through her because she once failed her sister, and she can't live with that past. Tears spill as she demands to know why Hinako still insists she needs her, even after she failed. The crowd starts snickering as she starts sobbing, basically gawking at how massive of a crybaby she's being. Hinako stands in the puddles of her own tears, her face twisted with pure pain and heartbreak. She kneels and wipes the tears off the ground, feeling every drop like it's her own pure helplessness, shared pain. She admits to herself, deep down, that she's the one who should be apologizing for leaning on Ellis so hard. She sighs like a terrible big sister, wishing she could wipe Ellis's tears away. Ellis wiped her tears and looked up, her face softening as she listened to Hinako. Hinako shoots back, totally certain she tells her she isn't a bad sister at all, just because she accepted her. She makes a vow as heavy as stone she'll get stronger, and she'll never let it happen to her again. With fierce resolve, she vows to crush anyone who dares come anywhere near Ellis. Hinako's unwavering determination is blazing right there in her steady, focused stare. Ellis looks up, and at last a fragile, teary smile crawls onto her face. A brutal memory crashes back to life, showing Ellis when he was way younger and absolutely filthy. She's stuck with this ragged, desolate crowd when someone finally offers her a bowl of leftover scraps. A man urges her to scarf down the leftovers fast and get moving right now. Masked figures sneer at her for coming late, then shove her into the duty grab the scraps and hustle to keep up. With a trembling voice, she timidly asks her brothers what she's even allowed to eat, and it instantly shows on her face pure, aching misery. She digs into the scraps from the bowl, and the sharp chew echoes through the dead silence. A tight close-up shows her yanking a pain-filled smile onto her face as she keeps eating. The memory snaps into a desert town, and she starts grilling the guy, questioning every shady term of that awful deal. Two cloaked men freeze as she snaps out an astute, totally unexpected observation. She keeps her cool and lays it out based on their last deal. Their shares should be double. She stands her ground against her taller kin, fighting tooth and nail to protect her people's interests. When they brush off her claim, she jabs straight at the written contract and forces them to face it. One of the men freezes in shock, staring in disbelief at the fact that a giant who can read is insanely rare. She shoots back, calm as ice, demanding to know if she's the one who's wrong, and she drives the point home with ironclad confidence. The men explode with rage, slamming accusations that she's a scammer, and they blow up the whole business deal. Her own family ripped away her support and left her standing there alone while those men closed in. They shoot her down with contempt, and it locks in the brutal truth she's trapped outside the group, alone. A weak, rattling cough bursts out of her, like her poor health is fighting to stay alive. She lay there, exposed and beaten, abandoned in the wasteland dirt with nowhere left to go. She chokes out a whisper to the empty horizon, drowning in despair, begging the world to explain why she's like this. She ticks off her flaws like they're evidence short, weak, and far too crafty to ever be a real giant. Tears threaten to spill, but she clamps down on them with a shaky sniff and steel in her voice. With a sharp smack, she yanks her own face into a smile no matter what it takes. She clenches her teeth and keeps chanting, "Giants don't cry," like a shield in her head, forcing herself not to fail. Tears pour down her face as she begs herself to smile anything but ruining her family's name. She clenches that smile through gritted teeth, her fingers biting into her cheeks like they're the only thing keeping her steady. Her final, desperate attempt to smile snaps into place because the cracking sound says everything. Now the story jumps back to a bright, happy present. Ellis is finally clean, relaxed, and savoring a sweet treat with pure, carefree joy. She beams with pure joy and gushes to her big sis about how ridiculously sweet and totally delicious the fluffy candy is. Hinako beams and thanks the vendor, and you can tell his hard work finally landed. He looks genuinely happy. It got noticed. Ellis teases Hinako with a grin, pointing out that it's totally unlike her to go all out on sweets. Hinako clutched her own treat, a warm, knowing smile lighting up her face as she watches her sister. At a street stall, Ellis spots her sister totally locked onto a candy apple, like she's already tasting the sweetness. Hinako nods and blurts out that she wanted to share one last thing before they even leave town. A warm, soft smile blooms across Ellis's face as he notices the kind gesture. She jolts in shock and panic spikes. What if that giant treat cost a fortune? The panicked vendor blurts out that he was so slammed, cranking it out, that he totally forgot to charge the customer. Ellis fires up a lightning-fast mental calculation, instantly crunching the exact ingredient in front of her. She blurts out an apology for her old habit, then flinches hard when the vendor clocks that she's been caught. Hinako leans in and reassures him, even as he can't stop praising how unbelievably sharp her sister is. Hinako flashes a warm smile and admits her little sister is way smarter than anyone thinks. Ellis locks eyes with her, and a calm, knowing look settles deep in her gaze. Two sisters, one towering like a giant, the other small as a whisper, stride through the city streets. On a shopping trip, Ellis shoots up and snatches whatever's sitting way up on that high shelf with zero trouble. She leans in, eyes shining, staring into a tiny dollhouse in the next shop like it's pure magic. Her eyes snag on something intriguing the moment she keeps scrolling. Festive banners snap and flutter between the town's timber-framed buildings. Hinako keeps moving forward, and the smile drains from her face as deep thoughts and a quiet sadness settle in. Ellis sinks into the pile of bags and just stares like, did they really earn all this? She whips her head toward her sister, sensing the mood shift, and blurts, "What's wrong?" Hinako tilted her head up at the towering Alice, rattling off every single one of her sister's strengths like it was her duty. She speaks her raw fear out loud, questioning what she's even for when she feels totally, painfully inadequate. Ellis stands tall like a force of nature, and her powerful physique screams Hinako's words are true. She wears a calm face, yet somehow she can feel the storm brewing inside her sister. Hinako can't stop hoping Ellis doesn't feel embarrassed by her, like she isn't good enough to be his big sister. A brutal memory crashes in her younger self, snapping away her sister's help, and the pain hits all over again. Hinako's breath caught sniffles shaking through her as self-doubt crashed down on her like a tidal wave. Her eye glimmers with the raw weight of pain and the fear that she isn't enough. Ellis, tears running down her cheeks, tells Hinako she's doing more than enough. Her tough front finally cracks, she starts sniffling, then breaks down and cries for real. Overwhelmed, she slaps both hands over her face, trembling as uncontrollable sobs wreck her chest. Hinako drops to her knees and blurts a heartfelt apology to the sobbing Alice for every hurtful word she just spit out. She swears to her towering sister, with full sincerity, that she'll never say something like that again. Ellis wipes her face with a final snorting self-roast, then forces herself to pull it together. Her mood flips on a dime. She teasingly bullies Hinako into picking out a whole new outfit. Hinako blows a gasket, insisting her current clothes are totally fine. Ellis points at her sister's uniform, worn down to rags and falling apart at the seams. She panics and swears they've barely gotten anything for Hinako all day. Hinako stands in front of that massive building and suggests a way cheaper option. Ellis flat out shuts it down, warning that stepping out without protection can get you killed. She swears this top-tier mercer is legit because its security has her fully convinced. Hinako lets out a defeated sigh and agrees to get something custom-made inside. Ellis fires off her last, super detailed reminders about the spares inside the safety belt. As the door creaks open, Hinako grumbles that Ellis won't stop nagging her. A smug, satisfied grin lights up Ellis's face as she listens. A soft smile blooms on her face like she's drinking in her victory with pure satisfaction. Her smile dies instantly, and a razor-sharp, watchful look snaps into place. Up on the rooftops, hooded figures huddle together, eyes locked as they confirm their targets have finally shown up. Their leader, wearing a big, wide, conical hat, stares down at the chaos unfolding beneath them. Ellis instantly feels that nasty, menacing presence closing in from the roof. A paladin named Philippi of Caesarea leans in and praises her razor-sharp senses. Ellis tells everyone her sharp alertness isn't luck. It's a reflex she forged from protecting her sister. Philippi breaks down how she crushed their brother in arms. A bitter laugh claws out of Ellis as she finally lets his words sink in. She explodes with fury, calling their brother nothing but scum for trying to sell her sister. Philippi's masked face stays stone cold as he listens to the accusation. He finally admits it, his brother Nathaniel really has sinned. The paladin's eye flashes as he roars that Nathaniel shamed their church too. Ellis's eyes sharpen instantly, and he knows right away that this conversation just took a brutal turn into the dark. Philippi warns that if Nathaniel fails, their whole order will get hit with shame spreading like wildfire. Her eye twitches because she just clocked the danger closing in fast. He keeps throwing the blame at Nathaniel, raging that it was all his fault they got crushed by savage giants and those otherworlders. A bead of sweat snaps onto Ellis's face as her alarm screams louder and louder. With a sharp metallic clank, Philippe yanks a complicated weapon right off his back. He lays out a chilling plan to finally pull off what his brother couldn't. Under his cloak, his mechanical body starts to whir, then snaps into a whole new form. Ellis chokes on a gulp, panic exploding as he demands terrified what the hell is happening to his body. He brags that he's the 5th-ranked paladin, then flashes that high wizard aura like it's untouchable. The moment Ella gets that prestigious title, panic spikes through her and sweat soaks in like she's bracing for something terrible. He drops the bombshell. This station is 1 in 10,000. Those icy mechanical eyes lock straight ahead as he finishes his boast. He throws open his armor and its ancient weaponry, raw power wrapped around his body. Glowing magic marks crawl across his body and his power explodes to an insane, overwhelming scale. With a towering boom, he tells her that size isn't just big, it's power, and she has to understand that. Ellis locks eyes in pure terror, realizing these bizarre weapons are now in his hands. From the shop entrance, a companion shoots out a desperate shout for her big sis. Philippi boldly declares that mankind, the church, and magic stand supreme like the whole world runs on their grandeur. He roars that her size means nothing, then orders both of them to die. Her face turns into a trembling mask of pure terror as the attack crashes down on her. A brutal memory crashes back her brothers hanging over the edge of a towering cliff. They're planted right on the lip of a massive cliff, staring down at a sprawling forest far below. A wide shot rams home just how freakishly tall that cliff really is. A younger Alice stands there, and the wind lashes her hair like it's trying to pull her into the chaos. She blurts out, shaking with nerves, that she's terrified of heights and begs him to let her stay back. A hand shoots into the frame, and the moment it reaches out, its intent turns dark, sinister, and downright threatening. In a brutal, shocking betrayal, her brother shoves her off the cliff like he never cared at all. Her face twists into pure shock and terror as she drops like a stone. From the cliff's edge, two shadowy figures stared as she plummeted below. Their final words land like ice cold, emotionless, and cruelly goodbye to their sister. Her tiny body drops like a falling star, shrinking fast as she plunges toward the endless forest stretching below. She shrinks down into a tiny, powerless speck, swallowed by the empty sky. With one brutal impact, she slams the ground so hard it tears out a massive crater, proof of just how ferocious that fall truly was. Tears pour down her cheeks as she lies crushed in the rubble, completely broken. She jolts awake, gulping air like she's been drowning, her clothes ripped to shreds. Pressing a hand to her chest, she's stunned. How on earth is she still alive? She jerks upright through the wreckage, and the betrayal hits her like a crushing wave. Tears spill into her eyes as she barely whispers, "Why did you push me?" Her desperate questions ricochet through the empty crater, begging for answers that never come. She blurts out, "Was it because I wasn't useful enough?" She pleads with her brothers and sisters, begging them not to leave her behind. A flood of memories crashes in her frantic promises to work harder, begging like her life depends on it. In pure despair, she rakes her own head with her fingers, screaming like her world is ending. A figure in torment grips her head with shaking hands, her mouth gaping as a silent scream tears out of her. As the world erupts in chaos, swirling dark energy surges, and the word Jin gets spoken like a spark in the dark. From a towering rooftop, a shadowy figure in a wide conical hat leans down and watches the chaos explode below. More masked warriors keep pouring onto the rooftops, forming up and gearing themselves for the clash about to explode. A monstrous, multi-limbed shadow looms over the rooftop warriors, hanging there like pure nightmare. The masked leader spits disbelief, staring at a giant he just can't wrap his head around using magic. A strange tuning fork weapon gets raised as more spirit names thunder out, one after another. The observer stares in shock as her magic readings keep surging, climbing higher and higher into terrifying, unbelievable territory. The terrified leader snaps questions, demanding to know who this massive, mysterious force even is. A shadowy creature grips a spade-like weapon and roars for the raw power of Druid. A profile pops up and drops her name, Ellis Kyugoku, and she's a giant little sister. Then, bam, her real class flips, the rules, she's a giant wizard, a paradox with terrifying power. The observer's hands shake as she realizes her massive body is crawling with magic runes. He's convinced she's the real deal, a demon lord born again, walking the world in human flesh. The story slips into a calm, sun-drenched street, quiet enough to feel like a fading dream from the past. Ellis stands on the building's steps, waiting like a loaded spring, her weapon hooked over her shoulder. A sharp voice shouts her name, Ellis, right from just out of view. A dark-haired girl bursts forward, shouting, "Big sis," and yanking her own apology out of breath for being late. Ellis flashes a warm smile and tells her sister, "Seriously, it's no trouble, don't even worry." The dark-haired girl spins in place, proudly flaunting a brand new dress she's totally obsessed with. Ellis grins and teases that her sister's charm must have grown a whole size. The older sister blushes and blurts out that she always gets carried away. Her face tightens the moment she spots something weird hanging in the air. She freezes, eyes widening as that sharp stench of ashes and burning meat suddenly hits her. Ellis casually drops the idea that someone nearby is probably throwing a massive cookout. The older sister shoots out her worry that her brand new clothes might get stained before she even gets a chance to wear them. She darts under something huge and it snaps open like a shield above her head. Ellis thrusts her cape out like a shield, blocking danger to protect her big sister. Ellis's sister shoots back, insisting he's way too kind to be shoved into grime, otherwise he'll end up filthy. Ellis grins so wide it could light the whole room, swearing she'll wipe away every last speck of ash that lands on her. She hauls her little sister through a shattered city and the words hit hard, this is her job. The two sisters tear through a wild mountain forest, racing deeper into the trees. Ellis fidgets and asks her big sis, in the tiniest voice, if she can finally see the map. Her older sister shoots back with total confidence she's taking the lead, and she's not backing down. Ellis leans in and calmly tells them, "You've hit the same bench tree 3 times. Her sister won't let it go, she demands one more moment, like that's all it takes to finally crack the whole thing. With pure frustration blazing in her eyes, the older sister snaps, "Hand me the map." Ellis grabs the lead and strides down the path with pure, unstoppable purpose. They burst out onto a jaw-dropping overlook, staring down at the massive world tree looming over everything. Ellis leans in and tells them, "Our destination is still farther east of that massive structure." The older sister stares in awe at its massive scale, then leans in and blurts out, "What's hiding at the bottom?" Ellis drops the bombshell. The Demon Lord's castle sits right at the base of the tree. She breaks down the brutal, centuries-long war between humans and demons, piece by piece. The older sister can't stop thinking about how the Demon Lord actually has a whole castle. Ellis leans in and fires a question at her big sister. "Do you even know what a Demon Lord is?" His sister huffs through clenched teeth, swearing she knows exactly that much about the Demon King. With a smug grin, she makes the wrong call and swears it's a Schubert piece. Ellis is left completely stunned by that weird, out-of-nowhere answer. She can only blurt out, "Who is Schubert?" as the forest answers back with an eerie echo. Panicked breath and frantic footsteps echo as the adventurers tear through the thick woods, running for their lives. One of the men spits out a curse, his eyes wild as he tries to figure out what the hell that thing chasing them even is. A woman in a giant hat throws her hands up and moans about the brutal luck that keeps ruining her day. The adventurers bolt in a panic because the earth starts shaking like it's about to tear open under them. A man bursts into a bone-chilling scream, pure terror tearing out of him. A hulking black spherical beast lunges in and snaps its jagged mouth shut around a tree. The monster lunges and spits a corrosive blast, burning straight into one of the men as he flees. It towers over them like a nightmare, swallowing the dark forest whole. Two men grab a woman and shove her toward the beast, tossing her away like a sacrifice so they can live. Her face becomes a shattered mask of pure shock and relentless fear. She braces herself and charges straight at the monster's gaping maw, daring it to swallow her whole. A tiny bell jitters in, and just like that, everything gets interrupted. A shadowy figure slams to the ground right between the woman and the monster. Ellis bursts into view, her dark tendrils lashing the beast and slamming it aside. The adventurer stares in shock as she hurls herself into battle with the creature. Her tendrils snapped out like whips, wrapping tight around the monster's body. She snaps them forward with jaw-dropping force, slamming in a devastating hit. She grips her weapon tight, then channels raw power into a devastating strike. The monster rips its mouth open and lets out a brutal roar of pure pain. Ellis summons the Earth Spirit's power, known right then and there. She unleashes the Nature Spirit's power right through her druid abilities. She stares, breath held, as the man-eater gets crushed at last. She drops down like a ghost of grace, landing in front of the terrified crew, and she's towering over them like a living wall. She says, "You hardly ever spot man-eaters around here." One of the men stares ahead, absolutely terrified. The woman they tried to sacrifice lets out a sharp, tiny yelp right as it all hits. The fight's done. Ellis stands triumphant over the fallen beast. A dark-haired girl shows up out of the shadows and greets the adventurers with nothing but a sharp, simple hello. She stays cool and asks, sharp and simple, if anyone got hurt. That night, the whole crew huddles around a crackling campfire, the flames snapping like their warning of trouble ahead. The flames crackle while Ellis whips up a meal from the monster. The adventurers poured out their gratitude to the sisters, thanking them again and again for dragging them out of death. One guy swears he was escorting that woman when the monster suddenly came crashing in. With a smug grin, he demanded the woman confirm his story. She can barely manage a shaky, fearful yes, like she's bracing for impact. The older sister squints and says his story sounds downright brutal. Ellis flashes a thumbs up and grins, asking if they're ready to start roasting the meat. One of the men snaps back in shock, staring at her like, "You're really gonna eat that?" He trails off mid-sentence, stuttering like, Did it actually eat people?" Ellis leans in and admits she already yanked the creature's guts out, then buried every last piece. She drops the bombshell. The man-eaters weren't beasts at all. They were mass-produced demon weapons built for war. She noticed the adventurer's heartbreak the moment the monster tore their friend away. The older sister flat out says that for them too, food isn't comfort, it's survival. Ellis leans in and tells everyone the truth. Giants don't just eat, they devour an insane amount of food, and she should know, because she's one of them. With a guilty grin, she drops the truth she's been scooping up most of their adventuring profits for herself. She rushes to her big sis and offers a heartfelt apology for making her life harder. The older sister glances back with pure warmth, telling Alice she has nothing to apologize for. The moment they save her, she sits there in dead silence, watching every word like it's burning into her. Other adventurers lean in and whisper that the little sister is landing the steel of a lifetime. The two sisters lock eyes, and it's like their bond is shining bright and unbreakable. I can't see the panel description for 0100, so I'm missing what happens there. On a harsh, rugged stretch of land, a red-haired girl in a huge hat leans in and asks a dark-haired girl if her position feels tough. Two hulking brutes in her crew stare her down with greedy, sinister grins. A dark-haired girl and a towering blonde giantess lock eyes in a tense, wordless stare that says everything. The red-haired girl keeps grilling her. pressing. So leading without power doesn't feel like a real fight. With the men kept at a distance, the dark-haired girl snaps a gesture toward the giantess sitting there. The red-haired girl locks in the truth. Yep, the dark-haired girl really is the giant's older sister. She fires off sharp questions right away, pressing the girl. So you're stronger than your sister, huh? The dark-haired girl just smiles and calmly admits, I'm totally useless in a fight. Red-haired girl doesn't back down. She straight up asks if she's got smarter than everyone, brain power. Her companion breaks it down. The giantess practically raised her, teaching her almost everything she knows. Then the questions flip straight to her command powers, digging deep to see if she can truly lead. The dark-haired girl confessed that her sister had even snapped at her after she misread the map. Frustration burns on her face as the red-haired girl grips the fabric of her clothes so tight it looks like she might snap it. She snaps and demands an answer who gives her the right to act like an elder sister in the first place. The dark-haired girl goes still for a beat, eyes sharpening as she weighs her next move. With quiet grit, she tightens her own fist over her heart and stands her ground. She nods along with her interrogator and finally admits it, she knows, day after day, exactly where she falls short. Still, she insists that your rank isn't decided by what you can do. With a soft smile, she tells him it's simple, she'd do anything for her sister. That night, the red-haired girl slips away alone into the woods, warming herself by a crackling campfire that pops and hisses in the dark. A towering giantess grabs the dark-haired girl's attention and lures her to the steamy bath Ellis is setting up. The red-haired girl snaps her head upward, stunned by the sudden invitation to bathe. One of the hired guys darts his eyes over, sizing you up with a sharp, suspicious glare. The red-haired girl wears a look of stunned confusion, like her mind is racing through answers she can't find. She smiles politely, then shuts down the offer and drags her big hat low, hiding her face from the world. The hired men huddle around their own crackling fire, but the thoughtful girl sits apart, guarded by distance. The red-haired girl keeps staring into the fire, completely swallowed by her own thoughts. She whispers the dark-haired girl's selfless words under her breath, trying to fully grasp what they really mean. The hired men start gearing up, yanking their weapons free with cold, sinister intent. They team up to snatch the older girl as a hostage, clocking the otherworlder as the perfect, helpless target. The red-haired girl flinches, catching those sneaky side glances like they're plotting something right in front of her. She storms right up to them and throws herself down as the hostage, all to save everyone else. The leader of the men smirks at her, totally unfazed by her selfless offer. He yanks one of his own men up hard and snarls that it's not about what he wants, it's something else entirely. Leaning in close, he blurts out the truth every time he looks at them. All he can see is money. The red-haired girl gulped, her face twisting between raw fear and ironclad resolve. He tells her to shut up, then a rustling crawls out of the dark woods. The leader smirks and taunts, asking if the ladies are already done with their little bath. From the dark, a terrifying horde of monsters with gaping mouths spills into view, like something straight out of a nightmare. Somewhere else in the woods, a calm river cuts through the darkness beneath a dusky, shadow-soaked sky. Blonde Ellis set up a scrappy makeshift bath right there in the rocky riverbed. She slams her hands into the water and calls out Salamander, summoning a fire spirit right on the spot. Her eyes lock in, and she pours her magic straight into the pool of water. She cranks up the heat, and the water starts bubbling and steaming like it's chasing the perfect temperature. With a bright grin, she skips up to her big sis and declares, "The bath's ready." The dark-haired girl beams at Alice, then throws her arms forward as she gears up to dive into the water. A giantess is just lounging in a huge, steaming pool, soaking up the heat like it owns the place. She flops into a lavish stretch, melting into the cozy warmth of that makeshift bath like she's finally earned it. With one sudden splash, she whips up a huge wave of water that crashes right over her much smaller sister. The moment the giantess realizes it, she's thrown completely off, blushing, panicking, and blurting out a shaky apology to her big sis-o. The dark-haired girl flashes a warm smile and tells them, "I'm okay, just a little wet." They sink into the steaming water together, and for a moment everything turns calm, soft, and peaceful. Hinako can't help but marvel at how luxurious the bath is, and you can tell she knows exactly how much effort it took to get it like this. The giantess laughs and says giants almost never get a proper bath, but with her magic, it's suddenly effortless. With a huge grin, she beams and thanks her big sis for teaching her those priceless skills. Hinako's cheeks flare with a quiet blush, and she can't stop spiraling, terrified she's been mistaking her worthlessness for truth. The giantess believes their bond is something those men in the woods could never grasp. Her face hardens with fury as she swears she'll chew up anyone who dares insult Hinako. Hinako blurts out a shaky laugh, like she can't believe how terrifying that idea really is. A wild thought sparks in her head, and she whips toward her sister, staring with sudden, curious intensity. She blurts out, "Do giants really chow down on humans?" and it instantly leaves her sister stunned. The giantess recoils at the thought, calling it disgusting like biting bugs since they're so tiny. She can't even imagine forcing it down. Just the thought makes her recoil in disgust. Their conversation gets yanked apart by a desperate scream for help, tearing through the woods. The scene snaps back to the men as the red-haired girl bolts, fleeing the man-eaters at full speed. The giantess's eyes blow wide with panic the second she clocks the threat right in front of her. She spots a pack of man-eaters, and the dread for her big sis keeps surging higher and higher. Hinako's face turns icy as she stays calm and demands Ellis back her up. The giantess lunges to block her, but Hinako is already charging straight into the danger. The giantess calls upon a Jin's power, and her hand lights up with a blazing magic sigil. A brutal whip of swirling energy erupts out from her shovel-like staff. The weapon snaps fully into shape with a sharp pop, appearing in an instant ready to unleash a brutal, no-holds-barred fight. The two sisters sprint side by side, rushing straight at the monstrous threat like they can't be stopped. Two man-eaters snap forward, yanking their monstrous mouths wide open as they lunge in to swallow their prey whole. The brutish hired man leader bolts in sheer panic, screaming as the monster closes in. In a flash of pure speed, Hinako lunges and yanks the red-haired girl out of the monster's path. She slams down safely, skidding and scraping across the ground. Now the hostage is locked in and safe. A pack of man-eaters closes in, and with fresh targets locked in, they start circling their next victims. Hinako throws herself in front of the terrified girl, shielding her as the monsters bare their teeth and gnash down on the air. The giantess screams her sister's name with raw fear, then turns that worry into a brutal attack. Ellis bursts onto the scene, summons the water spirit Undine, and it forges a crushing spear in his hands. The water clumps together into razor-sharp, fish-like bullets, deadly projectiles slamming straight in. She launches her strike and slices straight through multiple man-eaters in one brutal hit. Her spell detonates with a violent force, blasting rocks and rubble screaming through the air. Hinako clenched her fist and threw herself in front of the red-haired girl, taking the fallout head on. She grips the girl's hand tight, squeezing like it's the only thing keeping her steady. The red-haired girl just stares in shock, completely thrown off by how fiercely and how gently he shields and calms her. Hinako flashes a reassuring smile, telling him not to panic, then urges him straight to safety. Giantess rage erupts as the monster's coiling tendrils clamp down on her arms and legs, locking her in place while she fights to break free. She's suddenly buried under sheer numbers, and the sheer amount of creatures just crushes her. Spotting her sister in real danger, Hinako yanks a tiny ornate bell straight from her hair. She spins the bell on its string, and boom, a glowing magic circle ignites into her palm like it's been waiting for her. The giantess freezes in horror, shouting her big sis's name at the top of her lungs, pure alarm spilling out. A luminous magical sigil bursts into existence right in front of Hinako as she lines up her next move. The man-eaters twitch hard, instantly sensing that new, annoying burst of power. That red-haired girl stares at it, then gasps hard as recognition hits, because it's a beast collar bell. The bell's chime snaps through the air, making the monsters recoil in shock and locking their eyes on Hinako. A close-up shows the monster's skin swelling and tightening as the bell's ring hits it. The red-haired girl gasps in horror as it clicks. Hinako isn't confused at all. She's using herself as a deliberate decoy. She watches in horror as the monsters tower over Hinako, but she doesn't back down. She stands her ground alone. A blonde warrior named Ellis gasps and screams, clutching her own body like something inside her is going to rip her apart. She calls down the might of Gnome, and with one savage stomp, her foot blasts the ground with pure magic. She snatches the opening and hurls a brutal earth attack straight into the chaos, smashing through the monstrous creatures. Red-haired Carla can't stop wondering how Hinako can pull off something so selfless just to save her. She sizes up the dark-haired girl, wonders if she's truly strong, then quickly decides she's not. Carla sizes up Hinako again, then shakes her head. She's still not smart in her eyes. Finally, she weighs whether Hinako can lead, and her answer is crystal clear. She's convinced she isn't. Carla's left completely stunned, and she can't stop wondering what Hinako is really up to and why she's with them at all. In a quick flashback, a vulnerable Hinako stands there with her back turned to you. She steps up without flinching, staring down two gigantic, gaping monsters, and she becomes the decoy so her sister can get away. Gigantic Ellis is completely swamped, surrounded and helpless as a swarm of dark creatures crush in from every side. A monster tendril lashes out like a whip, carving a brutal, bloody gash into Hinako's side. When Ellis sees her sister bleeding, tears spill and rage takes over as she swears she'll get revenge. She snatches a huge spade-like weapon and locks in, ready to blow the lid off with her full power. The weapon's head starts to buzz and glow, pouring out a tight, dark energy like it's about to explode. Ellis demands her sister hand over all her power, then vows she won't pull her punches. She calls forth the water spirit Undine, and it crashes up from the earth in a raging torrent. The giant sludge monster melds into a massive, thick serpent-like shape, and it sloshes ominously as if it's got teeth. With a savage grin, Ellis orders her summoned creature to snap into a deadly drill. Carla stares at the display of overwhelming power, completely frozen in stunned disbelief. Ellis's face twists into pure ecstatic fury as she blasts her attack. Then the aftermath hits and you can see it clearly, a gigantic, unnatural trench gouged straight through the whole landscape. Hinako sweeps her hand through the air, and just like that, the dark, stormy waters calm down instantly. She strides up to her companions, voice steady as she checks. You all good? Nobody's hurt. Her eyes turn gentle as she leans in and asks Carla if those monsters ever managed to scar her. Carla is totally stunned. She can only stammer, "How in the world did you pull that off?" She demands to know why Hinako, powerless as she is, would gamble with her life like that, risking everything without a second thought. Hinako flashes a soft smile and admits, "This is all I can do." Carla finally clicks into place, realizing Hinako's leadership is way deeper than she ever imagined. Hinako thrusts out her hand, swearing no backing down that she'll die for her little sister's sake. Carla gets hit by that stunning declaration, and her eyes blow wide with pure awe and burning admiration. Hinako keeps that soft, stern look on her face, holding her hands out in firm, unwavering solidarity. Flustered, Carla accepts it and repeats the words for your sister. She grabs Hinako's hand with both of hers, squeezes tight, and thanks her from the bottom of her heart. Kneeling before Hinako and the giant, Carla lowered her voice and begged them to let her be their big sis. Her face shimmers with sincere hope and her cheeks blaze bright with emotion. Hinako and Alice just stare, their faces blown wide with shock and blazing with curiosity. Hinako freezes in confusion for a split second, but Ellis's shock hits way harder. Her shock detonates into a full-throated, open-mouthed protest shout. Her stunned cry ricochets across the shattered wasteland she just carved into existence. Later that night, the whole crew finally slips into a peaceful forest, safe from the chaos. Restless as a storm, Alice crouches by a crackling campfire, her weapon laid right within reach. She mumbles in her sleep, clinging to Hinako like a secret, insisting boldly, possessively that she's her Sterisk, her Ostrasic, her big sister. Right nearby, Hinako sleeps like a rock, cocooned in a blanket right on the ground. Carla slips out of camp under the cover of night and marches straight into the dark woods alone. She stands alone in a hidden clearing, the towering trees all around her standing dead quiet. A rustle snaps her attention as she moves through the undergrowth. From the dark depths of the shadows, towering monstrous creatures lunge forward, their massive grins flashing as they emerge. Carla calmly tells some unseen people, "You're safe, these aren't the enemy." She's spotted in the middle of a tense chat with one of her monstrous allies, nodding along and sealing their mission as they talk. The creature basically begs, "So what do you want me to do?" And she immediately starts weighing her next move. She can't stop thinking about Hinako, powerless, sure, but somehow still insanely cool. She lounges on a tentacle and lets her mind wander to the idea of becoming one more little sister. The adventure rolls on through bright, sun-drenched mountains, where every turn feels like a new challenge. Ellis, the giantess, stomps forward with unstoppable purpose, and she demands from her big sister where they're headed next. Hinako hustles along, carrying Carla on her back, and tells her they're headed straight for the royal capital after one quick stop. Carla blurts out an instant apology for calling her big sis, and Alice shoots back a sharp, annoyed stare. Ellis swallows her pride and apologizes to Hinako for her jealousy, then turns her back on the whole group. She tells him she's heard something wild giants don't just roam, they band together, forming clans with their own kind. Carla blurts out, "So can anyone actually become a brother or sister in a clan?" Ellis whips around with a razor-sharp glare and Carla instantly recoils, bracing for impact. A careful Hinako leans in and basically says, "Wait, we might actually have a shot." Ellis lays it out, this is why they're here, to demand official approval. Below them sprawls a massive village carved straight into the towering walls of a colossal quarry. She proudly unveils the village of giants home to Clan Cone and their father. Carla freezes in awe, stunned that these giant beasts never roam and just stay locked in one spot. A tiny flicker of worry crosses her face as she takes in the whole scene. Ellis stares ahead with a calm, unreadable face, like she's watching something far beyond the room. Carla whips her head back, and her face tightens into a mask of nervous confusion. A hulking, bare-chested giant glares at them, then booms that they're sworn sisters back. Several other giants swivel toward the newcomers, their massive bodies towering over them. A huge, muscular giant with a warm grin thunders forward, stomping straight toward a small group. He bends down with a bright, warm smile and ushers his sister back into the village like he's been waiting for her. Hinako shoots him a grin and calls him her brother Sonin. Without a hint of warning, Sonin casually snatches Hinako up like she weighs nothing in his massive hand. He declares, "I'm taking you to see Pops, our father." Carla gasps and blurts a startled yelp the instant the rough shock hits her. Ellis swallowed hard, and deep concern clouded her face. She snaps at her brother, demanding he set Hinako down because she's warning him, right now, that staying careless could get them hurt. Hinako is clamped tight in his grasp, her tiny body swallowed up by his hold. Sonan stares down at the little figure cupped in his hand, and you can practically see the request blazing in his eyes. He steps up to Ellis, calling him the Payless Giant, and you can feel that nickname hit like a loaded weapon. He scoffs at her worry, then fires back, who does she think he is? Someone who'd harm his own kin. With a wicked, playful smirk, he shows you exactly how a careless slip-up can go deadly wrong. He tightens his grip just a notch, and Hinako gasps and cries out from the sting of discomfort. Ellis's face twists with pure horror, because that threat hanging over her sister hits like a punch. She darts forward, and Sonan's menacing glare drops over Hinako like a warning she can't ignore. That dark, teasing smile cracks through his menace and steals the room. Ellis just stares, her face locked in total, jaw-dropping shock. Still trapped in his grip, Hinako stays icy calm as she tells her brother his joke has officially gone too far. She shoots Ellis a sincere apology, owning up for her brother's rough, out-of-line behavior. Sonan's face cracks into a booming laugh as he shrugs and admits he just can't resist teasing. He fires off another apology to Alice, spitting her own filthy title as he does it. Ellis isn't buying a single joke, her face stays icy, cold, and dead serious. Hinako tells Ellis and Carla to hold up, then rushes off to talk to their father. Ellis nods quietly, but her eyes stay locked on her brother. Sonan turns and strides off first, guiding everyone straight toward the father's home. Inside, you'd find a colossal rock-carved chamber, packed with towering grand stairs that rise like a fortress. Hinako marches up to the massive throne-bound figure, grinning as she blurts out how thrilled she is that he's back. The giant on the throne lifts itself just a little, then speaks to her like she's the tiniest giant in the room. A young woman in a crisp uniform bows low and earnestly apologizes for vanishing for so long. The ancient giant beams when his daughter returns, and her father's pride shines through. Their meetup happens inside a massive quarry, the giant's very own territory. Muscular, elf-eared giants hunched over their work, chiseling colossal stone blocks with relentless focus. Inside a tent, giant women huddle close, weaving dazzling pattern blankets stitch by stitch. Other giants huddle in tiny clusters, trading hushed words and stealing a rare, peaceful moment together. In a forest clearing nearby, Ellis, the blonde giant, sits alone, looming in silence like a storm waiting to break. Carla, the red-haired girl, strides up and demands to know why Ellis isn't with the others. Carla stares at Ellis, her curiosity buzzing like nerves about to snap. She swallows hard, fighting for nerve as the question on her lips turns deadly serious. Carla starts taking a wild stab at what Ellis really feels about her family. She cuts straight to the point and fires. So you hate giants, Ellis, even though she's one herself. Carla's face wears a sweet innocence, but her eyes cut like she's asking the sharpest question in the room. Ellis's stare sharpens instantly, and a flash of fury burns in her eyes. She calls the red-haired girl by her name, and her tone turns razor sharp. Ellis erupts, slamming that Carla is clueless, then demands right there how she was raised. Flustered to the core, Carla blurts out a messy explanation about how she was raised in a castle like she can't even keep her story straight. Ellis locks eyes with her, staring her down like a blade that won't move. Her rage sputters out, and a heavy, thoughtful silence takes over her face. She kicks off her speech by painting a shiny, honorable picture of the giants like they're nothing but legends. Ellis brushes off this so-called noble tale like it's just a dusty old fairy tale. Carla leans in and listens, her face twisted with worried confusion. Ellis explains that when giants had no natural enemies, they didn't just survive, they turned into ruthless plunderers. She likens their destructive migration to a raging swarm of locusts. Her face twists with raw resentment as she spits out the truth about their inherent cruelty. Carla calls out the contradiction, and right there, the giants somehow look like they've got jobs. Ellis makes it clear this only happened because her big sister, Hinako, stepped in. She breaks down how Hinako cooked up a plan giving them work so they could repay the kindness that took them in. Ellis finally tells everyone the title Hinako got the smallest giant, and it's a brutal insult meant to sting. Carla's eyes widen in disbelief, one cold bead of sweat slides down her cheek. Ellis clenched her teeth and snapped that the title was supposed to be disgraceful. That insult lands with a cultural sting, and it leaves Carla completely lost, like she can't even process what just hit her. She can't shake it, she keeps staring at the words like, why would anyone call a giant pale? That feels way too weird. Ellis's cold, far-off stare basically screams that this title is meant to insult. Carla starts to blurt out what Ellis's magic can do, then stops mid-sentence, like she suddenly regrets saying it out loud. Ellis smirks and bluntly tells them giants don't care about anything, only brute strength. She snaps to the terrifying truth. The other giants don't treat them like family at all. A hulking giant bursts in and snaps that he won't stand for that cold, heartless talk. Ellis and Carla stare up at the newcomer in pure shock. He shoots past Ellis and turns to his sister, asking if she wants a brand new sibling. A flashback slams us into a grand hall where a tiny Hinako kneels before the patriarch. From across the room, the patriarch leans in and asks if she wants to welcome a brand new sibling into the family. He can't wrap his head around why she's asking for his approval when a bigger clan would be the better move. Hinako gently but firmly brings up an old ritual one that ties straight back to his saucer. She blurts out that she wants no drama tied to her main family line. She refuses to bring trouble down on them. The father leans in, eyes locked with a heavy, thoughtful stare as if he's absorbing every word. Hinako says the only thing she wants is to hand Ellis a place he can finally call home. Her father instantly grants her wish and orders her to take her brand new family. Hinako thanks him, head bowed, and admits that her pride might have gotten in the way. He praises her hard for caring about those same formalities just as much as he does. She proves she's worthy the moment she accepts the asterisk, his asterisks, spinning in a saucer as the whole thing clicks into place. In the present day, a gust of wind swings the atmosphere in a whole new direction. Carla gapes at the alarm, her mind racing as she tries to figure out what's going on. She screams, demanding to know why those two giants have started pounding each other out of nowhere. His massive face locks into a ruthless mask of pure, unshakable focus. Ellis locks eyes with him, and her face mirrors that same unshakable determination. He flashes a grin and tells Carla, "This is how giants talk." Ellis looks beat up and tense, but they're still locked in, resolute the whole time during their tense physical talk. That towering guy flashes a confident grin and starts spinning his story. He leans in and retells the ritual where the father thrust his saucer into Hinako's hands. He says the saucer was a snack for a giant, but a massive mountain for a human. Ellis's face twists with the brutal memory of that day. Carla's eyes widen with mounting horror and raw worry. The giant lets out a smug smirk, and as the moment hits him, the impossible challenge flashes back like a dare he can't forget. He remembers them pushing her to fake it, then she drank nonstop for a full week. A flashback hits, Hinako looks pale as death, sick to her bones from what she just survived. A younger Ellis screams for her big sis, and then right after she swallows the drink, she starts retching hard. The other giants beg her to stop, to throw in the towel. Hinako blinks, her determination stays locked in place, even as the pain crashes down on her. Her hand claws at the saucer's bottom, scraping off gritty residue. She clenches her teeth and chokes down the final gritty bites, her whole body shaking like it's barely holding on. The giant and tearful Ellis just stand there, completely frozen in stunned silence. At last, she crumples to the floor and the first thing she blurts out is an apology. Her face was streaked with grime, and she blurted out an apology because she'd spilled the sacred drink. The giant's face froze in total, stunned amazement. He brings his tale to a close, and the respect in his voice feels almost sacred. In a flashback, Hinako snaps to the truth. She didn't do it for fun, she did it to prove she was worth something. She tells the father, "Even if I'm here for only a short time, Alice will stay." On her knees, she begs him, "Please, keep our clan safe and in your good favor, even after I'm gone." She begs him, promising she'll do it all. Just please care for Ellis the way she always has. Right now, Ellis shouts that all she needs is her big sis. The male giant's face clenches in raw frustration, seething at her words. Ellis shoots down the idea instantly. She's adamant she doesn't need a single new kinder giant. He lunges in and yanks her hard, roaring that he's had it with her petty complaints. His eyes ignite with pure rage as he spits out Hinako's title. He declares that even the tiniest giant proved to them what real greatness looks like. He shoves her aside and snaps that she only thinks about herself. He argues that for the sake of her family, she has no choice. She has to grow bigger too. He slams her with her own shameful title pay list. The story snaps back to the father's hush-filled home, lit warm by the crackling fire. The father leans down and snaps, calling the prostrate Hinako the smallest giant. He tells her she still has growing left to do, then begs her to forgive. Hinako slams her face to the floor and soaks in his wise counsel like it's the only truth in the world. A nearby brazier suddenly erupts flames, whoosh higher like they've been sparked by something unseen. The father watches, stunned, as the flame sinks back down again, one breath at a time. The brazier dies out, and darkness crashes into the hall like a heavy wave. Hinako meets her father's eyes and unleashes a voice brimming with raw emotion. Her father leans in and demands to know if she can even imagine love flipping into hate. His eyes drift off for a second. Then he gives a quiet final nod. Yeah, he confirms it, plain and simple. Hinako trembles as she realizes they're both carrying the same deep, untold wound. In the torchlit hall, the giant father quietly realizes that love and hate aren't things you can just throw away, they cling like fire. Hinako's tortured expression flashes across the screen, and her thoughts spill the truth. She can't fully forgive him, and she can't even bring herself to truly hate him. Hinako steps into the sunlit quarry and the whole scene lights up. This is the giant clan's home. Sonin, the massive, muscular giant, looms over the worn-out, seated Ellis, demanding to know if her sparring match is finally over. A tight close-up, catches Ellis's battered, worn-out face like he's been pushed past his limit through that brutal physical exchange. From the sidelines, Hinako lets out a tired sigh, shaking her head at her brother's rough, chaotic antics, part annoyed, part fond. Sonen swears it's just harmless playtime, but Ellis' worry, written all over his face, demands he show some restraint. Hinako flashes a calm, threatening smile and warns Sonen to dial it back because if he pushes his games too far, her rage will snap. Sonen swallows hard and nods, rattled by her calm, unshakable authority as it pins him in place. With the mess finally settled, Hinako pivots to a trembling red-haired girl, Carla clutching her hand like it's the only thing keeping her steady. She bursts out the news she's already won their father over, and Carla is officially stepping in as their new sister. Carla's face lights up with unfiltered joy as she blurts, "Hinako, you really mean it, don't you?" Her excitement hits like fireworks, then a quick flicker of doubt and uneasy worry creeps in. Hinako's eyes lock in, dead serious, as she braces herself to lay bare the crushing weight of that vow. She says this vow of sisterhood forges a bond so strong it can go even deeper than blood ever could. If they both nod along, she'll say the word, and Carla can officially become part of their family right then. That very day. Ellis watches the whole exchange, nodding along as she confirms Hinako's words are dead on, and then throws her full support behind her. Stunned by the offer, Carla lets out a whisper, her voice shaking as she wonders could she really actually join. Just as everything settles, another woman bursts in and declares that Ellis is getting a little sister too. Carla and Alice just freeze completely stunned because this twist hits out of nowhere. Hinako claps with pure joy, swearing the timing is spot on and she can't wait to add a big grand sister to her life. Carla jabs a finger and fumes that she wants to be Hinako's little sister, not the giant's, then points right at Ellis. Ellis looks wrecked by that blunt rejection, her glare drops to the floor as her expression crumples toward the small girl. Hinako scrambles to explain everything, leaning on the old world seniority rules, and lays out their brand new family hierarchy like it's the only way to stop the chaos. She smiles at Ellis and tells her, "Call me Big Sis too," offering that big sister authority to squash the whole problem. Ellis's face crumples into raw dejection and heartbreak as that awkward, brutal proposal lands like a punch. Carla watches in pure anxiety as the whole situation turns razor tense, making every single person feel trapped and uncomfortable. The massive Ellis slumps forward in defeat, refusing the whole arrangement with one calm, decisive pass. Later on, Sonen marches straight into his father's hall, ready to deliver his report. He strides up to his father on the throne and declares that Hinako and her crew have already vanished off into the distance. Hinako's father lets out a quiet chuckle, then murmurs to himself, wondering if her clan's going to keep swelling with new faces. He tells them to come back ready to give them a warmer welcome at the clan's home next time. Sonen cuts in fast, saying, "Nah, we're not backing off because we're already family, tied together by our bond." The father's amused smile snaps away, and straight in its place comes a hard, deep stare, like he's wrestling with something heavy in his mind. Sonen snaps at his father to open his eyes, screaming that their old rituals and deep family ties have become nothing but empty words. A shadowy figure studies an ancient, unfurled scroll, praying they won't accidentally wake a terrifying doom. A crumbling scroll spells a brutal legend of the White Titan and the shadowy presence that hunts the way she moves. A swarm of dark, winged wyverns screams across the sky, and that ominous silence feels like it's pressing down on everything below. Ellis, Hinako, and Carla scan the endless plain, and then they spot the creatures out in the distance. Ellis's face sharpens with fierce focus as she spots a caravan of adventurers below, getting ripped apart in a full-on attack. She snaps her eyes around the battlefield. There's a whole pack of wyverns closing in on a tiny group of adventurers. Carla stands right beside you, glancing down, and asks if you're ready to drop down and help the folks below. Without a single word, Ellis yanks a tiny tree straight out of the ground, and its roots crumble to dust in her iron grip. In a tight close-up, those twisted tree roots loom as she tightens her grip and readies her weapon. She calls forth her gnome power and wrenches the wood into a living, world-bending bow. Carla shoots everyone with a hopeful look, praying nobody blows the whistle when they swoop in and snatch their prey. The moment the wooden bow finishes forming, it crackles with hidden magical power, like it's ready to unleash something terrifying. The last, decisive twist finally turns that plain tree into a fearsome weapon. Carla watches, her nerves tingling with a rush of excitement as that raw, unbelievable power explodes before her. Ellis calmly says, "If anyone dares complain, we'll handle it the moment it shows up." She drops into a low crouch and yanks her unique bowstring back with razor-focused, deadly intensity. With a thunderous twang that rips through the air, she looses a magical arrow straight at the distant threat. That one lone projectile miraculously fractures midair, exploding into a whole volley of smaller, shadowy shots. One of those unsuspecting wyverns gets blasted straight in the head by a magical barrage. Down below, the adventurers freeze in terror as a colossal wyvern crashes from the sky straight toward them. The massive creature slams into the earth right in front of the terrified caravan, and everyone shrieks in panic. The adventurers shout in pure panic, totally stunned, trying to figure out how they were just yanked back from certain death. His face twisted into pure bewilderment, like the world had just snapped on him without any warning. An adventurer squints at a distant hill and spots a lone figure towering so huge it stops their breath. He gets corrected, and the shock hits hard because that mysterious savior isn't human at all. It's a giant. From her spot up on the hill, Ellis watches the caravan below finally safe and sees the wyverns wiped out. The saviors barreled toward the caravan, and the weary travelers immediately stirred as their arrival hit like thunder. A young adventurer in a military-style cap beams a huge, grateful grin and blurts out, "You saved my life." She charges up to the group, breathless, and demands to know if anyone else is an otherworlder because she lived through that attack. She beams and snatches Hinako's hands, pumping them hard like Hinako just saved her life and thanking her like a miracle. Ellis and Carla leaned in close, whispering that the newcomer was way too friendly, way too bold for comfort. The girl beams and introduces herself as Takaru Takariyoshizawa, all sunshine and smiles. Hinako fires back just as politely, formally introducing herself as Hinako Kyugoku, all calm on the surface. Takaru blurts that this is her first real adventuring job and admits she feels like she picked the worst cheat ever. He knocked, and when Carla stared back at him, confusion flashed on her face because of her comment, and he demanded, "What do you mean?" With a sheepish grin, Takaru admits it's the only way she has to die to trigger her special power. She tells him she chose Death Reset because, back in her old world, everyone was obsessed with time-leaping powers. Carla's face twists in a jolt of horror as her whole body shudders at the shock of what she just realized. With a sudden jolt, she rockets away from the group, shocking everyone with that wild, abrupt move. Hinako and Takaru just stare at her, utterly stunned, like their brains can't process what they're seeing. Carla lands like a whisper on top of a towering pile of goods on the wagon, then climbs up to claim the best view. She's perched above them, locking onto the scene with a brand new seriousness as she steadies herself to speak. She fired off a frantic question to Ellis, demanding to know if anything fell off ever since they hooked up with the caravan. Ellis freezes at that weird question, demanding she explain exactly what she means by off. Carla pushes her to ask herself right now, "Have you felt deja vu?" and demands she answer at once. Takaru's mind reels as Carla suddenly jumps into this wild, bizarre line of questioning. Carla's face turns stone cold as she starts chanting those eerie phrases, one after another. With a slow, deliberate flourish, her hand moves like it's casting a spell as she kicks off her cryptic test. She blurts out the first two insane phrases, then holds up a rhino beetle on a skewer and something worse, freshly flayed infant hide. A wild montage of creepy, disconnected images whips across the screen as she barrels through her nightmare non-stop. Takaru and Hinako can only stare, totally baffled as her creepy behavior sends chills down their spines. Carla locks eyes with Takaru and presses him hard, asking if they've really never met before. Takaru stalls for a beat, then confirms, "Yeah, pretty sure this is the very first time they've ever met." Carla swallowed hard, her face turning grim as she leaned in and warned Takaru to listen carefully. She spots the spark in Takaru's eyes at being dropped into a new world. But then she lays down the law she wants him locked in and paying attention. She tells him there was once a time when heroes from other worlds actually thrive, but that golden age is gone for good. Takaru and Hinako are left totally rattled after a dark, out-of-nowhere history lesson that drops them straight into the truth about their new world. Carla tells it like this: past champions used to pull off miracles left and right, but those days are long gone now. She drops a chilling truth bomb: these people have figured out exactly how to deal with otherworlders. Takaru shoots her a nervous stare and asks what she means by handle, and dread starts creeping in like cold shadows. Carla clocks Takeru's death reset power in an instant, then drops the bombshell they've already found ways to beat it. Takaru's expression turns into pure disbelief. She just can't accept that her deadly power can be shut down. Hinako leaned in and demanded to know if that weird test in chanting was exactly what Carly was trying to do. Carla admits that her recitation wasn't random at all. It was a test to spot the unmistakable physical tells of a time leap. She explains that every time Jump leaves the world a tiny glitch, like reality can't quite line up again, and then deja vu hits, hard and dangerous. A girl in a school uniform leans in and admits she's got a lot to learn from her companion. Ellis, the blonde woman, snaps into denial, refusing to admit that everyone already knows this. Her red-haired companion blurts out that she's never heard a single thing about it ever. Takaru, the kid in the cap, shoots out the question, so our cheat powers don't mean we're totally invincible, right? Cat-eared Carla snaps with grim certainty that the exact opposite is the truth. She tells him that otherworlders are treated like nothing but tools, especially the ones who can reset after death. The girl in the uniform remembers the moment she got captured, and the man who grabbed her said something that sounded just like this. Remembering his promise that she'd fetch a crazy high price, she slams the young man with a total shock. Takaru crumples into Jackson, and the dream of a new world flips into a full-blown nightmare. His companion leans in and softly grills him, "So, what's your plan to live the dream?" Then she leans in and asks if he'd rather head back to their old world just so he can finally see his parents again. Takaru goes quiet, his eyes drifting away as he wrestles with her deeply personal question. Tugging his cap into place, he finally admits he really wants to see his folks, because deep down he knows they're probably panicking. His mood leaps upward as he swears this brand new, wide open world is still insanely awesome. The girl in the uniform stares at him. Completely thrown off, she repeats his words back, baffled, like they don't make sense. Takaru tells them straight up their old world had hit a dead end, like the road just stopped existing. He lays out a transparent society where every secret is out in the open and your future feels so predictable it's almost scary. Once the truth was laid out with logic, it hit him hard. He couldn't find a real place to belong anywhere. The girl quietly sinks into her thoughts after he drops that casual mention of God. Takaru sneers and shrugs off God like it's just another system we cooked up to keep pretending life makes sense. With a calm but unshakable stare, she shuts down his idea and declares, plain and powerful, she believes in God. Takaru gets hit with pure shock. He stammers, panics, and the embarrassment hits him like a wave. He quickly blurts out an apology, swearing he never meant to criticize her personal beliefs. She leans in, reassures him, and explains that her faith isn't some over-the-top fantasy. It's real, grounded, and true. She tells him how she keeps up a simple daily prayer and how it somehow makes her feel truly, honestly connected. When life gets brutal, she tells herself she can always run to God and find comfort. Carla and Takara lean in, hanging on every word as she lays out her personal faith. Carla realizes this belief is the one thing she shares with everyone in this world. She lays it out clearly. The natives didn't worship one all-powerful god, they believed in spirits first, and spirits alone. Takaru leans in, eyes wide, and asks, "So when the otherworlders got reborn here, everything changed, right?" Her eyes glaze over as the uniformed girl slips into that first memory when she arrived, and everything changed. She planted herself in front of a monstrous, towering winged being, and it called itself the goddess Theos. Theos promised her a brand new life, plus one cheat ability, like it was a blessing sent straight from the heavens. A massive holographic list of insane powers blasted into view in front of her too many choices, and the pressure crushed her. The list was packed with wild powers, teleportation, mind control, and even absolute territory. She tilted her head up at the entity and, in a hushed voice, demanded to know if it was really God. Theos finally revealed its name, then leaned in and made it crystal clear it wasn't just anyone. It was the administrator running this entire world. The little girl stood toe-to-toe with the gigantic, winged administrator. She lunged one small step closer to that glowing list of powers, like it was about to unlock her fate. Her eyes darted across the holographic screen, hunting through a sea of endless options. As she closed in, the interface in Theos' form started glitching, flashing with nasty static. A glitching, broken hand snapped into view and gently pressed 2 fingers to her forehead. The administrator's whole body shattered into a wild storm of digital static. Theos' calm, peaceful face shattered, turning into meaningless, pixelated noise right before her eyes. The girl stared straight at the system's total collapse, calm and unshaken as it all shattered. A feather-thin remnant of Theos fluttered down and landed on the floor. She slammed to a stop in front of a solid wall that had popped up where the entity used to be. With a smooth, graceful flick, she shot her hand out and reached for the wall. He tapped the surface, and the sound ripped through the endless empty void. She stared down at the feather-thin thing in her hands, the final, fading imprint of the administrator. She spun around and strode straight for a single lone door that had somehow materialized out of the nothingness. A lone door loomed in the dead silent white void, like it was the only way out. She muttered an apology, and that stolen Theos could have turned into a god for someone else. Right at the panel, she slammed the words down. She wouldn't accept Theos as her god, not for a second. A brutal memory hits her like lightning, her sister getting shoved straight in front of an oncoming train. The panel lit up like a spotlight, proving her code got recognized. She slammed the door on reincarnation, cheats, and blessings, refusing them all. She said hell was exactly where she belonged, then stepped straight through the open door. Right here in the present, she shuts the whole thing down and admits it was one seriously strange experience. She tells him she couldn't make the administrator match her faith, so she packed up and walked away. Takaru and Carla stand there, and their faces twist into pure shock and breathtaking awe. Carla swallows hard and confirms no, the girl doesn't have any cheat code at all. She and Ellis stare at that girl with fresh, earned respect hitting them like a wave. Takaru's jaw drops in disbelief. How in the world has she been out here adventuring this whole time without any power? He blurted out, "Can I join your group? and even tossed in the fact that she's got the big sis title. He hits his knees, snatches her hands, and begs her, please make me your little bro. His eyes light up with hope, and the girl, totally flustered, stares at him after his sudden request. Carla and Alice are totally thrown off by this wild twist that hits out of nowhere. Ellis trembles with raw frustration, because he can feel an energy surge about to explode any second. A wild surge of static electricity snaps through the caravan, crackling so hard it shocks everyone to the bone. The whole caravan rumbles across a massive, open wasteland, stretching as far as the eye can see. Techaru hangs his head, muttering that there's one thing that can absolutely kill a Yuri moment, some random dude showing up. Ellis tells him he might actually get lucky since the girl is totally thrown off by his slang. She tells everyone, I'll ask my father, the chief, if we can expand our party. Takaru finally realizes he can't tag along just yet because he's stuck guarding the caravan. Ellis leans in, calm and confident, telling him, don't worry, we'll catch you at the capital soon, and this time, it'll be with good news. The girl flashes a smile and swears they'll get to talk again the moment they're finally reunited. Overjoyed, Takaru launches into a grateful hug, wrapping his arms around her like she's his big sis. She calmly tells Carla, that promise counts for me too, while a shadowy monster creeps closer and looms over them. As the caravan keeps rolling, Carla barrels up to the Techaru that's finally left all alone. He snaps his head around, stunned that she's just appeared out of nowhere. She shoots back with a sincere apology for her earlier blunt tone, then tells you how some people cheat the game with death reset for recon. Carla snaps a warning at him, watch out for anyone who turns hello into instant closeness way too fast. Takaru, trembling with nerves, finally nods and agrees to her warning. She flat out warns him, stay away from high elves, they're way more lethal than wood elves. With trembling urgency, she grabs his hands and begs him, don't take them, no matter what. Kira locks eyes with him as a serious promise, he swears he'll be careful. From afar, Ellis watches as Carla delivers her last, deadly warning to Takaru. A tight close-up locks onto Ellis's face, thoughts churn behind his eyes, and you can almost feel the worry creeping in. Takaru gets dumped alone on the back of the wagon while everyone else rides off ahead. The rest of the crew keeps marching up the caravan, Ellis included, towering over everyone as they push forward. Takaru sits alone, eyes locked on the road ahead, and for the first time, a fierce new purpose burns in his chest. Just as he's minding his own business, a voice yells from the next wagon and his whole attention snaps over. Two knockout female adventurers, one rocking cat-like ears, sink into their seats and just watch him, like they're waiting for the next move. Leaning in with a warm grin, one asks him if this is his very first time in the capital. Takaru's cheeks go red, he stammers, all flustered and shy, and blurts out that yes, it is. The cat-eared woman launches over the edge, snapping, that her razor-sharp ears just expose his secret. He swears he's no hero, but she just laughs off his modesty with a smile. She slips closer, glides a hand over his shoulder, and whispers that every other worlder out there is a hero because they've got cheat powers. Overwhelmed, he blurts out that the woman who already walked out is the real otherworlder. On the wagon, a young traveler gets trapped in the corner and blurts out that he's totally new to this world. The red-haired woman beside him lets out a shaky, faintly disappointed sigh at the news. He swallows hard, wishing he could turn into the hero she clearly wants him to be. They spill the truth. Turns out they invited him to team up and join their adventuring party. The traveler's cheeks redden as he blurts out an apology for missing his shot. As their wagon rolls on, she can't help but stare with envy and mutter about how lucky he is. An idyllic fantasy unfolds as his traveler is completely adored by his stunning companions. The fantasy snaps apart and out stumble a battered traveler in chains, staring down the predatory captors closing in. In a shadowy workshop, water drips down like a warning, hitting the floor with every ominous drop. Two women slipped into a filthy room, packed to the brim with grim tools. The red-haired woman clocks it instantly. Something about their captive feels wrong, and she can't ignore it. A hulking brute shoves her away and growls that they're captive and fresh, then claims he's got plenty of uses for her. He orders her to get her head checked while he snatches up the traveler's belongings. The cat-eared woman spins around and storms out of the workshop as the door groans open. The captive's terrified eyes stare out from the dark shadows of his cell, like he knows doom is creeping closer. He stammers in pure confusion, fear choking his words as he can't make sense of what's happening. The brutish man growls as he mutters, "Get the captive ready," like he's bracing for the high elf boss to show up any second. With a grim stare, he starts the job by grabbing a severed arm and leg. Pale, severed hands flash on his screen in brutal, bone-chilling detail. Caged in his cell, the traveler shakes with terror as he stares, wondering whose limbs those brutal pieces even belong to. His eyes flare wide as that question slams into his horrified thoughts, echoing louder than his fear. He locks onto the brutal scene and pure disbelief twists his face into a frozen mask. His eye mirrors pure horror, and tears spill as a silent scream swells until it feels like it'll break him. The man grinds that massive saw to a razor edge, and the metallic shriek hangs in the air like it's already cutting through screams. A shadowy, hair-draped figure slips into the doorway, then the man jerks in shock. He stammers to his boss, practically begging, "I just need to finish this job." A mysterious boss slips into the room without a sound, and the air instantly turns terrifying. A ghostly, pale hand with razor-thin fingers creeps out from the curtain of dark hair. The boss slams a black box onto the table and declares, loud and clear, that they're taking over the procedure. A creepy plain black box sits on the wooden table, daring everyone to come closer. The subordinate blurts out that the captive could slam into death on purpose like a reset button that wipes time clean. The boss's hair like tendrils ripple as it weighs the new information. With the severed arm in hand, the boss strokes it slowly and thinks it's about time it got a fresh replacement. Bound and gagged, the traveler thrashes in pure panic, begging for help with no one to hear. A pale, stretched-out hand shoots from the shadows and clamps onto the traveler's arm. A monstrous boss towers over him and demands, "So did you actually enjoy your time in this world?" A gut-punching memory hits him, being adored by stunning women, and then it vanishes in a flash. The boss tears into the women, demanding why they wear provocative armor, then turns around and loudly praises his own brutal deeds. With tears streaming down his face, the traveler practically screams that his motives weren't greed or some hunger for gold. The boss lays it out plain: the otherworlders don't just get magic, they get insane, one-of-a-kind powers all their own. It's a total throwback to humans, those go-getters who thrive in packs, stacking wins together like teamwork is their superpower. These revelations don't just impress, they rip away every non-human like him, leaving no one behind. The traveler only managed a choked, muffled gasp of pure horror at this shocking revelation. It taunts him, asking if he truly thinks he's a pioneer here, ready to conquer the whole world. The boss keeps pushing, demanding to know if he truly sees the natives as savages who need enlightenment. With a device strapped to his head, the boss leans in and promises he'll finally uncover the truth. Its real form finally tears through reality, a biomechanical nightmare wrapped around a multi-eyed brain. It thanks God and swears that not one scrap of the traveler will be wasted. The traveler's silent screams for help echo in the empty void, unheard by everyone. His desperate plea for his mother cut through the crushing darkness. With no other option left, he hurls one last desperate prayer up to God, begging for help. The story snaps to a brand new crew of adventurers standing right in front of a colossal city gate. A blonde woman strides in and blares, "We're here," to her companions. She towers at the edge of the royal capital, facing Van Diemen's massive wooden gates like they're daring her to step through. The camera yanks back and there she is, standing on a hill, staring down over the whole city like it's hers to conquer. Her two companions, a dark-haired girl and the girl riding in the cab, watch her, locked in shock. The blonde woman bursts out, "We finally reached the very heart of the kingdom." The city's centerpiece rips open its disguise. It's a colossal crash-landed starship. A jaw-dropping skyline stretches out, and right at the heart of it all sits an ancient, ruined vessel the city grew around. A dark-haired girl freezes in awe, staring at the colossal structure like it might be the answer to everything. Her blonde companion leans in and asks, "Is this your first time seeing a real big city?" She leans in and asks, "So, is this your first time seeing a city with a castle?" The dark-haired girl squints at the towering structure and can't shake the feeling it might not be a real castle at all. She's startled when her companion's laughter bursts out. The blonde girl and the girl in the cap totally bait her, laughing as she cluelessly stumbles through everything. They grin and boldly say they're going to have to teach her everything because she's about to learn it all. Blushing hard, the dark-haired girl snaps her throat clear and blurts her words. She bristled and insisted that in her world, they had castles like that everywhere. Her blonde companion's eyes go wide. He can't believe she just said that. The girl in the cap leans in and tells them, wide-eyed and fearless, about those ancient sky-sailing starships. That blonde companion can't stop wondering if she's really from some even more advanced otherworld. The dark-haired girl lowers her eyes and quietly spills an apology for her lie. She admits she was only trying to save her pride, right before that giant city wall crushed the moment. The camera locks onto the gritty brickwork of the city's fortifications, every hard detail screaming, "Stay out." A massive arched gateway looms ahead, and it swings the door wide into the capital. Wagons rumble in, and travelers swarm together right before the massive stone walls and towering sentry towers. A fresh crew of adventurers storms up to the loud, crowded entrance. A girl in a school uniform flicks her gaze around and spots the long, dragging line of people waiting. She spots certain groups getting marched straight through a secret gate, like someone's keeping the real story out of sight. Carla lays it out, clear. The church's heavy grip turns every day into non-stop crackdowns, strict inspections, and blatant discrimination against demi-humans. She shoots Ellis a shaky, pleading look, begging him, please don't start a scene. Ellis shoots her a glare, furious, and demands she's the one who knows exactly how to deal with this. Panic slams into her as she finally clocks how brutal discrimination can be. Right away, a city guard slams into their path and blocks the way cold, refusing to let anyone into the giant. Hinako stays cool and fires back at the guard, saying, "I was told we'd be let in." The guard sneers that, sure, otherworlders slip through, but monsters, those don't get a pass. With pure contempt, he snarls that they'll never allow that kind of filth anywhere near the capital. Carla and Ellis tremble with terror as the guard's hostile words hit them like a punch. Hinako's face tightens, her quiet rage turns sharp as she hammers the word filth again and again. Ellis shoots in fast, trying to calm everything down, and swears she doesn't care about the insult at all. Hinako erupts in anger and swears she won't let that insult slide. More guards rush in, pointing at the group and screaming. They're defying their authority. Hinako's eyes burn with ice locked on the target, shaking with the promise of a fight. Rage flashed across the guard's face, but behind it burned cold, grim resolve. Ellis shoots a shaky grin, silently praying the tension doesn't explode. A tiny cat-eared girl darts between the two groups and barks at the guards to stand down. She locks eyes with the guards, voice sharp with command, demanding to know if they even realize who she is. Rage blazing, the guards slam their fists down and demand, "Who does she think she is ordering us?" Calm as anything, the cat-eared girl raises a shiny circular crest like it's her weapon. A dazzling crest bird and hawk blazing together radiates pure, unstoppable authority. Two city guards freeze in absolute shock when they spot a crest, then one of them snaps. That's Margrave Bernardoni's seal. A cat-eared girl calmly grips the crest and declares, "Those women you insulted, they're my friends." Blonde elf-eared Ellis and dark-haired Hinako lock eyes on the tense scene, faces set in grim, unblinking focus. Still, they don't buy it. Those guards press her hard, grilling the seal's authenticity and demanding she explain why she's tied to someone this powerful. The cat-eared girl's eyes sharpen. She'd offered them a real chance to fix what they broke, but they flat-out refused to listen. Her cold mood flips into a bright, cheerful smile, and she pitches a fresh post for them right on the front lines. The guards stare in dawning horror, and the terrifying meaning of her words hits them like a punch. Her gaze sharpens as she smirks and says, "Bernardoni's always needed dutiful men like the two of them." Frozen in terror, the guards just stand there, watching as she sweetly asks for their names. A voice with no body at all calls out from the shadows, begging for her forgiveness and addressing her with all the respect in the world, "Milady." Once the fight finally calms down, the whole crew, yes, even Giantess Ellis, charges into the capital and hits those loud, crowded streets. Cat-eared Carla finally exhales in relief because the crushing tension around the gate is gone for good. Ellis watches in silence, her thoughts impossible to read as she and the others stride through the city. Hinako shoots her companion a worried look and whispers Carla's name under her breath. Carla instantly looks flustered when her friends suddenly zero in on her. Hinako finally admits she had zero clue Carla was sitting in such a prestigious spot. She tells them how she knows Uncle Bernardoni, then admits there's a monstrous presence lurking behind her, watching from the shadows. A chilling memory slams into her mind the instant she remembers the day she finally set off on her journey. She still remembers the Margrave handing over his crest, risking everything, just to keep her safe while she traveled. Carla chuckles it away, but deep down, she's guessing the pricey crest is exactly what those slavers wanted when they snatched her. Ellis warns everyone about the deadly risk of a noble's daughter wandering alone right out of the demon borderlands. Ellis stares at Carla, curiosity sparking as he tries to crack the mystery of this brand new friend. Carla's face tightens at all the praise, and they swallow hard, feeling every eye on them like a spotlight. Ellis can't stop praising Carla for how she manages to survive completely on her own in a place this dangerous. Carla stands pressed against the wall, her foot nervously scraping the cobblestones like she can't sit still. She stumbles over a loose stone and it clatters down as she awkwardly crashes to the ground. Hinako shoots Ellis a calm, firm look, whispers for him to keep quiet, and smooths the whole mess over with total poise. Ellis stares on, a bead of sweat rolling down her face as her friends play out before her. Hinako shoots Carla an apology, then insists straight from the heart that it's them who should be thanking her. Carla Fluster waves off the apology and tells them, flat out, there's nothing to worry about. She snaps to her feet, eyes locking onto something just out of frame. Cracked, lopsided cobblestones ring around her, like the city's age is literally breaking under her feet. She swings the conversation back, telling them she's okay, and pulls their focus to what really matters. Staring into the pitch-black alley, she whispers to her monstrous crew, demanding they stay buried out of sight. The monstrous, shadowy shapes scatter and dive deeper into the alley's blackness. Peeking into the alley, you see a writhing storm of monstrous mouths and crawling dark tendrils. The crew bursts into a sprawling, packed city square, and there, looming over everything, sits a smashed starship like a nightmare. Hinako can't believe her eyes as the streets explode with people everywhere. Ellis leans in and says there's only one force big enough to even compete with the capital's massive scale, the Northern Empire. Carla spots the bright festive banners and tells everyone it can only mean one thing. The eclipse festival is here. Hinako can't believe it. Solar eclipses exist in this world too. Hooked by the mouth-watering smell, Hinako and Alice stare as the vendor slices into a gigantic roast right in front of them. That bright-eyed vendor snaps into action and expertly carves sizzling chunks off the massive haunch right in front of you. The vendor bursts into laughter, teasing her. So you're really going to finish that whole roast by yourself? Hinako makes it clear Carla and Ellis are coming with her. The vendor's cheerful grin dies out in an instant and his face suddenly goes icy, completely blank. He taps the wooden sign outside his stall, then jabs a finger at the rules like, "Read it. This is how we do things here." A battered sign sat there with crude doodles, 1 dog and 2 demi-humans, each one viciously crossed out. His voice freezes as he lays down his rule he won't serve dogs or deal in demise. Blissfully clueless about the insult, Ellis gets swept into the festival chaos, pointing at every wild sight like he's living a dream. She rockets through the packed streets, snatches up food on the run, and stops every few seconds to gawk in pure awe at everything around her. She gobbles down a sweet treat with pure joy, her massive figure looming over every other festival goer. A man hurls a bucket of water at her, and Hinako darts aside with a sharp sidestep. No way is she getting hit. Ellis leans down toward Carla, her face blazing with playful, unstoppable energy. Breathing hard, Carla begs Big Sis Ellis to calm down her bubbling excitement in the packed capital. Carla spots a huge crowd and practically lunges into the moment, urging everyone to hit up the auction. The street heading to the auction is packed with buzzing market stalls and curious crowds, all leaning in like something big is about to happen. They spot a black school uniform and matching cap sitting front and center on a clothing stall, practically screaming, "This is it!" Hinako spots the familiar uniform and freezes, her mind racing. Why is it here? Carla's smile drops to stone when she finally understands what that uniform really means. The kid they're hunting, Takaru, was rocking the exact same clothes. The group snaps to it with a jolt. This is the exact spot they swore they'd meet him. He had no reason to worry if they couldn't spot him in his old look. His new, distinctive outfit would make sure they would miss him. Carla's eyes widen with worry as the weight of the situation finally hits her. The crew spots a sweet high balcony spot and stares down at the huge packed central square below. Ellis leans over the edge, smiling like he owns the moment, and drinks in the chaotic auction scene far below. She's glowing with excitement. Come on, let's watch from here, where nobody gets curious and we don't attract unwanted attention. Down below, the crowd swirls and chatters, and everyone can't stop talking about how insane the foot traffic is. The common folks light up with pure joy, grinning like the festival's about to change their lives. Men roar with cheers, clink drinks in the air, and soak up every wild, celebratory moment like it's the best night of their lives. The wealthy merchants and nobles settle into the best seats in the house, right up front to watch the main event. Carlos suspects they're hawking rare weapons, while Hinako grins and says the whole spectacle is what really hooks you. He drags out the tension on purpose, promising that the last item will be the best, the most extraordinary thing of all. The crowd leans in, buzzing with excitement, because this can't-miss item is about to drop straight into every adventurer's legend. He swears it's the real deal, a bona fide rare gem, the kind of legendary treasure people only talk about. With a dramatic flourish, he snatches the cloth away from the last mysterious item. Perched on the pedestal is a plain, no-nonsense black box with a handle sitting right on top. The gigantic crowd erupts in cheers, buzzing with raw excitement as everyone waits for the big reveal. The auctioneer slams the gavel and kicks off the bidding with a wild 1,000 gold pieces. Ellis's eyes flare wide with dawning horror as the full implication finally clicks in. Hinako demanded clarification, completely missing just how bad the situation really was. Nathaniel finally spills the terrifying truth. Those save points are made by grinding up otherworlders. Ellis is hit with pure, visceral shock, eyes wide, heart pounding because he can't wrap his mind around how brutally grotesque this reality is. A tight close-up catches his dark, stunned eye only to show a horror lurking somewhere just out of frame. A clear memory crashes in this bright, smiling kid in a cap and school uniform. The vision snaps away, and all that's left is the boy's uniform empty, folded, and hauntingly still. An auctioneer leans in and explains the save point's secret. It's powered by pulling out the death reset sheet. A hooded girl screams in terror, demanding to know if they really got that specific boy's cheat ability. A pained look flashes across the man's eye as he finally pinpoints the boy's exact location. With grim finality, he declares that the boy is now trapped inside the black box. The hooded girl's face snaps into raw, speechless shock as this grotesque revelation hits. The explanation keeps going. Now he's only a brain inside a heart, sealed in place and kept ticking alive by a spell. A companion breaks the silence and drops the real nightmare. He's not dead, he's being dragged into life against his will. She calls out the brutal irony. His cheating dodges death only to doom him anyway. The hooded girl swallows hard as his brutal death reset curse finally crashes into her, heavy and unstoppable. A jumbled sketch spills out the boy's endless, silent agony like his scream got trapped on the page forever. On stage, the auctioneer roars out a jaw-dropping 50,000 gold pieces. He proudly declares the save point is sold off to an adventure, and the crowd erupts into cheers. Then the auctioneer grins and keeps tossing more otherworldly specimens to the crowd. The hooded girl stares in horror, completely disgusted by the grotesque spectacle. He rolls out a terrifying wall of severed heads, selling them like affordable handmade accessories. A girl in a school uniform shakes with fear, whispering, "How can society look past this atrocity?" Her companion leans in and tells her, "This is a lawful kingdom. Human rights get protected here." But she makes it crystal clear this protection won't touch demi-humans or any otherworlders. These beings get labeled inferior by everyone else, straight up treated like they're not even the same species, with zero rights to their name. This whole dehumanizing machine is officially backed blessed by the church, written into God's law, and enforced by men. The girl in that uniform, her friend calls her Ellis, steps in, ready to take action. Big Sis grabs her arm, pleading for her to stop because pure panic is blazing across her face. She warns that if they start causing a scene, the whole kingdom will brand them enemies overnight. But Big Sis clenches her resolve and decides no matter what to rescue Takeru, the boy they're about to call their little brother. Ellis sobs, forcing her face to accept the brutal truth: he has no body. She explains that he's basically been stripped of every sense. His eyes go blind, his ears fall silent, and even his skin loses feeling. With a choking sob, she laments that they can't even end his suffering. Big Sis grief clenches her resolve like steel, tears streaming off her chin as her determination finally hardens. One more companion shoots up with a desperate plea. Ellis has to talk her stubborn Big Sis down before she bulldozes forward. But Ellis tilts her face up to Big Sis, and you can tell this is her choice, fully sealed. Big Sis snarls that she'd gladly wipe out every single last perpetrator. Ellis is left reeling, stunned by just how ferocious her sister's declaration is. She nods and declares that anyone who commits it or even lets it happen is nothing but a fiend. Ellis promises she'll unleash her true power the second Big Sis gives the signal. Big Sis gets ready to strike, and as she lifts her hand, a tiny bell goes tink. Ellis swallows hard, and her face tightens into tear-soaked panic and pure readiness. A tiny bell swings through the air and flashes bright as it catches the light, like it's daring you to look closer. In the crush of the crowd, a boy turns to his father and asks, "Was the festival actually fun?" Big Sis and Ellis stare at the oblivious townsfolk, and their faces harden with dread. The father leans in and promises his son anything he wants, even though the whole auction leaves a sour taste in his mouth. Another family opens up about their money troubles, and the wife admits they can't even afford the basics anymore. The royal knight dad cracks open his secret stash and flashes a few save coins like their treasure. He tells them he's been hustling for the festival, skipping lunch to save up every last coin. His wife rages that a royal knight is left to starve while nobles and merchants feast and thrive. He gives a sad little smile and admits, yeah, he's just one ordinary knight in a whole endless stack of them. His young son gazes up at him with pure pride, and it hits him hard. He's holding the kingdom together. The knight coos softly, ruffling his son's hair and sealing in his promise protect people, no matter what. From far away, the two sisters quietly soak in this soft, everyday scene. Big Sis blinks like this raw, ordinary kindness is shaking her resolve to the core. Ellis sniffles hard, wipes the tear from her eye, and can't hold it together as what she's seen hits her like a punch. The two stood side by side, their small silhouettes swallowed by a roaring crowd that never noticed them. Big Sis' gaze locks onto the scene like a spotlight, and her expression stays totally unreadable. Ellis whips around to her and demands, "Are you okay?" Takeru's grin suddenly blasts through Big Sis' memories. She realizes the boy hasn't just survived this new world, he's actually found hope in it. She admits she can't wrap her head around being reborn, but she's sure of one thing: he truly believed his potential could bloom right here. Moved, Ellis sniffles and mutters that no matter the world, kids are still kids, just like the next crop of aspiring heroes. She lays down a bold philosophical take, basically saying a true villain is almost never that simple. She argues that day after day, society's rules slowly grind people down until their defenses crack. She can't help but wonder, maybe in this world, the Demon Lord isn't pure evil after all. Ellis and her companions huddle together, their colossal bodies looming over the crowd like living giants. Big Sis shuts that idea down fast, swearing that for them, there's a villain and she knows exactly who it is. Her face tightens as she boldly says she already knows exactly who their enemy is. She jolts to a stop when her companion slams into her, and shock flashes across her face. Her companion snapped, "What's wrong?" stunned by how suddenly she went completely still. Both of them lock eyes with the front, and their faces match pure disbelief, staring back in sync. The crowd splits wide, and a brand new figure strides straight toward them. A blazing close-up locks in on the woman's intense laser-focused eye as she comes barreling closer. Big Sis freezes, her eyes widen, and shock and recognition hit her all at once. The woman in that eye-catching white and black outfit strides forward with unstoppable purpose. Her face finally comes into view, and a serious, no-nonsense determination hardens across her expression. Ellis whispers, "Sis," and her eyes go wide like she can't believe what she just heard. Her companion leans in and whispers, "Sis," confirming he's clocked the recognition too. Big Sis gapes, and pure shock flashes across her face like it just hit her. Another companion with antlers watches her closely, her face set in stone. His first companion's face twists into pure confusion, then hard concern crashes in. The newcomer, this towering giantess, stands over them as her companions shout, "Hinako." She stands at the heart of the town square like a storm you can't explain, mysterious, unstoppable, and impossible to ignore. Whisper's sister when she spoke, her voice carried a tangled past. Hinako, the newcomer, shot a look back, her face unreadable like she was hiding something. Ellis points her out and calls her Big Sis, Junko Hidaka. A hooded companion stands by, and the worry on her face screams louder than any words. The antlered girl wears a look so grim and serious it feels like the whole world just got heavy. The first companion's mouth is locked into a hard, tense line. Big Sis gasps, eyes blazing wide, and she barely whispers Hinako's name. Hinako and Junko stride toward each other, closing the distance fast. Junko leans in and hisses, "Sis," and her voice fades off, heavy with what she can't bring herself to say. Hinako swallowed hard, and hot tears surged up in her eyes. Junko's hand shoots out, trembling like it can barely hold itself together. A huge full-page panel captures Hinako pulling Junko into a tight hug, her face pressed deep into her sister's shoulder. The companions lock eyes during the reunion, and every face flickers with mixed feelings. Then Ellis's concern hits first. The hooded girl stares in shock, worry clawing at her chest. The antlered girl stares ahead with a grave, razor-sharp focus, like she's piecing together every move as it unfolds. With her eyes shut tight in pure agony, Hinako finally blurts out that she needs to apologize. She breaks down into Junko's shoulder, tears carving her face into a pure mask of sorrow. Junko finally parts her lips, and in a voice as soft as a whisper, she says Hinako's name. A ring glints as her hand gently settles on the back of Hinako's head. A young woman with reddish-brown hair clings to her, voice trembling as she blurts out the real truth. She's terrified she'll end up hated. Her ringed hand settles softly on her crying friend's head, like a promise to hold her together. In that snowy flashback, the dark-haired woman's eyes burn with grief as she spirals into thoughts of her sister. The memory flashes to a cheerful, reddish-haired girl grinning as she tells her dark-haired friend, "Happy birthday." They're shoulder to shoulder in the school hallway, one grinning like nothing can touch them, the other lost in deep, pensive thoughts. On a stage under the bright spotlight, two girls step up to battle it out in a student council election right in front of the entire student body. That fiery red-haired girl stands tall and proudly flaunts a sash that declares her the brand new student council president. A campaign poster drops the bombshell that Yonko Hideka was nominated for the spot by Hinako Kyugoku. At the lectern, Hinako launches into her speech while Junko stands right beside her, backing her up every step of the way. Outside the grand school gates, snow keeps falling and the two are locked in a fierce embrace that won't let go. Junko chokes back tears as she whispers happy birthday to her dear friend, her face breaking with unbearable sorrow. They're clasped in a tight, desperate hug, an emotional goodbye the two girls share, like they know they might never see each other again. Hinako breaks down into sobs against Junko's shoulder, her face stamped with heartbreak and raw pain. In a hush-hush bedroom moment, a vulnerable Junko bares her heart and confesses she wants to become a truly good person. Half buried under her covers, Hinako stares at the ceiling, eyes wide because she can't figure out why her friend just blurted out that sudden wish. Junko stares out the window, openly admitting she knows every crack in her own soul. She blurts out that she feels sleazy and disgusting, like this is exactly how everyone already sees her. Even while she can't stand the idea, she clenches her teeth and swears she'll become a better person. She wants people to actually like her, then respect her, praise her, and put her on a pedestal. She finally spills the truth. She can't bear the thought of becoming just like her mother. She spun toward Hinako and demanded a solemn, life-changing promise. No jokes, no backing out. Junko tells Hinako that if she ever makes it, she'll be the one to step up and praise her. In this wildly fantastical twist, Aoikin Junko can barely muster her voice as she weakly calls out for her sister. Hinako's hand settles on Junko's head, like she's giving comfort and silently worrying at the same time. Her face turns stone cold and unreadable the second someone calls her Big Sis. A brutal, antlered sorceress looms in the shadows behind their tense standoff. The sorceress stares on with a cold, sharp expression, like she's ready to judge your every move. One single blazing stare crashes onto the screen, and you can practically feel the unspoken emotion punching through the silence. Hinako clenches her fist, frozen as she watches two girls pressed together in an intimate embrace. A cold, silent train station sits wide open as bright, ghostly light floods the whole place. Two girls in long, dark school uniforms stand on opposite sides of the platform, both waiting like the moment is about to explode. A blonde girl and a red-haired girl wave at the new kid and they call him Kyugoku-san. Munakata-san glances back at them, and you can practically feel her nerves hanging in the air. Shiori, the blonde girl, grins and waves her reddish-haired friend in close like she's calling for the best part. Munakata-san stammers through her words, panic flooding her face as she tries to talk to them. The red-haired girl spills her sister's wild claim saying that the school club was secretly all about adult matchmaking. She's hit with a crushing wave of distress at the revelation, while Munakata-san stands there, watching her from the doorway. A flashback cuts in young schoolgirls laughing and mingling with older men who have no faces at all. Shuri grabs her friend's hands and reassures her, swearing that none of them caused this mess. She calls their academy a cozy greenhouse so suffocating, everyone dreams of bursting out and running free. Shuri spills that compensated dating salons are basically a thrilling new temptation, and people can't resist. She's convinced it was them, the very ones who finally turned their backs on God. Munakata-san is crying hard as she swears she had absolutely no idea any of those organized activities were going on. Shiori finally exhales, thinking Kyukoku-san's sister must have got a heart under all that coldness. The station suddenly erupts with the roar of an oncoming train, and the air turns razor-thin with tension. Shiori snaps at Kyugoku-san to back off, then spins around with a chilling grin. Munakata-san rockets forward, screaming a desperate warning straight at Kyugoku-san. Shiori pulled her friend into a tight embrace and whispered, "No matter what, hell can't split us apart." A streak of motion flashes. Kyugoku-san gets hurled straight toward the tracks. The train slams into her with brutal impact, the collision exploding on screen with raw, violent force. Munakata-san's eyes go wide with raw, unfiltered terror as she processes everything she just witnessed. Everything snaps to total darkness, sealing the end because that deadly hit just landed for good. An official announcement, just dropped train service, has been shut down after a nasty accident. Kyugoku-san lies wrecked on the tracks, barely holding on her life, slipping away fast. Munakata-san freezes in horror, staring at his dying friend like he can't breathe. A razor-close shot freezes the last fading seconds bouncing in Kyugoku-san's eyes. That same horror hits like a nightmare when it stares back at you in the reflection inside Munakata-san's own eye. A witness stares at the brutal aftermath and rips into the timing of the accident like it was the worst possible moment. Panting, he spots the victim's uniform and the other guy instantly gasps, then points out the severed arm. The witness's eyes blow wide with pure shock as they finally see the full nightmare of the carnage. Another voice cuts through ahead, and their words spill out pure panic, stunned disbelief, and straight-up horror. Someone screams, "He's down," and frantically yells for help like they can't believe what they're seeing. Right now, Hunko shoots them a cold look and demands to know if they can finally quit playing house. She yanks herself free of Hinako's arms, cutting off their quick reunion for good. Hinako's simple ring slips from her hand, and her arm drops to her side like all the fight just vanished. She drops her gaze, face sealed shut, while Junko rips herself free. Hunko glances back at her sister, her own face set in a sad, unbreakable resolve. A blonde girl with braids grips her worry as she watches the tense exchange unfold. A spiky-haired girl watches too, and she can feel the whole mood snap into something new. A towering, elf-like woman fixes her cold, serious stare on the two sisters. Hinako takes a trembling deep breath and steels herself for what's about to hit. A chilling calm floods her face as a serene smile blooms, then she swears she'll kill Junko. Hunko, tears blazing down her face, repeats the exact same deadly vow to her sister. The braided blonde girl just stares eyes wide in pure shock as everything suddenly flips. The spiky-haired girl is just as stunned by the venom they both throw at each other. The Yonko locks eyes with Hinako and spots a fresh injury on her arm. She keeps insisting that Hinako has to hate her for what went down. Hinako snaps back that it should be her, she'll be the one who kills Junko. Hunko finally admits the accident crushed her, and she even says she thinks she deserves to be killed. Hinako's face twists with pain, but somehow she understands like it hurts to know. Hunko finally admits the truth. She lashed out in her grief and confusion, saying things she never meant. Hinako's mind keeps screaming those terrifying words back to her, "I'll kill you." She knows exactly what it's like to spit out cruel words you never meant. Cheer shining in her smile, Wendy beams and proudly introduces her dark-haired little sister, Hinako. The blonde, elf-like girl blurts out, "Am I really meant to play the big sister?" Wendy's face twitches with pure annoyance the second the interruption hits. Hinako just stares on with a stone-calm face, completely unbothered by the whole argument. Hunko, the red-haired girl, cuts in and urges them to meet up and talk over at the nearby cafe. In a roaring city square, a tall blonde warrior strides off with razor-sharp purpose. A tiny black cat lets out a sharp meow as it pads right by a red-haired girl. Ellis, the red-haired girl, watches everything unfold with sharp, curious eyes. In the square, A woman leans in and tells them she's carved out brand new little sisters in this world. Hinako introduces the people who matter most: Yunko Hideka, her older sister, and Ellis, her little sister. She also brings up Wendy, then shoots Junko a warning look, asking her not to take it the wrong way. The blonde warrior nervously calls Hinako Big Sis, like he's scared of the words coming out. Hinako spins toward her and shoots. What did you want to say? The warrior snaps her mind shut, brushing the thought off like it's nothing worth worrying about. Ellis eyes the blonde warrior, and right away, he senses something is seriously wrong. She fretted and peppered her companion with one question. Did Hinako forgive the warrior yet? Her companion shrugs and admits she has no clue, then says their conversation still feels completely normal. A young woman with reddish-brown hair nods and agrees, yet panic flashes all over her face as worry tightens her expression. Giantess Alice blurts out, voice trembling, asking if her big sister still has feelings for someone. Carla, a tall blonde warrior, strides with laser focus through a loud, bustling city street. From down low, a tiny black cat lets out a loud meow at Ellis, the red-haired target of its attention. Ellis cranes her gaze downward, and a wave of mild confusion flickers across her face at the cat that's suddenly there. Suddenly, a cold shiver slithers down her spine as the cat rumbles like it's warning her of something dark. The black cat keeps moving, and that eerie low rumble grows louder and tighter around it. With dread creeping in, Ellis's eyes pop wide as she realizes she's living the same moment again, like it's déjà vu. She bursts out in frantic shouts, warning her crew and yelling Ellis's name like it's their last chance. Blonde Carla hears the words déjà vu, and her smile drops serious knowing clicks into place instantly. A short-haired girl, also named Carla, stares in disbelief as she finally realizes a time leaper is in the mix. To prove she's not crazy, Ellis grabs her friends and starts blurting out a weird, totally nonsensical chant. Carla, blonde and shaking, snaps into panic at the horrifying words about freshly flayed infant hide. Hinako listens, face locked in solemn tension as the strange recitation keeps going. The two Carlas exchange a razor-sharp stare, one grinning through the tension, the other snapping her tongue with frustration. Ellis keeps firing off her litany of horrors, and she drags the blue light from Los Alamos right into the nightmare. Turning away, she spits out even more nightmarish words about ships vanishing over and over until you can't look anywhere but that endless stare. She rips through her desperate recitation, jaw tight, eyes burning like she's fighting through pure pain and urgency. Short-haired Carla snaps a warning to her companions, Ellis and Hinako, telling them to be painfully, obsessively careful. With icy certainty, she snaps that their opponent has rewound time at least 3 times. Carla, the blonde, gasped in full shock at how dead on this deduction was. Wendy, the girl with antlers, breaks into laughter and admits they got caught almost immediately. Junko, the woman with glasses, leans in and fires a question at Ellis, the red-haired girl asking if her cheat can truly reset death. Hunko swats the whole coincidence idea aside and insists there's only one other explanation. Short-haired Carla stormed up to Ellis and snapped that she'd bought the save point at the auction. Blonde Carla goes completely speechless as this brutal revelation lands. Carla and Wendy, short-haired and ready, stare as the truth hits because their ruse is finally busted. Hunko's eyes sharpen as she devours the new intel, and you can practically see her plan snap into place. A quick glimpse shows Ellis hauling that black save point box right on his back. Hinako's face slips into shadow, and her expression turns grim, impossible to read. Short-haired Carla smirks, daring them to make their next move now that they finally know. Hunko calls it out. Ellis keeps resetting again and again, and every time he does, the fight he's stuck in slips farther out of reach. Ellis tells her crew that their opponents are crystal clear now. Hinako leans in and whispers, "Big sis," her face twisted with worry for her friend. Ellis flinches, looks away, and shoots out a pained apology like it's the only thing he can do. Junko taunts Ellis for talking nonstop, smirking. "So you really want to keep this going?" Hunko points straight at Ellis and drops the truth. She knows her secret, and Ellis is a demon. Blonde Carla's face went pale when that shocking accusation hit, and pure horror swallowed her. Red-haired Alice freezes in terror, her face drained of color and slick with sweat. Hunko keeps laying into Ellis, ripping off the truth and exposing how he's been hiding man-eaters all over the city. The blonde Carla gulps hard, her stomach twisting at the words, "monstrous man-eaters." Junko leans in and fires a question at the group. "You ever seen what's hiding under Ellis's hat?" She rips the truth wide open. Those dreadful horns are real, and she swears they're the unmistakable mark of a demon. With panic burning in his eyes, Ellis scrambles to dodge the blame and blurts that their real mission is to kidnap Hinako. Flustered, blonde Carla snaps back on the spot, violently denying the accusation. Red-haired Alice clenched her teeth in sheer frustration, and her desperate play collapsed right in front of her. Junko cuts him off, saying the only thing that counts right now is what Ellis really is. With a crushing sigh, Hinako calls it quits on this exhausting game of deception. Ellis and the blonde Carla stare at her, completely thrown off by that sudden shift. Short-haired Carla just stares at Hinako with a calm, deadpan expression. Ellis stares with a face full of worried confusion, totally at a loss for what's happening. Hinako snaps at blonde Carla, calls her sister, and orders her to hand back their little brother. Ellis is totally thrown off. She blurts out, "Wait, what are you talking about, Hinako?" Hinako says they've had this exact same talk over and over again and again. Ellis stammers shot back, insisting she was done pretending. Hinako nods right away, telling him it's time to cut through the mess and make things easier for everyone. With a sharp turn, she confesses the truth no matter what, she can't forgive them. She locks eyes with Ellis and tells him straight up, no matter which path they take, the ending is identical. With a trembling heart and iron resolve, Hinako swears she'll come for her sister again no matter the cost. She admits it all started with a promise once she swore she'd keep. Ellis lets out a heavy sigh, like the pain inside her has already claimed her, and she's just done fighting it. Two rival crews lock eyes across a mile-wide, ghost-quiet street, and the tension snaps like a live wire. Ellis snaps that Hinako is always weirdly lightning fast to make this call. She clenches her fist and grinds her teeth, furious because the conflict is coming no matter what. With a grimace of pure agony, she glares at Hinako and snaps, "You're such a pain in the ass!" Hinako thanks her, points out every little fault, then still overflowing with love, calls her sister. Wendy, the girl with antlers, grins like she's about to have the best day ever as she raises her weapon. She couldn't contain her excitement and asked, "So does this finally mean we can start fighting now?" With a calm, knowing stare, Hinako shuts the idea down without hesitation. She snaps, "Wendy," and tells her to stop the attack. Wendy stares at her, a huge question mark forming in her head as she can't stop wondering why. Carla, the blonde, ignites her transformation and balloons into an enormous giant as she rockets into the air. She slams her colossal foot into the ground and the cobblestones explode into shards. The hit detonates like a thunderclap, blasting shockwaves through the air and hurling debris everywhere. Her face hardens into pure focus as she slams down her devastating blow. Civilians scream bloody murder and scatter in every direction, vanishing into the chaos like it's on fire. Carla, short hair blazing, screams instructions to Ellis because every second depends on Hineko's safety. She slams her declaration to take down Kunko Hidaka and charges straight into the chaos. Her eyes burn with wild fury, and she charges ahead like a storm to strike. Carla, the giant, towers over Ellis and barks a warning, "Don't you dare kill your opponent." She decides to bail on the rematch, leaving her foe barely hanging on because one more reset could spell disaster. Soaring over the city rooftop, she dives in, locking onto her target. Red-haired Ellis stands there, eyes wide in pure shock, watching the attack unfold. Hinako and Alice lock eyes, terror exploding in their faces as a brand new threat drops down from the sky. Hinako's face twists into grim shock the moment the newcomer steps in. A brand new colossal monster drops from the sky, its shadowy body plummeting like a living nightmare. It slams into the city square, and its massive size makes the nearby buildings look tiny. Giant Carla gets totally blindsided the moment she sees that sudden appearance. The monster smashes Carla to the ground, and she can't help but sob over the avatar she loved more than anything. A black tendril from Hinako's body lunges in and slurps up the remains of the defeated avatar. The rest of the group is left completely stunned by Hinako's terrifying power. Red-haired Ellis clocks it instantly. Carla's blonde smile was never the real her, just a puppet body for a higher race. Wendy nods and explains it straight. There's a main body right at the center of it. Wendy snaps out a maniacal cackle, and right then, she kicks off her terrifying, grotesque transformation. Her body explodes into a spinning storm of thick black fluid. Carla's blonde avatar freezes in stunned silence as the transformation keeps surging forward. Ellis and Hinako both felt it. This new form isn't just growing, it's about to explode into something way bigger. A voice rings out, saying the days of pretending are finally running out. The moment the transformation finishes, a massive, steel-plated monstrosity fully reveals itself in the wrecked city. Carla finally steps out, tattoos blazing, and her glowing hand flares as she braces to unleash the fight. A hulking armored beast, all razor-sharp and tall, snaps into the spotlight and roars its terrifying presence into the air. We see a young woman's face, and one side is wrecked with a horrifying scar, twisting like a storm across her skin. Her adversary, a girl with fiery red hair, gives a smug smirk, practically buzzing with excitement. A colossal fortress plummets from the sky and smashes straight through the walls, turning a once proud city into total wreckage. From the ruins, a gigantic, flesh-like giant with antlers claws its way up, towering, rising, and radiating pure menace. Alice, the elf-like warrior, slumps in the wreckage with a death-grit stare, determination burning in her eyes. A tight close-up catches her worn-out, unbreakable stare, sweat pouring down her face as she refuses to give up. Two girls stand frozen, staring up in stunned silence, one with reddish hair, the other with dark locks like they just saw something impossible. The red-haired girl stares ahead, asking what fresh nightmare just crawled into their world. The armored monster towers through the smoke, its body crackling with raw, unstoppable power. A brand new titan giant sized and terrifying looms over Ellis and her little crew, like they're nothing. The armored monster whirls around and blasts a bold, face-to-face challenge at the giant just arriving. Rubble rains down as Ellis bellows an order straight to a girl named Carla. Carla and Wendy snap to the truth. This is way more than trouble. They're in real, deadly danger right now. Ellis leans in and tells Carla, "Mess with Big Sis and you'll be next." Wendy panics and begs Ellis there's no way she can take on this brand new creature. The armored monster erupts into wild, maniacal laughter, soaking up every last bit of the chaos like it's a feast. Wendy starts grilling the armored monster, demanding answers for why it keeps repeating the same actions. She leans in and asks, like it's crazy, has it already had to reset time a few times for real? The monster mocks the Titan as a total joke, and Wendy smirks, smugly pointing out the save point. Wendy snaps at the monster, reminding it that it already called the other giant a Titan. The armored monster grinds to a halt and snarls, demanding to know exactly what she means. Wendy grabs a horrified Alice by the shoulders and tells her this is the absolute worst matchup imaginable. She drops the bombshell. The creature isn't a beast at all, it's a magic weapon forged to hunt down and kill Ellis. Turns out, its true designation is Unleashed, an anti-Titan decisive battle bioweapon called Wendigo. Ellis can't help but wonder, could the Wendigo be a weapon or is it truly alive? Wendy digs through her things, gearing up to lay out what happens next. She carves out a grotesque artifact and spits that the time to strike is like a man-eater once it bites. You don't get to choose. Ellis stares on, her face twisted in raw shock and total confusion. Carla, Wendy's companion, shot her a sharp, questioning look like she was trying to figure everything out. The Wendigo cackles like a nightmare while Ellis scrambles to make sense of the word Titan. Wendy calls it a fateful turning point, and you can practically feel her excitement crackling in the air. She tells you how she once got trapped on guard duty for a holy sword. Now, by clinging to Big Sis's lead, she finally gets her chance to go toe-to-toe with the Titan. The window snaps with glowing, narrowing eyes like it's about to unleash everything it's got. Wendy blurts out that dreams really do come true, and joy lights up her face like a flash of pure happiness. Ellis spots terrified civilians bolting for their lives, and her once unbreakable resolve suddenly starts to fracture. Her eyes sharpen like daggers as she steps in to stop the chaos. She blurts out a desperate warning, terrified of the huge collateral damage that's about to hit. The Wendigo snaps back, insisting it was Ellis who kicked off the whole destruction. Black tendrils snap through the air, whipping Alice across the city rooftops like she weighs nothing. Her flight path slams down so hard that it blasts a shower of debris into the sky. As Ellis streaks through the air, she finally admits the creature isn't wrong about the chaos it's causing. She admits she never ever thought it would balloon into something that massive. The Wendigo's chest armor clicks open, humming with a wild, uncanny power. A blinding flash erupts, and with it, its power smashes into the world. The creature's body seems to throb with this brand new surge of power. Ellis stares at her own hands, and pure shock hits her like a wave. She can barely believe what she's seeing. Fear hits her like a punch as she realizes her magic has stopped working. Wendy, completely unshaken, tells everyone that the Wendigo can shut down magic. This power slams the brakes on every monoflow in the area, wiping out magic the moment it hits. Ellis's jaw drops as the Wendigo lashes out, whipping tendrils straight at him. She can only stammer her disbelief, crashing down as she's suddenly powerless. One of the black tendrils snaps through the air at mind-blowing speed. She gets yanked away, screaming at Wendy that she should have warned her way sooner. The Wendigo hurls her with terrifying force into the side of a massive building, smashing her brutal into the stone. Wendy keeps muttering under her breath that Ellis is going to kill her for this later. She whips around to her companions, ready to break away and move on from the battlefield. Hinako watches the whole scene in silence, her face ice cold and impossible to read. Carla's eyes narrow as she watches the chaos unfold. Wendy whips around with a slash smirk, then points them toward the nearest spot to grab tea. Smoke coils up from the rooftops of the battered city in the distance, like the whole place is still burning. Ellis kicks herself up from the rubble and blasts out a summoned salamander and gnome. Two torrents of thick, pitch-black shadow explode from her hands like a living nightmare. The raging streams crash into the Wendigo, driving it back one brutal step. The creature cackles to itself, swatting the attack away like it's pathetic and totally worthless. It bragged that even the old models would have been totally helpless against her. Ellis clenched her teeth, and her tendrils snapped and whipped through the air like angry lightning. Cracked spiderweb across her arm's surface, and a blinding light erupts from inside. She steps up and declares she's the newest, deadliest, most cutting-edge magical weapon on the block. A pitch-black nightmare bursts out, snapping into a brutal cage made of massive, thorny tendrils. She grins and declares she's successfully sealed away the Titan's powers for good. The Wendigo is trapped smothered completely inside a prison of pure shadow. A goofy little cartoon face suddenly pops up on his body, and it whines that its own lines are lame. Steam bursts up from a fresh impact crater, rising through the ruins of the city. The Wendigo screams that an attack is useless right as it gets struck. A storm of projectiles rips straight through the shadowy cage from the outside. The Wendigo gets shredded as those shafts slam into its body with bone-crushing force. He stares down, completely baffled, at the weapons lodged in his chest. Ellis can't help but wonder out loud, does he somehow have a weapon like those arrows? Ellis gets exposed as the attacker, then he raises a massive bow like a weapon made to end everything. She fires again right into the Wendigo's head and a fresh burst of blood spurts from the impact. Her attack explodes out of nowhere and the blade rips clean through the monster's head. She realizes that even magic she doesn't unleash outward still hits the field and works. Now that she finally gets it, her resolve snaps into place for the next phase. She snaps her spell, Gnome answers, and her weapon bursts into a brand new form with a sharp pop. A colossal, shovel-like blade snaps into her hands with a brutal metallic clang. She unleashes a relentless storm of fast, crushing blows, hammering her opponent without mercy. Caught off guard, the creature yelps in sudden pain, shock hitting like a punch. Rage ripped through its black tendrils as they snapped out, slamming the surrounding cityscape to ruin. As Ellis rockets upward, it jerks its head, baring teeth, snarling that she's caught and can't escape. Its face twists into a mask of pure malice as it lunges and snaps the trap shut. A savage black tendril lashes out and smacks her dead center in the chest. Dark energy crashes down like a concussive blast, swallowing her whole. That devastating hit lands and her mind goes blank mid-thought. The creature erupts in a triumphant cackle, soaking up the moment it lands its perfect hit. It proves it's not just about messing with mana, it's got power way beyond that. Ellis goes wide-eyed as she realizes the rules just changed. Her opponent got upgraded and now he's a titan. Its armored carapace starts to split and crawl out of place with horrifying snaps. Its head injuries knit themselves shut with a nasty wet slurp. The monstrous titan growls out its second power, regeneration, as its mangled head wound knits itself shut. With a frustrated grunt, the blonde warrior clutches her weapon's hilt like her last hope. She clenches her teeth. This regeneration hits like a dead-on counter to every other worlder out there. A monstrous titan looms in front of her, and with a brand new blade, it offers one terrifying promise carving her flesh. Her ribbons snap and whip in the wind as she steels herself for the brutal assault closing in. The creature keeps striking, and its vicious voice swears it'll split her bones clean in two. A brutal blast rips across the city rooftops, screaming proof of the Titan's terrifying raw power. From the choking dust cloud, the Titan snaps its gaze onto the last move, wondering whether its opponent just hid behind a shield. Smug at her survival, the monster roars with laughter and admits she can pull that same trick too. It thuds hard on the roof, almost like it's mocking her as it lands like it's praising her trick with a sneer. A relentless monster corners its prey, taunting it with one question where the Titan went before it lunges in for the next brutal attack. Its tendrils slam through the rooftops, blasting onward with the chase like it's got one obsession to keep playing. Bruised and running on fumes, the warrior staggers forward, hissing a bitter pain gas as he whispers, "Shade." She slumps against a shattered wall, one hand clamped to her side, while thick smoke billows up from the wreckage. With another guttural cry of pain, she channels druid magic while her arm bleeds in torrents. The wound starts hissing and steaming as the flesh snaps back together in a flash. Her arm snapped back to full health in an instant, the regeneration finishing in the blink of an eye. Staring down the shattered city, she realizes her opponent is the toughest monster she's ever gone up against. Even against the odds, she digs in and refuses to lose because there's still a way to handle a foe that's way stronger than her. From a distance, a dark-haired young girl stares at the chaos unfolding in front of her, face set and eyes razor serious. Her red-haired companion stares at her, eyes full of worry. Another girl with those huge headphones stays locked on the action, and then her face snaps into a determined smile. The dark-haired girl tightens her fist, swearing she'll rush to help her big sis right now. The Titan keeps tearing through the city, smashing everything in its path and blasting a wake of destruction behind it. With icy resolve, she brushes off the city's casualties like they don't matter. She straight up declares that whatever happens to the people here is none of her business. A jolt of panic hits there he is, face to face with the villagers. She remembers some man jab his finger at a sign that screamed, "No demi-humans allowed." The old picture shows a smiling boy so different from the icy coldness she has now. Her companion shoots her a worried look, like something's about to go terribly wrong. The girl's face snaps into view, crowned with a terrifying grin full of jagged, wide teeth. A flashback hits this happy girl, laughs it off, and swears she's totally fine, as long as her big sister stays by her side. A grim look settles on her face as she thinks, "My big sis is all I'll ever need." Three girls perch high above the chaos and stare down as the battle rages in the distance. A memory snaps back just a plain little black box, the save point. Her eyes snap wide as she locks onto what's happening down below. Amid the shattered streets, a family is pinned under brutal, crushing rubble. A young boy strains with everything he's got, trying to wrestle a massive stone slab off his father. The boy clenches his resolve, straining with all he's got to save his dad, while his mother watches in terrified silence. The royal knight, locked in, tells his son straight to his face there's no point in running. His son snaps out in defiant refusal, crying like he'll never give in. The father begs his family to save themselves, grab the chance to flee and get out alive. The boy shoots back, yelling that as the son of night, he could never, ever bolt. A vivid memory hits him urging her to act, for the sake of her family. A voice from her past crashes into her head, demanding she grow stronger too. She remembers getting hauled in for daring to help one child instead of standing by while the villagers were left to die. Her voice booms in the room, pounding the truth into her being. The big sister means teaching her little sister how to live with zero shame. A sudden clunk snaps the boy out of his thoughts as something crashes down right beside him. The boy's eyes snap wide with pure confusion as someone suddenly steps in to stop it. A giant hand slammed into the falling debris and snatched it out of the air, saving the whole family from getting hurt. The mother clings to her son, while the father freezes, staring up at whatever he just saw in pure shock. He snaps into recognition, staring at them as disbelief hits, and he whispers, "Giant." With her towering giant form towering over them, the warrior roars at the family to run south now. She told them, "If you spot anyone else on your way, get this message to them. Don't waste a second." Still reeling in disbelief, the father can't stop wondering why this giant chose to help them. The giant warrior snaps her head around with a soft huff. She stands tall in the middle of the ruins, daring the chaos to come closer as she shields everyone in its path. Looking back, the giant warrior shoots her beloved big sis a heartfelt, quiet thank you. From a distance, her little sister watches everything and finally gets why her sister did what she did. The rescued mother clutches her son tightly, and the two of them stare in awe, gratitude blazing in their eyes. A soft, gentle smile blooms on the little sister's face as she's convinced her older sister is the one who truly deserves the thanks. The giant warrior bows low with pure respect to the whole family, then turns and strides out, like that's the final salute they'll never forget. The rescued family can only gawk in stunned silence as she vanishes into the distance. The colossal warrior rockets back into the chaos, flying over the wrecked city as he charges straight for the fight. She drops into a shattered town square and immediately spots a terrifying scene waiting for her. The Titan looms over the piled corpses of countless fallen giants. The moment she closes in, the monster whips around, pure shock flashes across its face. It taunts her like, "So you didn't run away, huh?" With a cruel grin, it clutches her two companions in its hand right now. It tightens his grip, crushing the two girls while they shriek for help. Blood blasts out of the monster's clenched fist like it can't hold back the violence. Dark liquid seeps and drips from its fingers, slow and sinister. The giant warrior clenches her teeth, raging in brutal silence. She fires back, demanding to know why it would pull something like that. After all, she's the one standing in its way. The Titan spills that someone trapped him in a wretched life, stripped of all purpose. The warrior's eyes squeeze shut in focus as she listens to its raw pain spill out like a confession. A memory snaps into focus, one hooded girl grinning like she knows your secrets. The Titan finally erupts into action, declaring it's free so it'll unleash its full power however it wants. It roars that its big sis showed it how to live free and fight smarter than ever. It roars that from this moment on, it'll swing its power only for its own good. The warrior calmly tells them, "I'm just like my big sis, she taught me everything I know." The Titan lets out a sharp scoff, demanding to know what in the world she could have possibly been taught. She coolly lays it all out, how to use a bow and shield, and how pride and manners should guide her. She says it loud and clear, she learned to wield her power for the people who needed her most. The Titan suddenly explodes into mocking, razor-sharp laughter that pierces the air. It shrugs off her ideals of pride and manners, calling them corny, old school, and totally out of date. The warrior's gaze stays locked on her, and her resolve never wavers. Her mind drifts to the people she'd burned the world down for. She can't stop thinking about that boy, someone who was meant to become their little brother. She can't forget her demon little sister always fretting, even for total strangers. Finally, a heavy sadness washes over her as she remembers her beloved big sis. She stands straight up and declares, loud and fearless, that giants are proud and absolutely righteous. She swears she'll throw her full weight in front of danger, using her massive body to guard the smaller ones who can't fight back. A flashback hits her big sister, pulls her into a tight hug, and that warmth fills her mind like a memory that won't let go. She swears right then and there to become just like her sister. The Titan cackles, mocking her for swearing she was protecting others when all she was ever made to do was tear them down. It spits with contempt and snaps that she's a Titan for daring to claim a noble purpose like that. The warrior snaps back with a thunderous roar, rejects every Titan and Gorm tag thrown at her, and steams up with one thing on her mind, declaring her real name. She stands tall and loudly declares her full name, L.S. Kugoku no Guba. Blade raised and ready to strike, she roars her claim, the Payless Giant. A fierce warrior named Ellis stands tall and proudly declares, I'm the little sister of a brave, faithful, proud giant. Between the city buildings, a colossal rock formation towers in the distance, screaming her overwhelming power. Eyes blazing and locked on the target, she starts a blazing incantation, summoning ruthless elemental spirits. Her eyes sharpen with pure intensity as she orders her powers to snap wide open to their full, unleashed state. Her body kicks into overdrive, she sucks in more oxygen, her heart starts pounding faster, and her muscles surge with fresh power. When the process finishes, a vicious hiss of steam erupts from her mouth because the power she's just unleashed is terrifyingly immense. Now transformed, she squares off against her armored enemy and chills hit when she realizes every magic she tries to unleash gets completely wiped out. She realizes Jen and Undine, the spirits, can't control her body temperature at all. Realizing this deadly weakness, she decides right then to end the fight fast before it can turn the tide. Her opponent snaps his head toward her, sensing that her power just surged massive, sudden, and impossible to ignore. Both fighters crane their heads upward as the sky darkens fast beneath a bizarre crescent moon. A solar eclipse is underway, and the sun has turned into a breathtaking glowing ring of fire. Ellis spots the celestial omen as her enemy snarls that the stage is finally perfectly set. With crackling energy in the air and shadows snapping across the walls, the armor giant roars that round 2 is officially starting. Then the tale softens, drifting into a calm memory in a peaceful, sunlit forest where every shadow feels warm. A younger Onisun in a school uniform gently taps Ellis's chest and guides her along with a steady, reassuring rhythm. A young Alice locks eyes forward and counts 1, 2, 3 again and again like she's drilling fate into her mind. She's been rehearsing a graceful, dance-like pose right there between the towering trees of the forest. Frustration tightens her face as she challenges her big sis's lesson, demanding to know what it's even for. Her sister calls it out, her posture is already starting to slump from all that brutal physical strain. Ellis lets out a sharp little grunt, like she just got hit mid-flip by her own brief slip in focus. She stands over her tiny sister and grumbles that this is human stuff that was never meant for her. She snaps that those fancy formal dances are strictly for the human elite. Giants don't belong anywhere near them. With a tear-stung, dazed stare, she demands to know why she's the one who has to learn it. Her big sis straight up admits it. She doesn't know this new world nearly as well as she thought she did. She tells him the world runs on a medieval European setup where humans are the top dogs. With a fierce, unshakable stare, she declares that manners are going to become Ellis's deadliest weapon. She leans in and tells her younger sister, loud and clear, that honoring the manners of every culture matters. And the lesson keeps going, driving home that every rule in every standard, custom, and event exists for a reason. Her sister explains crystal clear that manners can leap over birth, bloodline, and even the idea of who someone is. She says that if you stick to these customs, you can slide right into the seat at the same table as everyone else, no higher, no lower. Ellis leans in, eyes locked on her sister as she admits the lesson could feel pointless at first. With a face full of pain, Big Sis finally admits, "This is all I've got to offer." She blurts out an apology for failing as an older sister, and those eyes shine with a deep, quiet heartbreak. Ellis is left reeling by the apology, sputtering that her sister has totally missed the point of her frustration. Her sister's words hit her hard, and she snaps. "I know this can't be for nothing. It's gotta mean something." With fresh determination burning in her chest, she drops into a deep bow and pleads with her older sister to teach her everything she knows. Back in the present, a thunderous roar crashes through the capital city streets, shaking everything in its path. 2 civilians freeze in terror, swallowing hard as the chaos sounds sprint closer and closer. On the street, a bunch of people huddle together, staring up at the sky like, is the Demon Lord's army about to strike our city? One guy's already guessing the church's knights or the royal castle's guards are about to step in any minute. Another man nods and throws his trust on the capital's brutal defenses, fully believing they'll hold. Suddenly, they realize the battle's deafening roar is right on top of them. The air itself thrums as a monstrous dark mass dives down from above and engulfs them. Ellis slams down through the sky, landing a crushing strike on the armored giant while panicked civilians scatter in every direction. The townspeople, shaking with terror, let out panicked screams as the colossal battle explodes right in front of them. The armored giant staggers from the hit, then snaps at Ellis, "Don't you dare look down on him." A sudden whoosh of displaced air snaps across the scene as the giant unleashes a crushing, retaliatory sweep. With a hard, determined grunt, Ellis lifts her armored gauntlet and slams it up to block the incoming strike. Her face is set in stone with razor-focused determination, fighting to restrain a blow so powerful it could tear the air apart. She snaps into a sweeping counterattack, unleashing a brilliant burst of energy and momentum in one unstoppable wave. The punch lands with a thunderclap of impact, and her massive foe gets blasted through the air like a meteor. The armor giant gets blasted backward like a cannonball, smashing straight through the side of a towering building. The giant slams into the furnished room, and its body crushes every last bit of it into nothing. Inside the wreckage, a wooden cuckoo clock somehow still stands on a sliver of wall that didn't get destroyed. The clockwork hums as its hands march forward, gearing up to explode into the next hour's chime. With a tiny click, the little door on the clock swings open. Right as the wooden bird springs out and starts cuckooing, Ellis hurls his fist through the wall behind it. She drops into the wreckage and charges after her enemy nonstop, refusing to stop even for a heartbeat. The armor giant freezes in shock as Ellis expertly chains hard-hitting strikes with her shield, mixing defense and offense like a deadly dance. He decides to break away and create some distance, just so he can regroup after her brutal, fury-filled assault. Ellis's long, ribbon-like appendages snap out in a blur, crackling with raw energy as they slam across his escape route. She grips her weapon tight, knees set and body coiled, and she stares down his next move like she already sees it coming. Her staff starts to blaze with light as she gets ready to unleash another brutal earth-shattering attack. Cobblestones shatter and burst upward as she unleashes a colossal earthen golem from the ground. Terrified civilians huddled behind anything they could find, shielding themselves as her brutal spell rained down deadly debris. A horse-shaped golem surges to life, charging up to slam itself in the giant's escape route. The civilians freeze in total disbelief when they realize the rampaging giant just saved their lives. Ellis's eyes ignite with raw power as she summons the druid spirit by name. The giant suit perched above the city on the rooftop fires up a life sign scan, hunting for any pulse within the streets below. The scan lights up with stark white silhouettes of people packed shoulder to shoulder in the buildings below. A tight close-up of the scan shows a whole family huddled together, trembling in terror. Ellis blasts straight through the wall, her face set in focused, protective rage. She plants herself right in front of the family the giant just struck. Her opponent studies the way she fights, clocking exactly how she switches weapons like a deadly chess master. She snaps to it, regains her balance, and bolts for the buildings, using them as cover. She springs across the rooftops like a blur, landing with pure finesse while streaking forward at insane speed. The giant's stunned when she pulls off that unexpected, genius tactical move. She rockets through the sky like a ghost with nowhere to be, a streak of pure motion that vanishes before your eyes can catch it. The monster smashes through the roof right under her, slashing her escape route in one brutal burst. She touches down and skitters to a stop, because her enemy is suddenly right there, looming like a nightmare. The giant clamps onto her leg, and its face is frozen in pure shock at just how terrifyingly strong she is. With one brutal heave, she drives the massive beast straight into the ground below. The monster finally snaps to the truth. She's not just strong, she's been forged by battle, down to her bones. It pits her razor-precise finesse against the giant's chaotic, unpolished rampage. It lands the point hard. She fights like a real human, dangerous weapons, sharp brains, and all. A haunting memory snaps into focus, an empty, desolate battlefield strewn with the lifeless corpses of fallen monsters. A younger Ellis slumps, utterly spent by the flames, just as a towering, dwarf-like giant lumbers toward her. A shadowy winged wolf creature lurks in the background, silent as death, looming over the grim scene. Young Alice pants hard, tears and battle-scratched dirt smeared across her face as she fights for every breath. She lets out a sharp, pained groan, completely shattered by the non-stop brutality. The giant snaps at her, demanding she should be grateful the one who just died wasn't her real big sister. He tells them they're already in demon territory, and if they don't watch out, they'll keep pulling in even more monsters. He spits out, ice cold, that she still has 4 huge big sisters left to lose. He tells her, hold on, push through one more week, and whatever it takes, protect the next one too. A tiny wolf-like pup circles at her feet, sensing her crushing, bottomless despair. Ellis's younger self stares back, her face wearing hollow, silent exhaustion like a curse. The giant raises a tiny, squealing rat and kicks off his grim, brutal lesson. He clamps the trembling creature in his massive, gauntleted grip. He lifts the rat up to her face and tells her, look closer, really look. On a corpse-choked battlefield, a squat giant dwarf roars that his crushing strength is unbeatable. A young girl with long, pale hair listens to him, her face carved up by exhaustion. With the giant holding a tiny rat up to the light, he growls that the girl's sister is the same, snatched away in a flash anytime she spots injustice. Then he casually flicks the tiny rodent onto the wrecked ground like it's nothing. 3 dark wolves snap into place around the helpless rat in an instant, and just like that, his grim point is proven. The giant leans in and tells her, no matter how strong you are, you still can't save that rat. He labels the rat's toughest, most overbearing enemy as unfairness, a power so huge and vicious it feels like the world itself. With a grim look on his face, he tells her to brace herself because the rat's death is coming no matter what. The young girl stays totally silent, her hair covering her face as sweat pours off her chin. She drops to her knees before her master, demanding confirmation that every enemy is the rat except the rat. Dark, terrifying logic sparks in her eyes as she decides if she wipes out everything else, the rat will finally live. Her master reels in horror when he realizes she'd rather challenge the whole world than back down. A dark wolf creature snaps into a brutal, aggressive bark, and a chilling glint flashes in its eye. The giant steels himself and summons his monstrous moves as his wolf companions keep snarling and barking in a vicious roar. His eyes narrow in pure shock, and a cold bead of sweat forms as her brutal conclusion hits him. The young girl's eyes blaze with unbreakable, almost fanatical resolve. She plants her feet in front of that monstrous thing, chin up, swearing she'll strike back even if the whole world turns on them. In a different era, an old, battle-worn, retired warrior snarls off a young man who begs to learn the sword. The young man doesn't back down. He boldly offers to teach shield technique, then admits, with a grin, he's totally self-taught. An elf lines up her shot and wrecks the target with jaw-dropping archery, then shrugs like it's no big deal, telling everyone she's nothing special among her own kind. A hard-eyed man with a thick mustache cracks his knuckles and asks, straight up, how he can learn martial arts. A lone insect-like warrior, all shadow and menace, looms on a rocky outcrop, an icy silent threat that won't move. A thin, shadowy figure in a massive hat grips a crescent-bladed staff, and raw power practically bursts off them. The elf woman leans in and demands to know why the young man is desperate to master skills that feel like pure chores. He tells you humans pull these tricks out so they can take down monsters that are bigger, stronger, and way more dangerous than they are. Even with razor-sharp skills and the perfect numbers, he can't shake the thought that victory in these fights is still a long shot. He warns them that one terrifying day a ruthless enemy will come for everything, and they won't get a chance to prepare. With grim resolve blazing in his eyes, he explains that they had to learn how to fight them purely because they had no choice. The elf woman raises her bow, nods, saying her drive matches his perfectly. She boldly declares, I'm ready to learn the right manners for fighting anything bigger than me. In the thick of the fight, a warrior roars in pain as a nasty, sticky fluid bursts from his wound. Blonde warrior Ellis freezes in shock because her enemy just revealed an ability no one has seen before, and it goes way past simply absorbing mana. Steam hisses off her skin as she digs in and strains, fighting the pressure with every breath while sweat slams into her eyes. A memory of her big sis hits her hard. Manners aren't just rules, they're what let people from totally different worlds stand side by side as equals. The monstrous titan clacks and grinds, gears screaming as it announces it's about to unleash its third function. Ellis's eyes blow wide with pure panic as her opponent starts charging up for a devastating, world-crushing strike. With a wild cracked cackle, the titan shrieks that it's finally time for her to die. Ellis instantly clocks the combo of powers Druid, Gnome, and that brutal maximum hardening. The titan unleashes the Mana Terminator, one brutal beam of pure energy that just obliterates everything in its path. Ellis digs in, bracing for the hit as her shield snaps into a writhing wall of thorny vines. The titan's jaw drops in total shock, stammering like it can't believe its ultimate attack got stopped cold. It's basically asking how Ellis pulls off this insane trick somehow, bending her cloak like gear, like it's alive. The creature snarls, demanding to know how she guessed its third function when she didn't even know the first two. Her sister's lesson still hits like a drumbeat. Be ready, be respectful, and read your partner's world with empathy before it's too late. Ellis boasts that she's battled every monster imaginable her whole life, dragons, giant catfish, you name it. You see a tiny bud-shaped piece from the Titan's flower-themed armor system, and there it is, another section of that intricate, living-looking armor, catching the light and making it feel even more real. She blurts out her one survival rule, and it's simple. She never ignores anything that screams wrong or stands out. Ellis grimly stares at the Titan's defeated form and flat out says, "This is bad news." Elsewhere, a girl realizes with a gut-drop certainty that even with a body built to take down Titans, she's still about to lose. Her face twists into sudden horror, eyes wide with total, baffled confusion. She can't shake the thought if even her powerful big sis couldn't take down this warrior, then who can? Panic crashes over her as she starts thinking, what do I do if nobody can stop me now? Blonde warrior Ellis snaps her weapon into position, panic and fury pounding in her head as she imagines what happens if the world turns her into its enemy again. Her spear-like weapon snaps with a sharp click and locks in tight, primed for a devastating hit. She shuts down her opponent's talk of freedom and sly schemes, then boldly pushes her own values pride first, manners always. With a wild grimace, she snaps, "How in the world do you think you can win looking that wilted?" She slams her weapon forward, and a blinding burst of energy detonates at the exact point of impact. Her knuckles turn bone white as she roars that her opponent's form is totally falling apart. Her punch hits with brutal force, and the monstrous thing gets blasted backward through the air like it can't survive the impact. A peaceful memory flashes her older sister showering younger Ellis with praise for her beautiful, perfectly proper posture. Young Alice, cheeks burning with sweet admiration, shyly asks if her form looks just like that. Her sister flashes a soft smile like she's sealing the truth and tells her her posture really is stunning. Right now, Ellis looms over a beaten titan in the shattered streets of a ruined city. The titan staggers, pinned down, trying with all their might to trigger a regeneration spell. Panting and drooling, Ellis grits her teeth and unleashes her druid power, maxing it out like she's willing to burn herself up for it. The titan's spell erupts, then it gets violently cut off, and shock crashes through it in an instant. Ellis violently slams a wooden staff into the titan's mouth, choking her mid-roar. She tells them the staff is top-tier gear, built to master mono-regulation like it's its one true job. The crew slams their staff into the titan's mouth, wood lashing out like tendrils, then she screams, writhing in pure pain. Ellis stares him down with pure cold resolve and snaps, "Take that." The staff swells into a giant twisted tree, Irminsul, and it sinks into the titan's flesh, trapping it inside. Inside the tree, the titan's regeneration attempt gets cut off at the source, and it fails hard. Ellis tells her the tree's roots have sunk so deep inside her that she can't move a single inch. She spins away and declares she's going to storm in and rescue her big sis. The trapped titan begs her to hold on, swearing their battle still isn't finished. Ellis shuts her ears to their pleas, shoulders sagging with pure exhaustion as she storms away. She lets out a tired, heavy sigh, because that brutal fight drained her to the bone. The titan returns, looks even more human now, and then offers a perfectly polite, formal apology. She waves off the dance invitation with effortless grace, claiming she's got other pressing business to handle. Ellis takes the refusal in stride, wears a calm smile, and quietly asks to be invited again down the road. The titan drops a blunt truth: she's got other business to handle right now. The tree's roots erupt again, clamping down around her throat as she gasps, curses snapping out in shock. She rips through the air, screaming Ellis's name in pure fury, calling her a bitch for the deception. Roots cinch tighter around her, and she tears through the air, screaming her opponent's name with pure, raging fury. Ellis can't forget the moment they taught her the right manners for accepting an invitation. With a tired little smile, she can't help but wonder if that was the right way to refuse him. In another city, the wind howls through a cozy square tucked right under a snowy mountain range. Hinako, Yunko, and their third companion stare as Ellis strides in right alongside this huge man. Hinako's face turns stone serious and unreadable as she stares down the newcomers. Junko's older sister watches, eyes widening surprise mixing with real concern. A third companion, an adorable curly-haired girl, flashes a sly smirk, practically trembling with excitement for the confrontation. Her face eases, she shuts her eyes, and makes the choice she's starting now. Junko clenches her nerves and swallows hard, because she can feel the long-awaited talk closing in. She flashes a grin and points toward the nearby outdoor cafe, telling them to grab a seat and talk it out. Her companion goes wide-eyed when she throws out such a casual, everyday suggestion. Junko jogged her memory and reminded her she'd brought up that cafe earlier. Still halfway through her sandwich, she snaps to Hinako to sit down and assures her the food is totally worth it. Hinako calmly shuts her sister down, calling out her vulgar mouth. Junko smiles and tells her not to worry, those old cafe occupants are never coming back. At an outdoor cafe, a girl leaned in and said, "My sister usually tries to end me on the spot." Annoyed to the core, Hinako springs out of her chair the moment her younger sister snaps at her in pure exasperation. The older sister shoots Hinako a calm, steady gesture, telling her right now to sit back down at the table despite all that agitation. Head bowed, Hinako drifts into memory, replaying exactly how her sister liked her tea 3 sugars every single time. Her sister, with a calm little nod, quietly seals the memory as she keeps stirring her own cup. Hinako leans in and asks if her sister's grabbing milk too, and suddenly the whole conversation turns weirdly domestic. A third companion stares in total shock, basically asking, how are these two actually getting along? With a sip of her tea, the older sisters tell them both, breathe calm down for a minute. She then digs straight into the root of their fight, flat out saying there's no reason to keep killing each other anymore. Her eyes snap straight to the black box Hinako's clutching. She instantly recognizes it as the save point. Hinako's face tightens as she snaps. This box isn't empty, it holds a human being I have to protect. Her sister's face twitches with irritation at that smug little claim of moral superiority. Rifling through her own bag, she grabs a new weapon ready to whip up the same kind of thing back at them. With a hard clunk, she drops her own black box onto the table straight up defiance. Hinako just stares on calm, unimpressed, like this shocking reveal doesn't even faze her. The older sister grudgingly admits Hinako's right, but she shoots down any idea that it can still be fixed now. She insists she had zero clue what was inside that box until Hinako's crew filled her in earlier. Her finger skims over the box while she talks totally clueless that it's hiding something far darker than she realizes. Hinako snaps back that she has to get the truth right now after seeing that terrifying auction with her own eyes. Thumping the table, her sister snaps that she's not like those people, and she refuses to mess anything up. She flaunts her power, stacks her wealth like trophies, and struts around with the kind of status that screams, "I'm untouchable," as an adventurer. A quick flashback hits wealthy-looking men crowd her, fawning hard like they've been waiting forever to get close. She keeps saying those low lives out there might stare down at them, but she isn't backing down. The memory flashes back to two men from the past smirking with greedy hunger and looking down like they owned the world. With a confident smirk, she declares that if you play your cards right, there's nothing you can't pull off. Leaning back, she can't help wondering, can using the rights she's been given really be a crime? Hinako's face wears a mask of ruthless fury, and her gaze cuts like steel cold, sharp, and totally merciless. Her older sister confidence wobbles for a heartbeat. Uncertainty flashes in her eyes like a storm cloud. Hinako twists the blame right back on someone else, firing a sharp question. Was it really the high elf who built that box, the real culprit? She blasts her accusation past one person and lights up the whole rotten world and the sick society it's built on. The older sister smirks and calls out Hinako's hypocrisy. She wants to kill Asterisk just because Asterisk has been using it. A heavy, aching sadness wells up behind Hinako's eyes the moment she starts talking. She tells her sister, "I swear you haven't changed a bit," but the words come out with sharp disappointment dripping off every syllable. Her older sister snaps her eyes away, refusing to face that blazing stare. Hinako snaps that she's always relied on excuses even back in their past life. She insists her sister always plays the blame game and dodges responsibility, steering the gaze away from her own mess. Looking up, the older sister calmly declares that it's totally fine to sacrifice others just to dodge your own flaws. Hinako's face tightens as she snaps that nobody should ever do that again. The older sister snaps at Hinako, calling her judgment wicked, just to dodge the darkness she won't face inside herself. She swears Hinako will stay exactly like this, no matter how high she climbs. Hinako keeps pointing the finger at everyone else, and over her lifetime, her own malice just keeps swelling. Her sister flat out declares that no matter where she's born or what she wears, she'll always be treated like trash. Tears shimmer in Hinako's eyes as she finally admits she truly was okay with taking the insults herself. But her eyes turn ice cold with a fresh resolve, and suddenly her focus snaps to a whole new reason. She snaps that if her sister is going to hurt innocent people, she'll have to stop her no matter what it costs. Her sister's face twists into a furious mask, grilling Hinako about what she'll do next after she stopped her. With a brutal clatter, she yanks her chair back and her rage erupts. With a sudden, brutal snatch, she yanks Hinako's head in place and barks, demanding to know exactly what she's going to do. A third girl jerks back in fear, and the older sister lashes out viciously, telling her to shut it and stay out of their conversation. She dares Hinako to put her hands on the box, straight up asking if it even looks like a person to her. Hinako's forehead beads with sweat, her face twisting in pure anguish as her sister taunts her for snatching the box away. Hinako's sister sneers, asking if she'll chat with it every night, then brushes it off as totally pointless. She shoots out a sarcastic suggestion, have Hinako whisper those hollow reassurances into the box, just so she can trick herself into feeling better. With a wild grin, she demands to know if this hollow act of compassion is going to satisfy her. She viciously praises Hinako, sneering that she's a tragic heroine for choosing mercy towards some poor little boy. Her hand cups Hinako's face softly, but the way she does it screams threat. Hinako watches, heart aching, as her sister's mind gets torn apart by a brutal psychological torment. Leaning in, like she's about to shatter her world, her sister drops a brutal question: would Hinako actually kill her, just so she can feel good? Her eyes slice narrower as she demands to know who's really been forcing her to look away from the truth. She twists the whole situation into a terrifying choice. Decide what you'll do with the boy trapped inside the box. Will Hinako use him to feed her righteous ego, or will she let him fulfill the purpose he was born for? She insists her pragmatic approach is the only thing that actually makes sense. Then she traps Hinako in a brutal moral dilemma. A flicker, maybe a memory, maybe pure regret slashes across the older sister's face. That black box sits on the table like a loaded gun, the very reason their fight won't stop, while she battles panic inside her head. Tears smear her face as she admits it. He's still human, right down to the bones. Hinako's face tightens. Her resolve hardens as she stares down her sister's pain. The older sister kicks off her counterattack and snaps that Hinako is the one who hasn't changed at all. A quick flashback hits, she snaps, shoves someone aside, and spits that Hinako's just acting like the perfect goody two-shoes. She rips into Hinako's moral pedestal, daring her to admit that weighing the pros and cons might not be wrong at all. She claims that in the end, Hinako isn't just deciding, she's picking her choices based on who she can benefit from. The dark-haired girl stares at her, totally baffled, and blurts out, "What do you mean?" Her sister shoots forward and her face snaps into a terrifying, wide-toothed grin as she calls out the exact target. A dark, menacing silhouette of Hinako cuts into view as her sister points to their little sister, calling out that giant monster. She claims Hinako picked Ellis because she's strong, exactly the kind of survival muscle you want on your side. Otherwise, she throws out taunts Hinako would never dare call something like that, her little sister. Her companion finally cracks, bursting into a shout that Big Sis could never be that kind of person. Her older sister just gives her a quick, smug glance and a knowing smirk like, "Yeah, you're furious because I hit right where it mattered." The third girl clenches her teeth, seething with fury, and the clash between the sisters keeps raging on. Hinako pins her sister with a calm, deadly stare and demands, "Did you bring this up in front of Ellis?" Her sister freezes for a second because the giant isn't here right now. Hinako leans in and demands to know, did she really fling those same nasty words straight into Ellis's face? A sharp flicker of something darts across the older sister's face as she looks away like she can't deny it anymore, and maybe she just might be admitting it. She can't shake the feeling that Ellis broke down and got crushed by that accusation. She shrugs off their sisterhood vow like it's just a pretend game, one blast of truth and it shatters instantly. She can't help but imagine Alice absolutely loathed every word she said. There's a cold, cruel joy tucked right into her tone. A brutal flashback hits. Ellis looks wrecked and heartbroken, her eyes bulging with raw shock. The sister keeps going, convinced Ellis tried to dodge the accusation like it was nothing but a flat-out lie. But deep down, she just knows Ellis can't stop replaying those dark thoughts in his head. She's convinced that even a wound that small would be the spark that makes Ellis's feelings spill over completely. A flashback burst in her younger face appears, and the heartbreak in her eyes feels like one aching question. The scene snaps to a train station, and she asks her sister if they should pause their vow. Hinako's thoughts spiral into something haunting. Human connection is real, but it feels like it's hanging on by a single, trembling thread. She holds those priceless feelings close to her heart, where they stay untarnished and pure. But the instant those words spill into the air, corruption clings to them and poisons everything they touch. The moment the meaning shifts, everything instantly turns dirty, grimy, and polluted. Her fingers crush her scarf as she spirals over the thought of someone stomping on that girl's heart. When she pictures her sister's toothy grin, her face twists into a silent, furious snarl. A surge of pure internal rage detonates, and outside the cafe, reality starts to warp and twist out of shape. A spreading wave of black, corrupt energy surges outward, swallowing the city street in its path. Darkness crashes over the entire landscape as her last thought echoes her little sister's heart is already corrupted. 3 women halt in the middle of the street, and a tiny chime rings out right in front of them, pulling their attention instantly. The sun drops out of nowhere, and a flawless solar eclipse snaps over the city like a blackout of the sky. A woman in a giant hat stares up at the sky, her fear creeping in as she spots the ominous celestial event. She and the red-haired woman both feel it hit, dread creeping in like the first warning before disaster. A blonde knight flashes pure confusion as something suddenly appears that feels totally unnatural and out of place. 4 women stood there, utterly dwarfed as the eclipse's bizarre, crushing presence swallowed the sky. A wild, abstract swirl crashes across the screen, screaming the cosmic terror of that exact moment. The red-haired woman's face turns into pure fear, and a cold shiver races through her like it means disaster. In a blink, the dark-haired woman clamps a knife to her own throat. The cold blade clamps hard against the red-haired woman's neck. The blonde knight dives in and blocks his blade with her own chin right in the line of fire. The attacker's eyes shot wide with shock when the whole attack got yanked to a sudden stop. The blonde knight grimaces hard, the impact of the intercepted blow stinging like fire. The dark-haired woman drops in with deadly grace because for now, her strike hits the brakes and the attack is stopped. The red-haired woman studies the attack in real time and instantly calls it for what it is, a clever defensive cheat. She sneers at a pure lady's honor and strikes with a sneak attack. She points at her attacker and accuses them of hitting a reset on their conversation just to get the upper hand. The dark-haired woman slams the truth down hard. Nothing you've done can ever be wiped clean, like it never happened. She declares that every choice she ever made is tied directly to who her sister became. The red-haired woman lets out a sharp scoff, daring. Who on earth can even prove what really happened? Her sister shoots back hard, raising one determined finger straight at the sky. She declares, loud and fearless, that God has witnessed every single thing her sister has done. The red-haired woman's face contorts the second someone brings up God, and pure disgust flashes across her expression. She blows off religion as a terrifying belief that snaps people's eyes shut. The dark-haired woman flat out says she doesn't swear allegiance to any one faith. Her hand jewelry, and that tiny bell chiming with every movement, clamps down hard on her weapon. With icy contempt, she declares she already knows exactly how people without dogma treat everyone. Her sister snaps back that they measure worth in profit, cold numbers, and raw talent. The dark-haired woman hammers her for choosing a road with zero virtue. The blonde knight tightens her grip and reaches for her weapon as battle closes in. With a razor-sharp catch, she clamps her hand around the hilt of her holy sword. The massive ornate blade rips free from its sheath, unleashing a tidal wave of raw, unstoppable power. The dark-haired woman's smile fades into steel as she braces herself to unleash a fight. The red-haired woman's eyes lock on with grim, resigned strength. She turns to her sister and calls her the real enemy right down to the end. Two sisters square up in the street this time. Their fated showdown finally kicks off. The dark-haired woman locks her gaze on her enemy sharp, unblinking, and dead set on winning. Rage burned across the red-haired woman's face, but her resolve didn't blink. She stares into the night and realizes her sister's cheat isn't for offense. It's a shield meant to protect. A girl in a witch's hat panics and screams a desperate warning to her knight. She panics, screaming that if someone kills her, it'll smash the timeline back to the very beginning square one. The dark-haired woman shoots an apology his way, admitting she totally lost herself in the moment. The girl in the hat clamps down on the idea they've got to settle this without spilling her blood. The red-haired woman declares that she finally cracked her opponent's trick. She names it absolute territory, and once it's active, every attack gets instantly wiped out. Armed with this info, she grins and boldly insists the rest is going to be a total walk in the park. A little glowing fairy flutters in out of nowhere and lands softly on her sister's face. The sister stares at the ethereal being, and surprise flickers across her face. A monstrous, gaping maw suddenly bursts up from the ground, and it makes her jump out of pure shock. The red-haired woman smirks and says those monster man-eaters listen to her. A grim little smirk spreads across her face as her plan finally kicks into motion. She spills the truth. Magical fairies have already burst loose all across the area. That witch-headed girl leans in and tells her fairies can see the future foresight is their gift. She unveils a brand new trick for them, and this time, it's built to smash back at people who bend time. Fairies are described as fifth-dimensional beings, slipping free from the usual flow of time like it doesn't even apply to them. Their flight rips open a temporal tornado, and suddenly, random, wild events start crashing in totally unpredictable. A diagram lays it all out, showing exactly how this stops a time looper from falling back on one predictable route. Those fairy wings act like living chaff, wiping the advantage away and leveling the battlefield. The girl in the hat slaps an unforgettable name on this unstoppable power, the fairy effect. She proudly declares that right here, right now, they finally crushed one of her sister's cheats. The red-haired woman locks eyes with ice-cold focus, grim determination burning behind her stare. Her sister watches with tight, nervous unease, unsure what's coming next. The group huddles up and debates the biggest crack in Otherworlders right down to the fatal flaw. They're still fully human, locked to their bodies, just like always. The witch-hatted girl clocks it instantly poison is the deadliest way to fight. Her eyes sharpen as she spills the next most common tactic, like she's letting a secret slip. The blonde knight is standing dead center, with monstrous man-eaters closing in from every side. She hacks a desperate trail through the writhing horde, fighting for every single step. A monster lunges at her, and the impact yanks a sharp pain grunt straight out of her as she gets driven backward. A rampaging horde of monstrous mouths surges toward her, closing the distance and ready to crush her under their fury. She clocks the enemy's plan in seconds, smother them with sheer numbers until they can't breathe. She remembers the harsh playbook for dealing with Otherworlders, just brutal attrition. Her face twists into a raging shout that screams nothing but fearless defiance. She shrieks a challenge to the man-eaters, those devourers of Otherworlders. Every single creature collapses inward at once. Then the whole mass detonates in a thunderous, deafening blast. The blonde knight just stands there, frozen in total stunned disbelief, staring at the wreckage like he can't believe what he's seeing. The dark-haired woman stares at the chaos, eyes wide with shock like she can't believe what she's seeing. Only a smoldering, cage-like ruin is left of the monster horde. A fresh figure bursts out of an alley, gripping a gigantic cross-shaped sword like it's meant for war. The newcomer tosses out her arrogance like it's nothing, saying she's got way better things to do. She smirks and declares she won't even bother using her time reversal power on some small fry. The blonde knight can't stop wondering, did he just tap into the legendary Holy Sword's power? The newcomer shrugs off her weapon like it's just a handy little tool and nothing worth taking seriously. She flips the switch and reveals her very first cheat, a defensive power named Absolute Territory. The dark-haired woman leaned in and said it was an extra gifted by someone who'd refused to use their own cheat. The blonde knight's blood runs cold when she realizes this power was never meant for her. It was meant for her big sis. The dark-haired woman wore a stone-cold serious look, like every thought was grinding behind her eyes. A shocking vision flashes. She stands face to face with a towering, godlike monster. The newcomer jabs a finger at her puffy sleeve and announces, "This is my second sheet." She slips her hand onto the sleeve that's twitching, bracing herself to move. The air tears open as an impossibly fast, brutal slash rips through everything. The girl in the hat is frozen in place, and you can still see the attack's energy sizzling in the air. The dark-haired woman gets slammed backward, the slash's brutal force ripping her off her feet. The girl with the hat stares at her own arm, totally baffled, like she can't believe what she's seeing. That brutal attack tore through her massive puffy sleeve and cleanly cut it off. The severed sleeve drops to the floor, split cleanly into 2 bloody pieces. The powerful blow sends those 2 girls tumbling across the street like ragdolls. Tiny bodies get flung across an almost empty city street, like the world suddenly turns into a battlefield. The girl in the hat shrieks in pure agony. Her arm is now a bleeding, ruined stump. The dark-haired woman winces hard, and a sharp, gut-punchy sting of sympathy shoots through her. Hinako, all dressed in her school uniform, strides up and shouts for her friend, Carla. A colossal blade whips through the air, an impossibly fast slash that slices clean through a puffy sleeve like it was nothing. The impact from that attack hurls Hinako and Carla crashing to the ground, both tumbling hard. The armored woman who attacked them leans in and growls that her blade strokes can cut through absolutely anything. Carla sprawls on the cobblestones, her arms torn away, screaming in agony so brutal it feels unbearable to hear. The armored woman towers over her 2 fallen foes, radiating pure, unstoppable dominance. She smirks like she owns the moment and calmly declares, "The fight's over." Her eyes blaze with contempt as she swats Carla away, calling her nothing but a pitiful demon. She draws in a breath, then snaps her fingers with a chilling menace ready to land the final blow. Right then, Hinako bursts forward at blinding speed, cutting in to shield her friend before anything could happen. She yanks the wounded Carla out of the way just as the unseen attack comes crashing in. The armored woman's eyes widen as 2 daggers get flung away right out of the air. A colossal explosion detonates right in front of them, blasting the street into total chaos. 2 daggers collide midair, clanging like metal thunder as they drop through the choking smoke. Pinned in the shockwave, the armored woman snarls as that reckless point-blank blast detonates in her face. She shuts down the idea of a smart play on the spot, labeling Hinako reckless and downright clueless. On that ruined street, Carla spits curses at Hinako, blaming her for the dangerous move that saved her life. Hinako races to her injured big sister while their terrifying opponent stands there, looming like he's enjoying every second. The armored woman taunts Hinako, mocking her like, "So what are you going to do with those borrowed seconds?" Hinako shoots past the taunt, then clink she uncorks a tiny ornate bottle with pure determination. Their opponent instantly spots the bottle's contents and realizes it's Soma, the liquor of the gods. She remembers that this deadly drug can completely restore the user's stats and crank them up even higher. She grimly clocks the awful success rate, and the agonizing pain it brings is just too much to bear. She taunts Hinako and drags up that old memory how she drank it, then watch herself self-destruct. Even if it works, she scoffs because it'll only make Hinako a tiny bit better. The armored woman smirks and mocks him, like, "So what good is your power going to do against mine?" Hinako tilts her gaze upward, vulnerability shaking her voice as she calls her opponent's sister, and the kindness in her eyes hits her hard. She can't stop staring. Why is her sister panicking so hard when she has enough power to end her life in an instant? Tears shining in her eyes, she begs, "Is it because we're still sisters?" She can't help but wonder, does her opponent still see her as little sister material? Her vulnerable gaze snaps wide, bloodshot, frayed, and unhinged as she fiercely denies the whole idea. Hinako challenges her sister, blurting out why she even bothers trying to win her over. She storms in and accuses her sister of wiping out their meeting again and again, like it never even happened. Hinako pieces it together. There's no way her sister would find it inconvenient to kill her unless there's a real reason behind it. She can't help but think that if that powerful girl found out, her death would crush her heart and light a storm of rage. Her sister is visibly shaken. Hinako knows exactly what she's doing, and she's dodging the main battle on purpose. Hinako freezes the room with a razor-cold certainty Ellis is stronger than her sister, and she knows it. Shattering her opponent's composure, Hinako downs the entire vial of Soma in one gulp. The armored woman's eyes flare wide with pure, stunned horror at this desperate, reckless move. Her shock snaps into pure horror as she watches the drug rip through her and warp everything in a brutal transformation. Hinako's body jerks and convulses hard as the powerful elixir hits her neck, snaps with a brutal crack. Steam blasts up from her skin as her muscles surge, bulge, and twist under the crushing weight of the strain. She rips a gut-wrenching scream into the air as the berserker drug rewrites her body. The transformation finally locks in. She's battered and broken, but now she's blazing with a terrifying new power. With a grim little smile, she steels herself and vows to spend the rest of her life A tiny cross-shaped charm dangles from a chain, screaming, in silence, that their bond is shattered. Carla watches, and her face is pure, unfiltered horror. Realizing it, Carla surges ahead and tackles Hinako's suicidal charge before she can slam into her fate. Hinako whips 2 daggers through the air, and Carla snaps them aside with a razor-sharp clink. Hinako unleashes a renewed attack, and a brutal blast of swirling energy tears through the air. Carla, hacking up coughs, snaps that Hinako's frantic, power-boosted attacks are totally useless. The daggers ricochet and spin uselessly through the air, their attack completely crushed. The energy blast erupts in the street, tearing the air open and whipping up a massive, furious cloud of chaos. Carla keeps coughing, buried in the choking dust and wreckage the explosion throws at her. She snatches Hinako's arm and frantically yanks her out of danger. A sudden, razor-sharp flash of light snaps into view, warning that something terrifying is already closing in. In one horrifying heartbeat, razor-black projectiles tore straight through Carla's torso. Hinako's eyes go wide with pure terror as her friend gets brutally impaled from behind right in front of her. Carla shrieks Hinako's name in pure agony as Hinako gets flung through the air. Carla's body gets slammed by the impact. She reels forward, mortally wounded. A massive boulder bursts out of a building and slams down from the sky, crushing everything in its path. Carla lunges and shoves Hinako out of the blast zone, taking the falling debris on herself so Hinako won't get crushed. Hinako gets yanked to safety while Carla squares off against this brutal new threat alone. Carla unleashes a thunderous slash and carves a razor-clean path straight through the raining rubble. Hinako's tiny, crumpled body slams the pavement with a heavy, muffled thud. Carla touches down with stunning grace, her footing rocks solid even as her injuries scream in pain. A brand new adversary drops in, right near them, a blonde woman crashing down with a brutal, heavy thud. Hinako groans in agony, crumpling to the ground, too weak to even lift herself up. The blonde woman whips out a vicious, contempt-filled kick, and Hinako goes flying, slamming down in a full-out faceplant. A busted-up bottle of soma skitters across the nearby cobblestones, rolling like it's searching for someone. The blonde woman snaps at Hinako that the second dose will kill her, no exceptions. She can't shake the question, what's the point, when the consequences are deadly. Hinako's fingers clench the bottle with desperate force, and she ignores the warning without hesitation. The blonde woman sneers with venom, her rage and resentment burning in every word. She snaps that Hinako's a hypocrite, she's refusing her cheat while casually owning a titan herself. She insists Hinako spews those naive ideals only because she's never had to fight for anything in her life. Towering over the defeated Hinako, she spits out that she's a coward. Hinako's pants hit the ground, and the crushing weight of those words pinned her there. The blonde woman snaps, calling her a spoiled rich brat who just can't wrap her head around what desperation really feels like. Hinako shoots it down in a whisper, because deep down, she knows she had nothing until the moment she met Carla. The blonde woman's face twists into pure scorn, disgust dripping from every word she doesn't even have to say. She smirks and mocks the sisters' bond, like it's the only thing keeping her afloat. She cackles cruelly and demands, "So where's that bond now?" Hinako confidently lifts a tiny cross-shaped accessory, and that's her answer. Recognition flashes across the blonde woman's face, and her eyes suddenly lock on like she finally gets it. She whispers, softly but certain, that Hinako clung to their shared memento like it meant the world. Hinako flips the question right back on her and demands to know what accessory she's wearing. With a cruel grin, the woman snaps that she tossed hers out ages ago. She brushes it off as trash, then shoots back. Who on earth would ever keep something like that? Hinako calmly reveals she's holding something way more powerful than just a simple accessory. A hulking giant named Ellis leans over the building, and then boom, he reveals the bond they share is on a whole bigger level. The blonde woman gapes in stunned silence as her composure finally snaps. Ellis, the giant, locks eyes with Carla and demands to know what she's doing. Her voice rolls out low and deadly, and you can feel her intent like a threat in the air. The blonde woman can only stare, stunned out of her mind by everything unfolding. A whole new girl, now scaled up to human size, beams with pure relief Ellis actually made it. Giant Alice glares down at tiny Carla, and Carla jolts upward in pure shock. The human-sized girl just stares on, her face twisting with a storm of emotions. She clutches her chest, stunned as everything flips in a split second. A prim maid suddenly shows up and snaps, "Carla, tell the giant what's going on." With a grim, pained grunt, Carla cracks open her analysis and starts sizing up the terrifying power her opponent is packing. Ellis's face crumples with sorrow as she offers her big sis a soft, heartfelt apology. Then she breaks down the enemy's 2 tricks, a defense you can't get past, and an attack that just won't stop. Carla hammers it into everyone's head. The goal isn't to kill Yonko Hidaka, it's to knock her out. Hinako is cradled in a giant hand, and with that, she exhales a breath of pure, crushing relief. She tilts her head up, worry written all over her face, and asks her huge sister, Ellis, if anyone's even hearing her. Ellis's eyes burn as tears spill down her face, and she can't stop staring downward. Even with tears spilling down her face, Ellis swears she's fine, pushing her big sister to just rest. Hinako chokes out her guilt, apologizing as she has to lean on Ellis's strength all over again. She can't stop thinking, what if the enemy's right? And she's really just using Alice's power to get ahead. Ellis's eyes brim with tears, her feelings clashing with the same raw pain her sister can't hide. Crouched on the floor, she begs her big sis to finally look her in the eye. Through her tears, a dazzling smile breaks out as she offers her strength to whoever needs it. No strings attached. A tiny, grateful smile blooms on Hinako's lips as she locks eyes with Ellis and fully acknowledges his power. Ellis beams like a kid in a candy shop and proudly declares, "I'm super duper strong." Hinako watches her little sister shine with pride, realizing just how strong she's become. With their bond burning even stronger, Ellis grabs Hinako's attention and tells her to wait just a moment. From up high, she locks onto her target as he moves through the street below. Ellis launches like a rocket, body first through a solid brick wall, smashing it to pieces. Her wild charge blasts a shockwave straight through the street. A brutal blast detonates behind him, and the red-haired paladin Didimo gets launched, sailing through the air like a missile. Her body slams off the rooftop, a tiny figure swallowed by the towering buildings below. Didimo slams into the rubble pile, battered and hurt but still clinging to consciousness. She groans through gritted teeth, straining to yank herself up from the wreckage. Elsewhere, Carla lays it out. Otherworlders' biggest weakness isn't some magic curse. It's their own messed up bodies. She snaps to Ellis that their next enemy is armed with not one, but two cheats, and one of them is terrifyingly powerful. Carla grabs her own wounded side, and the pain flashes all over her face. A grim look hardens on her face as she weighs their brutal, tangled situation. With her staff gone, she can't heal a single soul anymore, only her own wounds can be mended. Right beside them, Didimo raises a grotesque, mouth-like monstrosity known as a man-eater. With a sickening squelch, she yanks the creature into her own body. She drinks in the power, jaw clenched, determination blazing through every strained breath. She snaps her head to a worried Ellis and swears she can finally protect her big sister. Ellis hears the declaration and just stays eerily silent, his expression impossible to read. Didimo lets out one last heartfelt plea, begging Ellis to promise her she'll be okay. The story snaps over to the real Hinako, staring at a far-off titan tearing everything apart. She stands in the wreckage, and a quiet, simmering rage rolls off her like heat. Her face twists into a raging snarl as she spits out a furious curse about Wendy being completely useless. Hinako's eyes sharpen into deep thought as she starts plotting a new move after her subordinate's failure. She rages that Wendy was meant to tie up the Titan, but she blew it and everything fell apart. She twists her head to the side and can't help wondering if Hinako would have been the smarter pick. The giant elf whips her head back, her stare burning with ruthless intensity. One lonely tear slips down her cheek, and the sadness in her face hits like a heavy curtain. Her eye, half hidden by her hair, burns with a deep, unspoken understanding. She turns to her and calls her Junko Hideka, then admits she's finally starting to get what's going on. Ellis squares up to Didimo, voice icy as she commands, "Drop dead." Didimo shot back, snapping that she was a conceited monster who had no right to exist in this world. Just as she starts to run, something slams right in front of her, blocking her escape. A squad of towering figures drops in front of her and shuts her down with one brutal warning. "Stop." Didimo craned her neck toward the rooftop silhouettes, and her eyes went wide with pure shock. They're warning her, destroy the capital, and you won't walk away from it. They step forward and introduce themselves as four of the church's deadliest top-tier paladins. They swear their mission is simple, wipe out the barbarians. Ellis's eyes lock onto the newcomers, and he instantly recognizes them as the knights of the church. Didimo clocked them as the church's hitmen and gave the order ancient weapons. Now, Ellis warned them to stay sharp, pointing out that their top-tier combat skills could flip any fight in an instant. In a jaw-dropping twist, Didimo bursts into laughter and spills the secret she's a paladin too. Out of nowhere, she slams her foot into the ground and calls forth the power of a gnome. With her command, the ground buckles, shudders, and starts to crumble. Massive jagged rock spikes burst out of the street like the ground is exploding. The four paladins dart aside with zero hesitation, then spring up onto a nearby rooftop like they've got tomorrow planned. Didimo stands in the middle of her own rampaging power, her attack having just barely missed its mark. She snaps her head up in pure panic, stunned that they just barely slipped past her spell. The gas-masked paladin snaps at her, furious she dared to ignore them. Then he rips the world open with a boundary severance attack, his voice slicing through the air with pure intent. A web of impossibly thin energy lines slashes right through the air. Ellis flashes into motion and intercepts the attack like he saw it coming. She crosses her arms like armor, and the hit slams into her full force. Hinako and Didimo gasped and shouted Ellis's name in pure panic and disbelief. Ellis keeps it cool. She points out, The blow didn't rip her arm off, and then the word druid hits like a trigger. The paladins stare in stunned silence as her wound instantly knits itself back together. Dirimo clenched her teeth, and the shock in her eyes snapped into a sharp, brand new understanding. Now that she's cracked Ellis, she vows to end this fight fast and finally put an end to him. Dirimo then locks onto a samurai paladin, and the moment he does, the paladin unleashes a djinn. A localized tornado blasts out of the paladin, swallowing the rooftop and spinning it into a raging vortex. A savage cyclone tears through the whole area, and its raw, destructive power makes everything feel like it's getting ripped apart. Dirimo screams in agony as the attack blinds him with pure disorientation. A brutal gust rips the samurai and her off their feet, hurling them tumbling through the sky. The paladin lays out the real aim of the attack: crush her balance and make her fall. Dirimo clenched her teeth hard, her whole body reeling from that crippling hit. She shrieks in pure agony as the violent spinning smashes through her senses. The tanky, heavily armored paladin gets caught in the edge of the chaos, stumbles, and drops hard out of his footing. Ellis points out that Dynamo's blast can slice clean through the wind itself. The stunned paladin gets hurled into a wild slide across the rooftop tiles. He doubles over, retches hard, and vomits violently right inside his helmet. Ellis towers over him, smirking as he taunts, "You can't stand anymore." She shoots up her hand, and a swirling vortex of black fire erupts around her. A salamander attack crashes down on Dirimo, and he lets out a scream of pure agony. The flames rage so hard, they rip through the surrounding oxygen until there's nothing left to breathe. Dirimo gulped for air, her whole body blistering as flames swallowed every breath. Ellis touches down like a whisper and declares, "The fight's done." She shoots a cold look downward and sneers, saying even Dirimo's little sister is stronger than her. Dirimo lies obliterated fury, growling through the wind like a beast, leaving him furious, shaken, and utterly humiliated. Hinako and Carla stare as the scene blows apart in front of them, their faces frozen in pure disbelief. Carla's eyes blow wide with shock, and she can't wrap her head around how brutally strong Ellis is. Hinako blurts out her confusion, staring at Ellis like, "Wait, why does he feel so different?" Carla's mind flashes back to that gut-punch frustration of losing her staff. Against a shadowy dark backdrop, a simple shovel clatters beside the proof: her missing staff. Carla's stomach drops as a horrifying truth hits: those limiters weren't there to help the staff at all. She leans in, breathless with wonder, and at last she finally grasps what a titan is truly capable of. A red-haired girl's eyes go wide with panic as she refuses flat out to accept what her power really is. Now she kneels in defeat as a towering, intimidating woman looms over her, watching every move. Tears spill down her cheeks as she spits at her opponent, calling him nothing but pain. That giant woman bragged she could wipe out both Hinako and her anytime she wanted. Standing beside Hinako, she stares down her foe and tells them, loud and clear, that she doesn't know how to quit. The red-haired girl sizes up Junko Hideka's power, certain she could take down Ellis. A massive, swirling cosmic being bursts into his vision, and then it hits him, a horrifying complication. She realizes that if she smashes the avatar, she'll unleash something way more terrifying than she ever imagined. A blonde girl named Wendy freezes, completely baffled the moment someone brings up an avatar. A tight close-up slams into Hinako's battle-worn face. Her determination practically burns through the screen. Wendy hears the title Legendary White Titan and immediately pins it as a full-blown monster in the FES. Exhaustion hit the red-haired warrior, Dirimo, hard as his knees nearly buckled, so he decided right then to end the fight. Tears spill into her eyes as she pleads for forgiveness with the still unawakened Wendy, admitting she couldn't hold back. Wendy clocks it instantly. If she shatters that vessel, the whole game ends right there. Hinako's grim stare says it all. She knows once she kills her opponent, the game ends for good. Dirimo rips into the death reset mechanic, calling it a brutally unfair system that's somehow balanced the wrong way. Her hand shoots up to her own neck, and a sharp burst of energy hisses as it crackles in the air. With a bloody grin, she vows, "I'll catch up to you next time." With a gut punch, she plunges her hand straight through her own neck. A tight close-up catches the nearby girl in full horror, eyes bulging, mouth hanging open in pure shock. Wendy's face twists into pure terror and stunned disbelief as the suicide hits her like a punch. Hinako's face snapped into a cold, instant understanding of danger. Hinako panics and screams that a reset is about to hit right now. She calls on druid magic, clinging to one last hope to bring her sister back, even as fear and doubt gnaw at her. A tight close-up catches Ditimo's fatal wound just as she starts to crumple to the ground. Her body slams into the hard ground with a bone-deep, final thud. Wendy gasps in terror as Hinako rockets toward the fallen Ditomo. Clenching her fist, Wendy trembles with pure anxiety, trapped in a desperate, slipping into chaos situation. Hinako clenched her jaw and raised a small, ornate vial, ready to make her move. Her fingers pop the cork, and she's about to plunge those contents into the moment she's been waiting for. Wendy and her companion gasped in pure shock as Hinako carried out what she was doing. In a jaw-dropping twist, Hinako grabs the deadly potion and drinks it herself. Then she pulls in the dying Didimo and presses him into a fierce, passionate kiss. Didimo's eyes go wide with pure shock as Hinako locks her in a full-on kiss. Hinako slams her hand against Idimo's throat and shoves the potion down his throat. Didimo's face twists into pure confusion, then betrayal hits like a punch to the gut. Wendy stares at her own reflection behind a mask of pure terror during the cruel act. Didimo's forced the liquid down, and the moment it hit, her body erupted in violent reaction. Her body convulses and snaps with a sickening crack as she chokes on the potion. Hinako looms over her, calm as a statue, while Didimo sprawls on the ground beneath her. Didimo's scream rips through the air as the potions wreck her body, snapping it apart with every agonizing second. Shoved into unbearable pain, she lets out a piercing scream, her face twists in agony as she cries, "It hurts!" Hinako coldly snaps at her sister, saying she was way too soft to try and die clean. Didimoga stared at Hinako, stunned because she looked totally fine after downing it. As she hits the ground, she remembers Hinako already drank that potion before. She chokes, wheezes, and writhes in brutal agony, caught in pain so intense she can't take another breath. Hinako tells him that thanks to Didimo's power, she's been immune to pain for ages. With a cold, grim stare, she sweeps aside the pain of this level like it's barely anything. A jarring flashback at a train station lays bare just how much worse that old emotional wound really was. Hovering over Didimo, she snaps that she's been in pain ever since, and calls for her sister. Carla, a tall, elf-like woman, strides in beside Hinako and watches the whole scene unfold. Didimo's eye twitched one final time as she lay completely still on the ground. Hinako stares down at her fallen sister, face locked in an expression you can't read. Carla watches as the fight finally starts to wind down. Wendy lets everyone know the church's knights got wiped out too. Carla finally says it after all that chaos, they can rest easy at least for now. The whole crew huddles together on those silent, wrecked city streets like the calm right before everything explodes. Just as they finally get a breath, a brand new threat is ready to rip it all away. A colossal, stone-like monstrosity slams out of the sky, smashing straight into the city as it crashes. A mountain of colossal debris comes crashing down toward the unsuspecting capital. A wild close-up reveals the ancient tech etched into the collapsing structure, detail after detail like something built by legends before it starts to fall. A grotesque, multi-eyed brain creature snaps out a command, then demands they launch the whole operation. Lord Philosoma rides its countless arms across the control console, like it's taking the machine apart piece by piece. A cold system voice keeps snapping back, again and again, screaming that the code is invalid. Philosomo's patience snaps as invalid code messages hit him non-stop. It rips into the system's pathetic voice, seething over how it failed. A flashback cracks open a secret, another creature locked in a containment unit, and it screams clone the whole time. Philosoma drops its loophole on the spot, slipping in a clone's code through a barrage of repeated requests. Its spindly fingers punch in the command with a sharp beep that hits like a signal. The system stamps it with level 3 authorization, and boom, the gateway tears open. On a towering fortress, hatch doors burst open one after another, and terrifying weaponry spills into view. A massive cannon roars to life as it grinds into position. The massive weapon's barrel fills the frame, charging up and primed to blast the moment it fires. Philosoma stared into the terrifying might of titans, reincarnators, and demons, and it shook her to the core. It lands on this brutal truth: the human have-nots can't win any other way, so they have to lean on weapons like these to stand a chance. Back in the city, Carla, Hinako, and Wendy stood amid the rubble, staring at the ruins like the world had just shattered. Ellis drops a black, briefcase-shaped device with a nasty thud. She declares the save point is secured while Hinako rushes over to help their fallen comrade. Takaru, the fallen boy, crumples to the ground, unconscious and silent. Hinako leans in and whispers, "Sister," and the sadness in her face sinks like a weight. Wendy stares on, eyes wide with worry, while dirt streaks her face like battle scars. Hinako yells out to Carla, who's standing right there with the rest of the group. Carla leans in and asks Takaru, the boy, if there's any way she can help. Wendy shoots him a grim stare and declares that it's too late, he can't be saved anymore. Hinako stares into the distance, swallowing the grief like it's burning her from the inside as she finally processes what she's lost. Carla's eyes glow with a quiet sadness like she finally understands everything. A diagram blasts the save point's tiny effective range right in front of its owner. Hinako lays it out. She's going to drag the box out of the way and completely kill Junko's power. Wendy turns to her older sister and blurts out, "Okay, what's our next move?" Hinako drops to her knees beside unconscious Junko, the girl who used to be her enemy. The camera locks in on their faces, one stays frozen, and the other is drowning in sorrow. Hinako scoots in close and whispers a promise to her sister, one she swears she'll make happen next time. She swears that no matter how twisted this betrayal feels, she still kept her promise. She swears on everything that she'll never betray the person who stood beside Junko that fateful day. One lone tear slithers down Carla's cheek as she can't stop watching. Carla and Wendy watch in silence as Hinako raises her gaze and swears a solemn vow. Carla's face twists with heartbreaking sadness and she still feels their pain like it's her own. Hinako steels herself with a final decision, then strides away, leaving Junko's body behind. With fire in her chest, she shouts to Carla and Alice, then bolts for the exit, ready to leave. Carla stared at the wreckage, and her gut told her escaping the capital was going to be a nightmare. A young woman with horns stumbles over her words, stammering so hard she looks completely flustered and unsure. She faces a girl in a school uniform, while scraps and debris whirl around them in the chaos. A blonde, elf-like woman shields herself in front of the uniformed girl, standing guard like her life depends on it. Carla, the horned girl, stares on with a troubled, stone-serious face. She squares up to the others, admits she's a demon, and blows their minds by revealing she tricked them. Carla finally admits her real mission. She wasn't tracking anything else. She was watching the Titan, a guy named Ellis. Hinako, the uniformed girl, locks eyes with a calm, unreadable stare that gives nothing away. Ellis, the blonde woman, shrugs off Carla's confession like it's got nothing to do with anything. Hinako tilts her head up, and the moment her eyes land on what's there, surprise sparks across her face. Carla is thrown off guard by how weirdly calm they're acting. Standing tall, Hinako tells Carla there's just one question that matters more than anything else. Ellis leans in and asks Carla straight up, was her dream of becoming their sister just a lie? Caught off guard, Carla double-checks it. She really means it when she says she wants to be their sister. Hinako's face lights up with a soft, knowing smile the second she hears it. Carla's flooded with whirling emotions, and when she tries to speak, her words tumble out all garbled and broken. She fights to put into words how her motives were tangled up with her mission. Carla finally admits there was a hidden agenda driving everything she did. Ellis lets out a heavy sigh and snaps at Carla, calling her a total pain after that mess of a reply. Carla desperately swears she's a demon, she's a liar, she's the enemy. Ellis beams shot her a comforting smile, then swore he'd squish her himself if it ever came to it. Hinako flashes a smile and promises if Carla ever breaks their vow, she'll cut her down. Carla's skin turns clammy as a cold sweat pours down her spine, freaking out over the terrifying new sisters. Hinako refuses to let Carla die. She keeps her breathing just so she can get every last answer to her endless questions. A colossal fortress-sized monstrosity hangs over the city street, looming like it's about to crush everyone beneath it. Carla drops a bombshell. Titans aren't monsters at all. They're man-made weapons built to wipe out demons. The colossal castle's cannon starts to hum and thunder to life with a deep, spine-rattling rumble. Ellis can't believe it, so she blurts out, "Wait, does this mean I'm a Titan, not just some regular giant?" Carla blurted out a denial so fast it was basically panic dressed up as words, her face screaming for control. Ellis's arm flashes an intricate magical mark ignites and pours out raw, scorching energy. Hinako and Carla gasp and shout Ellis's name, panic exploding as she writhes in pain. Ellis jolts as she realizes her own magic markings have just lit up and started moving. From the castle, a giant surge of energy tears the air apart and rockets straight for the city. Ellis shoots her hand forward and summons the Earth Spirit Gnome like the ground itself answers her call. A massive wall of earth explodes up from the street, slamming in front to stop the attack dead in its tracks. The energy blast crashes into the earthen barrier and erupts in a blinding, deafening roar. After that brutal shot, the ruined castle hisses and steams in the stunned silence that follows. A lopsided, brain-headed monstrosity launches a sneaky ambush, then gets absolutely shocked when someone finally notices it. Of course, it would spark that reaction. Titans can't help it. On the ground, Ellis wheezes and pants hard, feeling every ounce of her defense screaming under the pressure. She drops to her knees behind the massive, collapsing wall of earth she herself summoned. Hinako and Carla skid up beside her, frantic, bombarding her with, "Are you okay?" Crouched in the wreckage, Hinako looks down and confirms with a shaky breath that she's okay. Ellis snaps her gaze upward, and horror and confusion crash across her face like a wave. Carla snaps with disbelief. Those devastating blows didn't come from anywhere else. They came from inside the castle. The moment the castle's secret cracks opened, it doesn't just stand there, it morphs into a walking, firing mobile battleship. Carla can only freeze in stunned disbelief, watching the impossible transformation unfold right in front of her. Ellis can't believe it. Are they really being told to take on that giant fortress? Carla shoves them toward escape, snapping that the battleship's way too brutal to stand against. Ellis cups her face, panicked thinking about every weapon the enemy might still have up their sleeve. She blurts out her fear. There's zero proof that attack was the last one. A huge chunk of the battleship rips free from the main hull, tearing away like it's doomed from the start. Peace crashes down on the city and then boom, a brand new threat reveals itself from the shadows. A hooded, armored Titan rockets down from the sky, crashing over the rooftops. A sleek humanoid combat mecha slams down on the battlefield, gripping a massive polearm like a death sentence. The mecha's secret pilot sneers at Ellis and calls him straight up Titan trash. The pilot spots it instantly. Ellis's automatic defense system has fired off. It's shocked to realize the battleship's secondary weapon still can't cut it. The pilot spots it at once. This thing isn't some random cannon, it's a modified anti-Titan weapon stolen straight from the demons. The mecha's polearm clicks and morphs into a blazing, long, high-tech rifle. It drops the bombshell that it's about to switch to the Mana-Terminator alternative. A colossal battleship towers over the city, roaring with raw, unstoppable power. Ellis snatches her companions by the moment, screams at them to hang on tight, and pulls them back as danger closes in. With a fierce look in her eyes, she bolts away and drags the others to safety. From this fresh vantage point, they lay eyes on the wreckage the blast left scattered everywhere. The street turns into a war zone, craters of rubble, choking smoke, and buildings ripped apart. In the middle of the wreckage, innocent civilians lie scattered, their lives cut short. He rapped on Carla's stare, then watched horror flood her face at the brutal carnage from that one single shot. Hinako realizes that even if their arrival sparked it all, the victims never deserved a second of it. They were completely innocent. Carla delivers a grim warning, then you realize the fortress has been firing on its own people. Hinako's face twists into raw fury as she screams that they tossed their own kind aside. A cloaked figure with long hair thrusts a hand out toward them. From atop the hill, the figure leans in and tells his sister, "No hard feelings." Ellis whips her head around and pure shock mixes with betrayal on her face. Hinako drops her gaze, her face heavy with heartbreak as doubt and guilt wrestle for control. The enemy mecha looms there, locked on its target with a cold, unblinking stare. The battleship charges again, this time for an even heavier shot that's about to tear everything apart. Hinako and Carla tensed up, sensing the next shot was about to tear through the air. With a wild grin blazing on his face, Ellis calls on Gnome's power again just to shield himself. A colossal earthen shield bursts out of the ground, and it's even bigger than the last one. Ellis lets out a sharp pain grunt, straining like the weight is crushing him. The mecha locks onto its target from a rooftop and blasts forward, totally ignoring that massive shield. Its head snaps up as it charges toward its ultimate weapon, ready to unleash everything. Its rifle blasts a concentrated black beam, tendrils of dark energy lashing out like a living nightmare. A brutal beam blasts straight through Ellis's earthen barrier, like it's nothing more than dust. Ellis calls forth a will-o'-the-wisp as a last-ditch gamble to fend off the disaster. Hinako and Carla stare in shock as her magic markings start moving on their own. Ellis's eyes widen as her automatic defenses snap back on again. The will-o'-the-wisp spins a shimmering protective sphere around them. The Mono-Terminator unleashes a devastating beam that slices through everything, leaving pure destruction in its wake. Ellis gets ripped through the air and slams into a violent chaos of shattered rock, barely held together by sheer survival. A blast crashes in, and her face twists into pure stunned agony. Hinako and Carla are sealed inside their own shimmering protective spheres, and for once, everything's safe. They drift through the wreckage, eyes wide with panic as the chaos erupts all around them. In the third sphere, Ellis's body contorts into a grotesque monster. The camera zooms in on her real face, her eyes blazing with real worry for everyone else. A massive trench has been carved straight through the city, left behind in the aftermath like a brutal scar. A red-haired girl claws herself up from the rubble, bloodied and badly hurt. She grips her bleeding arm tight, coughing up blood like the hit just shattered her inside. With a desperate scream, she cries out for her big sister. She freezes in terror, staring straight into the massive empty chasm in front of her. A young woman's face turns into pure shock, hollow, shattered, and dripping with deep distress. In the dead, empty wasteland behind her, she stands alone and shouts for her big sis, begging for an answer. Her voice breaks as her plea for her big sis spirals into a desperate, panicked scream. She slams a blazing druid life sign scan into the pitch-black chasm in front of her. Amid a storm of clattering stones, red-haired Carla fights to crawl through the rubble. Pain carves across her face as she forces out a strained, guttural scream. An elf-like woman bursts with pure relief after finally finding Carla alive. Carla's panicking, she practically begs for help, insisting her big sister has vanished and is nowhere to be found. Now, the elf woman sits alone among the wreckage, staring down into the massive dark pit like it's swallowing the world. A tiny ornate bell clatters as it tumbles through the suffocating darkness. The moment the sound hits, the elf woman jerks her head up and blurts out again, begging for her big sis. She's absolutely sure that faint sound is coming straight from deep down inside that hole. She bursts with overwhelming relief, tears pouring down her face. Thank God, her sister is alive. Carla rises to her feet and stares out at the shattered city, stretching out like a graveyard as far as the eye can see. Her face snaps from shock to sickening, dawning horror. She leans over the edge and stares into a bottomless chasm packed with the skeletal remains of twisted, complex machines. Carla makes it crystal clear she's not backing down, she's going to rescue her big sis, Ellis. She explains that the hole doesn't just drop, it opens straight into a cavern or maybe some kind of secret underground facility. She snaps a warning that if another blast hits from above, the entrance will cave in and her sister will be buried alive. Carla shoved Alice into a deadly mission, drawing the massive battleship's fire, no matter the risk. A massive, stone-hard battleship looms over the city like a nightmare, daring everyone to look away. Blood pours out from that brutal stump where the warrior's arm has been ripped away. The battleship's gigantic cannon starts glowing bright, loading up another brutal blow. The warrior chokes back tears and bravely takes the mission, then begs Carla to look after her big sis while she's gone. She twists away from him, refusing to falter even as her wounds scream in agony. Carla lets out Ellis's name in a jarring cry, her voice shaking with raw panic. Ellis whips her gaze back, and tears burn up in her eyes as her friend pleads with everything they've got. She tells Carla, "That dream I had to become someone's little sister, it was never a lie." Overwhelmed by emotion, Ellis pleads with her older sister to come back safe no matter what. The warrior lowered her gaze, and the sweet, heartfelt plea for her big sis hit her right in the chest. Two sisters stand alone in a dead, barren wasteland, their silence saying everything as they quietly understand each other. A somber warrior just stands there with her eyes shut tight, silently absorbing everything that just happened. Ellis stood there, eyes wide with dread, like something terrible was about to happen. Warrior Coleon snaps at Ellis, telling her she has zero right to call her big sis. Flustered, Ellis snaps that since Ken is her sister, she gets to decide who the real sister is. Her face twists into pure comedic panic, like the world just hit overload. She rockets back with a gut-wrenching scream, begging to vanish into a hole and never crawl out again. The warrior exhales hard, staring at Ellis like, does she even get how bad this is? She gasps through the crushing exhaustion, feeling pain rip through her entire body. She lays out her flaws, she's a titan, she's got no staff, and one of her arms is gone. And just like that, she realizes this is it. She's finally got her very first little sister. A dangerous smirk stretches across her face, and the moment hits, she's absolutely in her prime. With fresh fire in her eyes, she snaps that the time has come, she's going to bring down the battleship. From a towering viewpoint, the battleship's cannon looms above the city, glaring over the skyline. A giant stone fortress looms in the sky, hanging there like a silent nightmare that dares anyone to challenge it. A warrior crashes down with a thunderous metallic clatter, and a spent shell casing spits out right beside her. A sickly, brain-headed monster stares into the chaos, wondering, was that bombardment their fault? It calls that warrior the wisest giant around back when he traded his wild strength for a church knight's oath. An armored warrior faces the creature and calls her sister, then declares her name Omega Gormunguba. The armored warrior swore they went straight for the giant's head, but somehow the shot slipped wide and missed. The warrior watching from below can't help but wonder if some automatic reflex just saved her, but she shakes the thought off and brushes it away. The armored warrior drops the verdict that the Titan has probably already broken through. From way up high, the city sprawls below smoke claws into the sky as destruction stretches everywhere. From the ground, you can see the city blocks demolished into pure, shattered ruin. A civilian lies motionless, crushed under the twisted rubble of a building that just collapsed. Another victim is sprawled in the wreckage, his face frozen in pure shock like death just caught him mid-breath. A man screams in pure agony, his body shattered after the attack's wreckage. A survivor leans in and tells you they saw a glowing light from the castle before the town was wiped out. People sob for help, screaming why their king never stepped in to protect them. A man snaps the survivors into action, shouting that people are trapped and buried beneath the wreckage. A regular citizen lunges at a royal knight, demanding answers what in the world is going on. The knight admits he's got no answers either, then slams his hand down and tells them to do what they can. In the middle of all this total chaos, a survivor turns to them and blurts out, "How am I even supposed to help with all of this?" The knight can't shake the warning that the giant lady once shouted to them. A young boy looks back on it. She told them to bolt south, away from that castle. From the battleship's deck, the whole city sprawls below, while thick smoke from the fighting churns on the horizon. The warrior stands in the wreckage, staring at a colossal chasm she tore through the city behind her. She drops her gaze to the bloody, ruined stump where her arm used to be. With a sharp chant, she unleashes her druidic magic, and her missing limb starts to grow back, piece by piece. Woody, those root-like tendrils burst out of the wound, weaving straight through his hand to forge a brand new arm. She slams into the market square like a raging storm, all motion and pure, terrifying power. Her eyes snap wide with pure shock when she spots a terrifying phenomenon unfolding around her. A tiny dog yaps wildly at a nearby wooden market stall, barking like it's trying to warn the whole world. The dog won't stop barking, and the fruit on the stall starts rotting at lightning speed. The moment the fruit dies, it shrivels in an instant, and the wooden structure crumbles down into dust all at once. The buildings around her start cracking, then crumbling to dust like reality's falling apart. She gasps in horror as the fruits and buildings crumble at breakneck speed. She stands her ground while everything rots around her, and the destruction keeps crawling outward like it's hunting for more. Her freshly regenerated arm starts to crack, then splinters apart in front of her eyes. She clutches her face as her powers surge stronger than ever. Then suddenly, they turn wild and unstable. An armored figure leans in and declares it like a warning. Titans are built to drink in the ambient mana all around them. The warrior finally gets it. This is just how her terrifying power works. She realizes this terrifying power is exactly why every last one of them is hunting to kill her. A tiny, trembling creature burrows into her hand, whining softly like it's clinging to the last bit of safety. A brutal memory hits. She's sprawled in the wreckage, battered, injured, and totally defeated. She remembers how her power slammed them into shimmering force fields, shielding her sisters like a protective storm. With her fist tight to her chest, she declares that this power didn't just save her, it shielded her big and little sisters too. Even if she can't name what a titan is, she feels it. This power is hers, and it's real. From the crater's edge, she raises her chin and swears she'll protect her sisters and every last person in town. She grasps that power and makes it her own, like her big sister's little sister, her family, her blood, all of it. She slams her palms into the dirt and summons the Titan's terrifying power. A colossal boot slams down out of nowhere, pulverizing the cobblestones beneath it in a shower of shards. The warrior springs from the rooftop in a blur, just barely dodging a devastating, crushing crash below. On the battleship, the brain creature stares ahead with a face full of wild, unanswered questions. It and its armored partner are blindsided when the warrior charges straight at them. The creature spots her panic spikes and it realizes she's charging straight at them. It delivers the worst news, dread creeping in because the Titan is finally closing in on them. A massive fortress rumbles through the city streets as the warrior tightens her grip, ready to unleash her attack. She screams no limit and blasts out her full power. A chunk of the city rips straight out of the ground and rockets into the sky. With jaw-dropping power unleashed, the ground splits and a whole city block gets ripped straight off the earth. A grotesque, brain-headed monster stares in total disbelief, like, did someone just lift the whole earth? On the floating island, a young woman fires up her druid magic and runs a life sign scan to hunt for answers. She finds nothing alive, then confirms the whole area has been cleared before she bolts across the rooftops. Down below, someone can't stop worrying, will that giant Titan fortress even survive what's coming? The moment her geomancy hits, the ground gives way, shattering and crumbling under the sheer, crushing force. She lets out a savage grunt, drives her palms into the ground, and channels her power like it's about to explode. With a fierce scream, she rockets ahead, flying straight toward the enemy fortress. Debris explodes in her wake as she rockets through the air with an insane burst of power. A tiny, determined kid rockets through the sky, locked on a collision course with a castle that's still on the move. Hanging in midair, she stares down the massive structure and her long ribbons snap and whip through the air like they're alive. Fierce determination hardens her face as she braces for the attack coming straight at her. The brain creature sneers at her and declares there's no way to dodge because she's trapped in the air right in the middle of its attack. A brutal cannon on the fortress snaps around and locks onto the airborne warrior for the kill. With a defiant scream, she blasts out, "I know and I'm not hiding from that blast." The fortress cannon erupts with a deafening blast, blasting out a raging wave of pure destruction. A colossal beam tears across the sky, locked on and charging straight for the lone warrior. Right before the blast hits, a roaring whirlpool of wind magic crashes over her. She barrels straight into the cataclysmic energy beam, shielded by a swirling protective storm around her. With sheer willpower blazing through her, she declares she's finally seized the blast and stopped it cold. Immense power pounds through her, and the air crackles hard as she fights to keep it contained. She screams with raw effort, driving her power straight to the breaking point. With a jaw-dropping move, she twists the beam of destructive energy and sends it right back where it came from. The brain creature can only stare, frozen in pure shock, every one of its eyes bulging with disbelief. Her control snaps the redirected blast back into motion, and it rockets straight toward the fortress. It rockets straight back into the cannon that launched it, and boom, an absolutely wild explosion lights everything up. The fortress hull buckles and the shattered remains of that massive cannon blast into the air like debris from a god's strike. That once mighty weapon now lies in ruin, smoldering like it just met a brutal end against the building. From far above, a floating island hangs in the sky, looming right beside a battered, damaged fortress. People on the ground gawk upward in pure shock, staring at the impossible spectacle above them. Smoke roars out of the massive hole torn into the side of the colossal fortress. Down in the crowd, a guy stares at it, and it hits him. That's the castle, his face lighting up with pure astonishment. The warrior slams onto the ground, and her raw momentum whips her forward like a battering ram. She drops to her knees, gasping hard, like her feet just burned through everything she had. Sweat stung her face as she gasped, stunned that she'd actually made it. Her mission was a full-on success. Her moment of peace gets snatched away the instant a sleek armored knight rockets into view, vanishing into motion. Without missing a beat, she snaps into action and summons a gnome-powered staff to shield herself. Their weapons slam together with a burst of sparks, and that brutal clang rings out like thunder. Her hastily conjured staff exploded into shards, and she stumbled, gasping, staring at the giant brandishing an ancient weapon. A menacing close-up slams into view an angular, futuristic helmet, lit like a threat in the dark. The two fighters lock eyes and square off on the fortress's empty, metallic wasteland. From its command post, the brain creature jolts the fortress defenses to life. Two anti-aircraft guns burst out of the hull with a thunderous mechanical roar. Huge, pillar-like structures erupt from the deck, crackling with raw electric power. Defensive pillars shake and shift into place, braced and ready to ignite on command. The whole fortress comes into view, an entire crashed starship, massive, looming, and impossible to ignore. The brain creature blares that the electromagnet is finally switching to Bashira mode, powering up right now. The pillars thunder with raw power, locking together into an unstoppable defensive wall across the deck. The knight flat out says he can't just kill her, because if he tries, he'll awaken the Titan. So he vows to seal her away, right, the same way she was sealed back in the old days. He takes this mission as his duty because he's the one who woke her from that slumber. The young woman whips her gaze back to him, eyes blazing wide with pure confusion and a deep, trembling worry. The camera swings out and reveals a giant, pitch-perfect circular crater ripped straight through the city's heart. From the chasm's lip, you can see the whole town laid to waste, shattered beyond recognition. From above, you can see a monstrous, unnatural crater ripped into the earth like the world got punched. In the ruins, a young woman grips a shattered weapon, and stubborn hope refuses to break. Elsewhere, deep inside a roaring industrial maze, a horned girl wrapped in a torn cloak stands poised and ready. The towering metallic walls of that massive, dead empty chamber shoot out into the distance like a steel maze. The horned girl lifts her gaze with pure determination, feet planted like she's about to explode into action. She can't stop staring at the endless void, wondering if this massive space is really the battleship's storage deck. She touches down lightly on the tight walkway, and right away, her mind snaps to her big sis. With a trembling, desperate plea, her eyes scream that her sister's safety is all that matters. She breaks into a sprint along the walkway, shouting, "Big sis," as she calls out for her. They peel back the wrecked hangar doors, and there it is, a silent graveyard of twisted metal, stretching as far as the eye can see. Buried deep inside the shattered wreckage, Hinako lies there injured, motionless, and knocked out cold. She gives a faint groan, then her eyes flutter open as her mind finally comes back online. Her long, dark hair is sprawled across the concrete as she fights to drag herself even an inch forward. With a grimace screaming with pain, she clenched her teeth and dragged her battered body back to life. Her mind snaps to Ellis first. She can't stay down here. She has to claw her way back to the surface, where she's waiting. She crawls through the rubble, a tiny, stubborn figure carving her way through the darkness. A flashback of Ellis exploding into battle she's fighting with raw, ferocious power rips straight through her mind. She clutches her sister's words in her mind, blazing accusations that she picked Alice purely for her strength. She can't stop replaying Ellis's fight, and it hits her hard. She feels every ounce of her own weakness, like a crushing weight on her chest. The accusation that she's only leaning on Ellis because she can't control her own power keeps replaying in her head. She drops one brutal thought on herself and it crushes her completely. She's powerless. Even with that gut-wrenching doubt swallowing her alive, her face tightens into pure determination because she refuses to stop. She feels completely helpless as that massive enemy fortress looms over her, towering like a living nightmare. She's convinced that just showing up would only trip her sister up. She can't shake the dread that every drop of effort she's poured out might end in total nothing. Even with fate stacked against her, she refuses to quit and keeps surging forward. She clenches her resolve and plunges a trembling hand into the dark. Her ringed hand slid onto a smooth, cool surface like it was made just for her touch. She murmurs Ellis's name, her voice barely breathing in the empty, desolate chamber. Collapsed on the ground, she gasps out her desperate plea to help. Ellis is left in the dust of her plea, her last, trembling promise to help him, hanging there like fate. Her hand taps the panel and it springs to life, lighting up in a gentle, otherworldly glow. A cold, computerized voice blares out the news: your code is accepted, valid, and locked in. She snaps her gaze upward, eyes blazing with shock, but a tiny spark of hope flickers right there too. The system blares that it's downloading data to the terminal right at the code holder's command. The scene snaps into view, a dead mech's giant hand, and it wakes up just enough to clock her as master. That massive mech hand cradles her like she's made of glass, keeping her safe even with her injuries. With a loud groan of strained metal, the giant machine lumbers up and declares, I'm at your service. A glowing monitor flickers on, and a tangled circular symbol pulses as the machine systems finally roar to life. Hinako tilts her head and stares up at the mechanical giant, her face twisted with a storm of emotions. She stares up at the title Master, her voice cracking with pure disbelief and heartbreaking sorrow. The mech towers over the wreckage, and there's no mistaking it. She's the one in control. A flash of raw pain flashes across her face as she finally registers the unwanted title. She spits out Master again and again, and her face twists like she can't stand the word. The next monitor stays stone-faced as she snaps that word, then declares, loud and clear, that she hates it. Then it quizzes her about whether she knows the tale of Robinson Crusoe, and when it checks, it finds no information at all. A towering mech kicks off his tale about a man who gets marooned on a lone, forgotten island. In this story, the man leans on his native friend and makes him call him Master. The second she hears that word, her face contorts with instant gut punch recognition. With tears in her eyes, she rips into the word Master and says she hates it with her whole heart. When the mech presses for her name, she chokes up and tearfully tells him Hinako Kyugoku. Her name flashes across the machine systems, and the terminal calls itself Truganana. With a heavy groan, the MEC snaps into action and confirms Hinako's name change request. A young girl with fiery red hair sprints across a metal walkway, panic screaming in every step. She rushes to Hinako's side, breathless with worry, and urgently asks if she's okay. Her eyes snap wide with sudden realization as she cranes her gaze up at the mech. With a bright, joyful shout, she declares that the machine is Hinako's big sister. A violent tremor suddenly rips through the battle-scarred giant battleship, the Endeavor *. On the ship's bridge, a blonde warrior and a grotesque brain creature get jolted back by pure shock. The brain creature just warned that hatch-7 is opening up, then it demanded answers about that sudden, creepy anomaly. It jolts to the realization some outside force is ripping control right out of its hands. The system snaps into action, flags the new unit as a full-blown enemy, and slaps the name Gargantua on it. Inside the cockpit, Hinako settles in beside the red-haired girl now revealed as a real ally. Gargantua Alpha, the brain creature, stares at the whole thing unfolding with all those eyes. Fresh online, the mech Truganana stares back with a silent, blazing, glowing eye. It kicks off the battle drills in the name of Big Cess. A brutal memory crashes in, showing a shattered city beneath a dark, eclipsed sun. A young girl named Alice lets out a vicious scream at Hinako, her face twisting with raw rage and deep betrayal. With rubble crushing everything around her, Hinako bursts into tears, swearing she never had any choice in the matter. From the ruins around her, she snarls that there was only one choice, no other way to handle it. Alice storms up to a colossal, otherworldly monster and snaps at it, screaming that she's running out of time. She tells you how her mother basically ordered her to drop out of the academy and sell her body. Tears choking her, she can't believe her older sister Hinako never once stepped in to help. Alice couldn't shake the feeling that Hinako was so flawless and unreachable that trying to bring her down would be pointless. She vowed to become a better person no matter how many people she ended up hurting along the way. She vowed to stop anyone from ever daring to insult Hinako, especially as her relative. With a grim little smile, she insists she's fought tooth and nail to never betray the person she used to be. The angelic form appears right as her twisted, desperate path finally gets revealed. She snaps in pure fury, shouting that what's precious is hers alone, and this monster doesn't get a single thing. Rage burns behind her eyes, fierce and unshakable as she sets her mind on nothing but revenge. She swears she'll never give up what's hers not to a monster like this. Other students hurl taunts at her, sneering that she's a hideous freak and saying she doesn't belong anywhere near Hinako. Crushed by their cruelty, she slams her hands over her face and spits, "I'm a monster." The angelic being tears into the school with a devastating attack. Hinako watches the horror crash down around her, and the conflict on her face looks like it could tear her in two. She spots Alice sobbing and crying her name, pure desperation etched across her face. Alice thrusts her hand into the air, and her last, desperate cry slices through the silence, begging for help. That brutal memory finally flickers out, slipping into black. Right now, that massive battleship is hanging in the sky, smashed up and looming like a nightmare. Philosoma, the ship's brain creature, captain locks onto its hostile targets and goes hunting. It rips its Gargantua into position, swapping out armor after armor, ready to smash through for the coming battle. On the ship's hull, a brutal three-way standoff sparks off between deadly combatants. Truganana flips his monitor into combat mode and it still screams Oni-sama on the screen. The warriors huddle at the edge of that massive, futuristic rooftop, fists tight and eyes blazing, battles about to ignite. A blonde warrior named Ellis nearly freezes in pure shock when the brand new mech comes roaring into view. She jerks back, eyes wide with disbelief, because she's just spotted another giant hauling an ancient weapon into the fight. Inside the next mech, the pilot blurted, "Ellis, hang on," and told him to stay razor alert. Truganana's cockpit swings into view, and there are Hinako and Alice seated inside, ready to launch. The two girls brace for the fight, faces set with iron seriousness and unshakable resolve. Alice blurts out her sister's name, Onisama, and her face freezes in pure stunned shock. Hinako leans in and tells them the truth. Truganana has picked their side for this fight, and it's about to change everything. Ellis can't even wrap his head around it. This brand new, insanely powerful machine just might be his ally. Alice tells them the ancient weapon didn't wake up for anyone. It roared to life the moment it sensed Onisama's code. The machine is a self-thinking being, and Hinako's arrival has just jolted it awake. An armored knight eyes the newcomer like a threat detector, and the power he senses hits like a thunderclap. He realizes it's not just any weapon, it's a standalone unit with a fully awakened AI humming to life. Ellis says nothing, but inside her, a whirlwind of tangled emotions keeps pounding like thunder. She leans in and hisses one brutal word, blasting her sister with a cheating accusation. Hinako and Alice are totally thrown off by her sudden, weird reaction. Ellis's face twists with pure despair as she screams, accusing Onisama of cheating her. Her comrades just stood there, mouths agape, stunned by the sheer emotional explosion. From the cockpit, Hinako blurts, "What in the world are you talking about, Ellis?" Ellis jabbed her finger in accusation, screaming that her sister was piloting a totally different giant. Truganana's open cockpit flips wide, and there are Hinako and Alice safe and sound inside, buckled in like nothing can touch them. Ellis seethes with horror, steaming at the fact that her sister is getting devoured by that machine. Hinako is stuck in total disbelief, her mind scrambling to make sense of that wild accusation. She panics and swears up and down that none of this counts as cheating or indecency. Truganana spots a communication clash, then flips straight into full friendship mode. Those cryptic symbols on its screen twist and morph, snapping into a brand new shape. A bright, bubbly smiley face pops up on the monitor with an electrifying little ping. A strange machine slides into the scene and introduces itself to the whole group. Gargantua, Elise. Ellis looks wrecked, but the thumbs up shoots reassurance straight into her heart. This thing's got her back. Hinako and Alice just stare, still drenched in sweat, totally bewildered, hearts racing with stress. Ellis finally eases up, but her face still screams trouble and doubt. A fresh demonic figure explodes with fury, screaming that the machine stole Onisama. Gargantua's friendship mode crashes now. It's been screened and blasted with an angry face. The demonic girl sobs in the background like it's a joke, and her raging fury melts into messy tears. The robot's screen flashes a tearful, furious emoticon, like it can't even hold back the frustration. Hinako screams at everyone to lock in because they're already way too deep in enemy territory. A brutal explosion suddenly detonates across the battlefield, and every last sound gets ripped away in an instant. The blast hits, and just like that, the wild, ridiculous brawl gets cut off mid-chaos. Alice braces for war, eyes blazing as she summons the raw power of Gnome. From the cockpit, she digs deep and unleashes her power with fierce, unshakable determination. Right as the mech erupts in a blast, they yank Alice out of the cockpit. Alice rockets into the chaos, her weapon slamming into the armored knight with a deafening clash. Knight parry clashes, rock the air, steel bites steel, and sparks explode like fireworks between their weapons. Hinako stares at her friend with a fierce, no-nonsense look like she's already decided to strike the moment the time comes. She's buckled into the cockpit with Alice, eyes sharp, prepping for their next deadly move. Gargantua snaps into battle mode, blasting a gigantic blade out of its arm. The blade slams into place with a thunderous metallic clang. The armored knight locks eyes on Ellis as he raises the colossal weapon, ready to strike. Ellis and the knight are locked in a brutal power clash, steel screaming as their blades slam together. Ellis locks her eyes in, then drives a relentless attack with pure, unshakable determination. Hinako watches from afar, her stance tight and ready like she's one move away from jumping in. She tells Ellis they'll take down the ringleader and wipe out the whole castle's threat at once. With a fresh surge of determination, Alice nods and agrees, vowing to Onisama that she'll hold the line no matter what. On a towering fortress, blazing metal floor, two brutal warriors collide and start an earth-shaking duel. Up on some brutal high perch, a grotesque, many-limbed monster hunches over and lets out a chilling, sinister chuckle. Lord Philosoma sneers at the mere idea that his challenger could ever beat him. With a swarm of hands, he gestures wildly as he starts speaking to the warrior right below. He nods, impressed by that otherworlder's nerve because they didn't back down for even a second. Elise? The blonde warrior leans in close, eyes sharp, and catches her barely caring about this world's history. He huffs, baffled at how she could ever take him down, missing the truth of the grind he's put in. Then his words snapped into Ellis' sister, Hinako, calling her out and daring her to prove her sense of justice. Philosoma throws his power down like a stamp, bragging that he kept the whole kingdom alive by patching it up himself. Gargantua, the towering armored robot, strides in, and blasts out that the castle and everything within it belongs to him. Philosoma sneers at the machine, dismissing it as nothing but a lowly combat program, claiming it's nowhere near the main computer. He orders the iron dummy around, dead sure it can't think on its own, so it better not dare disobey. For a split second, the robot goes stone still, swallowing that arrogant command as it computes its next move. It echoes a sharp bit of wisdom from Hinako: anyone who demands to be called master is utterly worthless. From the battlefield, Ellis spots a sudden shift in the machine's vibe. The robot finally admits it didn't get it at first, but now it's staring at a crystal clear sample of just how worthless it all is. On the monitor, a furious, angry emoticon flashes as it snaps that it also hates being called Onisama. Lord Philosoma looks completely stunned because this brazen rebellion hits him out of nowhere. Hinako and her horn-wielding buddy Carla lock eyes as the machine slams down its decision. The armored knight keeps fighting, totally oblivious as the battle's loyalties flip out from under him. Ellis blurts out a short, shocked laugh, grinning because the robot just refused to back down. She leans in and lovingly pats the giant machine, gushing over its declaration, then calls it her sibling like it's family. Alice hands Hinako's safety over to the robot because now, in her heart, that machine is basically her little sister. She groans about all the names people throw at her, like Big God and Alice, as if they were trying to make her something she's not. Now rebranded as Aelise, the robot braces for the coming brawl and thrusts its blade forward. Alice beams with pride and proudly reveals she's Hianeko's first little sister. Carla watches closely, because she's a crucial piece of this brand new, tangled family. Ellis keeps going, and then she drops another bombshell. She's the big sister of Truger Nanner. Swinging that colossal blade, she declares, loud and fearless, that she's the Kyogoku clan's second sister. With one proud, loud cry, she announces her full name and snaps that her new sibling needs to move. The battered armored knight presses in on Lord Philosoma, begging her to start the sealing sequence right now. Illis's attack slams him backward, and his body reels, battered and bruised. Massive pillars blast up from the fortress, and a ruthless electromagnetic shield snaps to life. Philosoma slams down the final order and kicks off the sealing process. Ellis and the knight slam into each other with a thunderous crash, their powers ripping through the very structure. The knight snarls through searing pain, muscles trembling as he fights against an opponent's crushing strength. Gargantua is fully teamed up with the heroes now, and it starts building a weapon so terrifying it feels like the end of the world. It locks onto the knight and fires its crushing vortex cannon. A brutal beam of raw energy rips across the battlefield, destroying everything in its path. The knight shouts at his troops to press on because this fresh assault won't slow them down. Ellis declares, with all three of us together, we can seal away the power of the giant god. Together, they slam into the attack and push forward as the fortress starts to fall apart around them. Gargantua fires its cannon, and the knight gets swallowed by a colossal, blazing explosion. A pod snaps open on his shoulder, and a whole battery of deadly cluster missiles locks into place. Missiles slice across the sky, screaming past clouds, and rocket straight for their marked smoke trails blazing behind them. Lord Philosoma gets violently shaken as a barrage of explosions detonates right where he stands. The grotesque creature goes dead silent for a beat, recalculating the shock of that attack. It coolly apologizes for losing its composure like its tone is ice cold and detached enough to chill your bones. Philosoma faces that person from another world again, and this time she's gearing up to deliver the last warning. He snaps back and demands to know if they seriously realize what they're unleashing by daring to try and steal his castle. If they kill him, he warns, the nation will crumble and wave after wave of innocent lives will be snuffed out. Hinako's mind drifts down to everyone below, and she can't stop wondering, why does this world keep clinging to a medieval life? Even with otherworldly powers and ancient weapons at their fingertips, these people still seem perfectly content, like they've got no hunger for more. She's convinced that this plain, simple life is exactly what makes them happiest, like nothing else even comes close. Philosoma lays out his system, then cuts the literacy down to almost nothing and hands out only the barest minimum of work. He gives the people barely any culture or infrastructure to live with. It wipes out that gut-punch existential dread, no more spiraling over who they are or what their whole life is even for. He built a sandbox where humans can breed at maximum efficiency. He's convinced this world is one bad breath away from collapse, and only one thing can stop it. Someone has to wrestle the chaos under control. He says that when supplies run dry, they don't have a choice, they steal from somewhere else and make it work. If this world ever runs short, they just rip what they need straight from places overflowing with it. That's what his interdimensional summoning system is built for the bergs and the tree. He swears he loves every living thing, then casually chops a few down because somehow that's how he keeps himself alive. For centuries, he's only been stuffing himself with stuff from other worlds, then proudly calling it foreignism. A sudden flash freezes everything, an enormous armored fist slams into a long-haired figure. A massive futuristic ship gets ripped open by a roaring blast, exploding in the sky like a weaponized nightmare. A long-haired figure gets slammed into a brutal blast, the kind that turns everything to ruin. Right now, Philosoma is crushed under Gargantua's colossal broken arm. He leans toward his captor and demands to know what becomes of humanity once they put him down. Battle-scarred. Hinako steadies a pistol, locks eyes with him, and instantly goes. "You're the otherworlder, the one I've been hearing about." She glares at his horrifying look, flat out confirming every nasty rumor she'd heard. Philosoma shoots back at the idea of judging people by their looks, calling it something otherworlders always do. Hinako's eyes stay icy and locked on target, and her weapon never wavers. He screams that she turned her own brother into a save point, then blasted Alice right in the back. Rage burning in her, Hinako snaps that she doesn't need any other reason to kill him. His words are enough. He dares her to push forward, throwing a million people under the knife just to settle her personal grudge. He points at her weapon and shouts that the safety's off one trigger pull, and it's over. Hinako freezes for a beat, the massive weight of the choice crushing her breath as she swallows hard. Philosoma looks you dead in the eye and says she's lived her whole life as a wild, free individual in adventure with no chains. He flat out claims she doesn't have the backbone or the responsibility needed to make a choice like that. A fresh, calm voice slips out of the shadows and challenges that assumption head on. Carla, a winged horned girl, leans in and asks if it's okay if there's a real, just reason behind it. Carla strides into the scene with a commanding, almost royal aura that makes everyone feel smaller. Philosoma reels in shock from her totally unexpected arrival. Carla taunts him, sneering that he's using his own people as a shield just to beg for his life. Hinako watches in shock, brimming with questions as Carla's sudden, dramatic move throws everything off. Carla snaps her eyes open and recognizes it right away. His words are the demonic tongue the noble class uses. She leans in, eyes sharp, and asks the question straight, "So you're really the demon lord?" Before he even gets a word out, she surges forward and drives a blade straight through his brain with brutal precision. He gurgles in pure agony, his many eyes bulging with shock and searing pain. Carlos smirked, convinced his slick little manipulations could have crushed naive Hinako's defenses. She snaps that his bargain basement principles won't stand a chance against the enemy when the war finally erupts. She rips her weapon free with a brutal twist, and his remains splatter everywhere. She fires back that all he ever does is talk about people like, they're nothing but cold, abstract numbers. She scoffs at his emotional pleas and laughs off his own rules as a ruler. With one final, bone-shaking stomp, she declares him unworthy to wear the crown. His body snaps apart, then melts into a bubbling, grotesque, lifeless horror. She leans in and whispers that he's unfit too, just like her. In the chaos after the fight, she looms over his shattered body beside the defeated robot. Hinako drops onto a heap of rubble and shouts Carla's name at the top of her lungs. Carla, a horned young woman, squares up to her leader, Onisama, and talks her way through the chaos she caused. Onisama watches in silence, and that one sweat drop spills the truth she's terrified, deeply worried, and it shows. She can't shake her fear that wiping out the leader will unleash real harm on everyone they're meant to protect. Carla lays out her master plan. She'll tap her ties to the Margrave and cut the damage down to the bare minimum. She leans in, keeps her voice steady, and tells her leader not to sweat the consequences. Onisama sits there with a heavy, somber face, still rattled by everything that's gone down. She finally owns up to it. Carla's been carrying the responsibility she herself should have grabbed first. Carla's heart feels like stone as she steels herself to finally spill the secret she's kept buried for years to her leader. A grim montage slams onto the screen, flashing her people getting hunted down and cut down again and again. She keeps reliving the non-stop nightmare of pain what she and her family endured, day after day with no end in sight. Her leader stares at the confession, face hard with focus, but his eyes show he gets it. A shadowy, monstrous hand grips an innocent little handbag like it's about to unleash something terrible. Perched atop that giant stone hand, Onisama soothes the shaken Carla with a gentle touch. Carla finally snaps and confesses she's been furious over her past for ages. She tells him how injustice slowly drained the life out of her until she felt trapped like she had no choice but to endure it. Her eyes snap back to Onisama and she realizes, yeah, she's not like the others. Tears pouring down her face, she chokes out thanks because Onisama and her friends had been mad for her. Carla tells her leader, "Don't worry, this is my job and I've got it from here." Crying her eyes out, she blurts out her deepest insecurities like she can't believe she's strong-willed or powerful enough to stand on her own. Her whole vibe changes when she boasts she's got a rare talent for ruling like a razor-sharp, shrewd, and brutally destructive. The story slams into a city built around a gigantic, crashed alien starship. A futuristic warrior in sleek armor tightens his grip and charges his photon-edge weapon to life. The weapon snaps outward with a razor-sharp clang, buzzing like it's holding back a storm of raw, lethal energy. He grips the fully extended polearm, and a deep, steady hum thrums through its power. The warrior's glowing eyes flare as he readies the Mana Terminator, about to unleash pure devastation. Istil the blonde, elf-like warrior tightens her grip and steels herself for the incoming attack. Two warriors slam into each other, and in the next breath, it's a blur of steel and a whirlpool of raw, swirling energy. The armored warrior rips open the sky with the full power of the Mana Terminator and Demesis. A scarred warrior stands there, and pure agony twists his face into a grimace as he watches. Iz snatches the eye narrows with razor-sharp focus, staring down the relentless assault like it's nothing. A dark-haired female warrior gets slammed so hard her armor splinters, cracking under the brutal impact. The explosion shoves it backward, and it rockets through the air in a wild, dramatic arc. Another giant armored behemoth screams in agony as the blast smashes it apart. The dark-haired warrior, Omega, gets slammed to the ground with a brutal, bone-rattling thud. She stares up in total shock, still baffled at how she could have ever lost. This basically spells out why her over-armor doesn't just look strong, it boosts her physique, packs on muscle, and sharpens her reflexes to a dangerous edge. She lets out a heavy sigh and says the power of the giant god was never meant to be free, it was supposed to be sealed away. A giant stone figure shatters to pieces as she clocks her opponent because he only believes what's right in front of his eyes. Istil wears a guarded look as she silently admits the sting of what's just happened. That crumbling stone giant stands there like proof of how brutally this battle tore everything apart. Omega, drenched in sweat and crushed by defeat, stares on with a heart that feels like it's breaking. Istil kneels over her fallen opponent and spits out the name Omegani. Omega's eyes snaps into view as they declare her the wisest giant of them all. Omega reels in shock, realizing she never stopped knowing her identity at all. Isetiel is going hard with one brutal truth. Omega is the only giant capable built to handle ancient weapons. Omega is utterly crushed. She lets her massive sword drop with one last bone-shaking thud. Her still expression doesn't crack at all as she pivots away from the dead, desolate battlefield. Omega stays on her knees, staring ahead with a face full of confusion and sharp, aching pain. A sudden flashback shows a young girl lurking from a distance, watching her old family like there's something she can't reach. Omega drops her weapon and finally admits she's completely beaten. She swallows hard, hit with the brutal finality of her loss. Istal turns and strides off, leaving her opponent stuck on their knees in the middle of the wreckage. Omega, still stunned, blurts out her confusion asking why she's the one they're letting live. Istil's face stays stone cold and unreadable as she strides away. Omega snaps that she tried to kill her twice and still can't wrap her head around the mercy she received. She demands answers. Why is he slipping away without a single word to explain himself? A flash of her past hits, and you realize that younger girl was actually on a journey with her Onisama. She remembers her sister telling her, straight-faced, that their whole quest was to track down their old siblings. She remembers her Onisama as pure compassion so tender, yet somehow overflowing with anger and sadness more than anyone else. The memory flashes two sisters curled up in a hush, close enough to feel the warmth between them. Her younger sister stares at her Onisama with pure, soul-deep admiration. She admits it, no matter how much she respects him, there's a huge gap between them that can't be crossed. Right now, Koli still tells Omega one thing. She has zero interest in her. Omega's eyes pop wide with pure disbelief at this cold, total dismissal. Istil blurts out an empty apology, flatly saying she has no compassion and honestly, she doesn't care at all. She tells him she's done no love, no hate left for her old clan. She owns up and admits she messed up too back then, but she's not looking to drag that past back into her life. She snaps back, calling herself still too immature, and insists she can't be anything like her own Isma. She lets out one last hollow apology, like indifference is all she's got left. Isdal keeps striding onward, not slowing down as she walks away from the defeated Omega. Omega's shock fizzles into simmering fury as she calls out Istil's cold apathy. Her calm explodes into screams, and she cries that he's still a wretch. She snaps, furious, swearing it's all Istil's fault and that she made them pay for it. She roars that Istil can say anything under the sun, but she won't let him, especially not when it's her not caring he's talking about. Desperately, she pleads for him to spin back around, to meet her eyes, then to end her. A warm, tiny memory flashes two figures sitting side by a calm camp, the whole world hushed around them. A massive mech slams down nearby, and a booming voice yells Istil's name. Even after everything, the mechanists still cling to the shattered remains of the crashed starship. Inside the cockpit of a brutal, powerful mech, you can clearly see a young girl staring out, wide-eyed and unshaken. The next massive hand slams down, grabbing the girl, Onisama, and Carla as they're trapped in the rubble. Inside, Carla bursts in and yells at Onisama they have to get out now. She tells him that the enemy still could be hiding nearby, just waiting to strike. She insists they ditch the safe points area of effect right now before it gets them. Onisama gulps hard, realizing just how serious this situation is. Carla frantically tears through a console, hunting for any escape boat she can grab. A calm, mysterious voice slides in and asks her, "Want to use an escape boat?" A woman with long white hair draped in a dark cloak steps forward and offers her help. The new girl presses her scarred hand down on the scanner panel. The system validates her legitimate code and then hands her the ship's command. Onisama just freezes, eyes wide and pale as shock steals her voice. Bernadette Magdalene, the newcomer, flashes a grin when the system finally recognizes her as the new master. Carla's eyes widen in pure horror as she realizes the woman is actually a man-eater. Two mysterious figures, Bernadette and an unknown man, stand side by side like something huge is about to explode. Bernadette watches everything unfold, and that sly little smile says she already knows how this ends. Her hand settles on the control panel like she owns the whole place. A towering, perfectly groomed man rushes in, throws out a heartfelt apology, and swears the introduction's been delayed. Bernadette steps up, introduces herself, and drops the bombshell that she's a church knight of the Lost Numbers. Carla's face snaps with shock the moment the Lost Numbers get brought up. Omega is totally thrown off, staring at the shock that church knights could be made of non-humans. The man's sharp, serious gaze locks in as his introduction wraps up. In a shattered, lifeless wasteland, this crew stands over a defeated enemy like the battle's final page. A dark-haired girl clocks the truth. This enemy actually follows a real code, the same one her own Onisama swore by. A hooded woman leans in and grills, "So you're an otherworlder with that rare ability." The dark-haired girl can't shake the feeling. Could this new kid be just like her? Up close, you can clearly see the plain silver cross dangling at her throat. The hooded woman spots the jewelry at once, then leans in and asks, "Is that a rosary?" Her face breaks into pure joy. She can't believe she's found another believer in heaven. The dark-haired girl bears her heartbreak, crying out that the people of this world refuse to believe. Her companion leans in, weighing what faith truly means and why it matters so much in their world. The girl declares, full on, that you can't live a day without faith. A horned figure stares her down and demands to know why she joined the church when she's already carrying a legit code. She stayed silent because people kept labeling her as some kind of pawn for old, outdated ideas. He gestures toward that ominous chamber, and the message hits hard. Maybe she'd wound up there too, meeting the same grim fate. The dark-haired girl and her red-haired companion stared on, and pure shock lit up their faces. A severed, floating brain trapped in a tank calls itself a former king, living proof of an otherworlder. He leans in and blasts the truth. Legit codes are the only keys that can wake ancient weapons and keep them running. He lays bare the sickening truth they're being exploited down to the last breath, and they even made clones just to steal death from them. Both girls jerk back in pure horror as this brutal truth about their world crashes down on them. He snaps at her to watch her step, because in this world, otherworlders get treated like they're too low for both good and evil. The hooded woman spots the escape boats and points out they're chilling up on a platform overhead. A massive futuristic escape vessel sits docked on a colossal floating platform, like the final getaway is already waiting to ignite. He's kicking himself over that brief chat, but he still leans in and makes it clear he's hoping they'll cross paths again. Inside the mech, the girl blurts that their little sisters have already shown up among our enemies. She lets out a breath of pure relief that her Onisama is safe, then shouts at everyone to run for their lives and escape. A blonde, elf-like woman stays frozen in place, eyes locked on the newcomer as tension tightens across her face. His eyes pinch shut with focus as he scans the chaos unfolding in front of him. It still looks totally baffled, staring at the words giant god like, wait, what does that even mean? The man calls out to the dark-haired girl by her full name, Hinako Kyogoku-san. He tells her he can't wait to see her again, then whips around and heads out. A hooded woman steps in and says they should team up together. They'll rip this ugly world apart and rebuild it. Uniformed Hinako weighs the offer with tired eyes, but her determination doesn't budge. A colossal circular fortress looms in the sky, and it's the group's starting point where everything begins. Inside the vessel, Hinako leans in and quizzes Carla, her horned companion, on how they're supposed to break out. On the side, Ellis the blonde elf lets out a huge sigh of relief, knowing her and her mech are finally safe. Carla leans in and tells Hinako, "We've locked our destination right near demon territory." Hinako then whips around and tells her far-off partner, Ellis, to slam the console right in front of her. Ellis turns her gaze to her Onisama, staring like, what's going on? She shoots her hand out and slaps the exact panel her console points to. A system voice blasts out a posture lock warning, urging Alice to drop into an anti-shock position. The system's recommendation flashes on screen, crystal clear for one wild moment. A huge chunk of the fortress rips free and rockets straight into the sky. Ellis erupts in a terrified cry of alarm, totally stunned by what's unfolding right in front of him. She gasps as the platform rockets forward and, for one wild second, her body feels completely weightless. Her eyes went wide, panic and confusion crashing in at the same time. The ejected platform blasts into the sky, roaring with an earth-shaking explosive boom as it soars past the clouds. Alice shrieks in pure terror, certain she's about to plunge off the platform. Tears and snot stream down her face, and terror devours every inch of her. From a safe distance, Hinako and Carla watch the whole thing unfold, and Carla can't help but deadpan because, yeah, she didn't fall. A colossal platform tears across the sky, then drops like a meteor straight toward the city below. Two far-off silhouettes keep their eyes glued as something whips across the sky like a runaway meteor. A woman told them, "I'm letting you walk away. Master privilege is locked in, and I'm not risking complications." She warns that if he'd gone toe-to-toe with the giant god, everything would have turned into a disaster. His face goes stone still as he listens, locked in on her sharp tactical reasoning. She sneers at him as a petty little boy, like he's nothing next to her monstrous self. She tells him to stare down at the ants at his feet because that's where a monstrous shape is rising from below. A thick plume of smoke rips upward from a far-off stretch of forested mountains. Thick smoke billows from a wrecked crash site deep inside a forest valley. A huge chunk of the platform, all metal and twisted lies smashed in the dirt, scattered among the trees. At the crash site, Carla is pinned flat against the earth, while a dazed Ellis lies trapped above her. Ellis realizes the moment they crash, neither of them knows a thing about flying the vessel. Hinako watches with sharp worry, knowing exactly why they just crashed. An elf-like man bursts in, finally breathing easy when he spots Ellis safe, but he yells at her to let Carla go. Hinako gently scolds Carla, blaming her for the whole awkward mess. She jolts them with a reminder last time they met. They were this close to getting along. Ellis and Carla both snap their gaze away, totally rattled by the memory of that almost truce. They both yell in perfect unison. It was nothing, but their faces are blazing red with pure embarrassment. A nearby Mac tries to smooth things over, but an enraged Alice snaps at it to shut up. The next screen flips up a sad little emoticon like it's begging for encouragement, only to watch it get shut down. Deep in the forest, the mech snaps. "All right, what's our next move?" Carla tells them they're right on the edge of demon territory, and if they hurry, they can vanish in the Margrave's hideout. Hinako snaps in shock because she honestly thought they were about to be dropped straight into the demon lands. Carla fires off a reminder. Her legitimate code turns her into sweet nectar, the kind demons can't resist. She declares she'll never let demons use her Oni-sama, and she won't give them the chance. Ellis takes it all in, eyes sharp and serious, like he's really thinking about every single detail. Carla's face heats up as Ellis's words hit her like an accusation, like he's blaming her for some planned betrayal. Hinako grins and points out Carla's slip, then reminds her, clear as day, that she's not her Oni-sama. Carla blurts out a desperate apology, face burning with pure embarrassment over the mess she made. Flustered fury burns across her face, turning humiliation into pure burning rage. Hinako just stares in shock, completely baffled by how wildly emotional her companion suddenly gets. A system voice blares as a dark portal tears open, kicking off a dimensional leap reaction. Ellis freezes in disbelief as a dimensional leaper rips through reality and comes crashing in. Carla stares at the new arrival with wide eyes, her nerves screaming at her to brace for impact. Hinako's expression hardens the moment she confirms the dimensional leaper is on its way. A woman in a sleek, futuristic bodysuit bursts out of a black circular portal like a nightmare made real. The newcomer and assassin stands there like a silent storm, cold, deadly, and impossible to ignore. She can barely choke back her frustration. She hates spending her precious dimension drive on this mission. Illis is absolutely stunned when this brand new, terrifying threat suddenly bursts onto the scene. Carla is absolutely terrified. Her face turns ghost pale as fear and dread crash over her. The assassin snarls that she still hasn't found any other worlders who can tear a country apart. She tells Hinako, "It's finally time you're free from the loop entanglement, so now you can strike for real." Hinako's face tightens as she braces herself for the fight that's coming, no matter what. A razor-close shot traps the assassin's cold, focused gaze locked dead on her target. Carla's scream rips through the chaos as she panics, shouting that the attacker is an otherworlder killer. She panics and demands they guard their only one, no matter the cost. She drops the bombshell. The assassin is a high elf, and their power is beyond anything Lord Philosoma can touch. Her face is a dead-cold mask, and with a single revelation, the title Erlis revealed stops being a rumor and becomes her weapon. Ellis and her mech scream in agony when they're abruptly, utterly frozen in place. The Erlis guy calmly spits out the emergency shutoff code Aramort. Dark tendrils burst from the ground and whip around Ellis and the mech in the blink of an eye. Hinako and Carla stare in terror, shouting Ellis's name like something inside the danger is about to snap. A blonde, elf-like woman freezes in place. Terror hits as she realizes her body won't move an inch. Hermek Trugernaner stands close by, systems blazing to life and humming like it's ready to move. A woman in a sleek, futuristic bodysuit let out a breath of relief. Her stop code finally worked. From the ground, Carla the Horned Girl stares up, trembling with pure stomach-dropping terror. She lets out a desperate scream, begging her leader, Hinako, to bolt before the danger catches up. In this wild, futuristic world, the earless woman swings in and effortlessly boots Carla side like she's nothing. Hinako plants her feet and clutches a tiny cross-shaped charm like a shield, ready to fight back. With terrifying speed, the earless drops in right in front of Hinako. Blonde Ellis erupts in a terrified scream at her leader, like something just went horribly wrong. A blade drives straight into Hinako's chest with a brutal, sickening stab. The earless stands over her trembling victim and spits out with icy certainty that it's too bad. She declares the Otherworlder's tale is finally over. The story cuts to a massive mountain range, wrapped in endless forest, all under a storm-dark sky. In a blood-stained clearing, Alice and her mech stand surrounded by wreckage. Alice watches everything crash into place, her face carved with pure worry. Truger Nanner's screen bursts with a swirling, glowing symbol like it's charging up for something massive. Carla watches, her face locked in a serious, laser-focused stare. The earless figure looms over Hinako as she sits on a log. She hammers the point again. This is it. The Otherworlder's story ends here. Even with the blade buried in her, Hinako lifts her gaze with a calm that feels almost impossible. Alice blasts out a desperate panic scream for her Onisoma. Her attacker, the airless one, stares back, and confusion flickers across his face. Even with that brutal wound tearing through her, Hinako still looks completely baffled. Two women stand toe-to-toe in a silent forest clearing, the whole place holding its breath. Dark, tendril-like energy slithers and rides out of Hinako's wound. Alice freezes, staring at the impossible sight, her eyes blown wide with pure shock. The earless girl snaps to attention as those same black tendrils whip around her, and pure shock lights up her face. Hinako strains and sweats, jaw clenched so hard it could crack, pure determination blazing across her face. Carla drops the bombshell. Hinako isn't just some otherworlder, she's the real deal, a legit code owner. She leans in and tells Lady Earless straight to her face that anti-cheat code won't work on her. Carla then steps up and backs Hinako's identity, signing her claim in her own name as the former Demon Lord. Worry tightens her face as she gets ready to spill the next piece of the truth. She snaps a warning push this fight any further, and the giant god will break free. A colossal, shadow-drenched magic mark snaps into existence, screaming that some insane power has been trapped and waiting to explode. Aeolus sprawls on the forest floor, and that terrifying mark hangs over her like a death sentence. She trembles as she hisses "Giant God," and dread claws its way in. Hinako cuts in fast, insisting there's something way more important happening right now. She rips away the mask and drops the bombshell. Carla isn't just a name, she's the Demon Lord. Ellie hunkers down alone in the dark forest, and her massive mech stands watch like a silent guardian. She and Trugger Nanner hunker down in the quiet woods, hemmed in by towering trees all around them. The Earless humbles herself and offers Carla a full, formal apology for what happened earlier. Carla's flustered out of her mind. She swears she used to be a former Demon Lord. But for now, it's just Carla. The Earless smirks and points out that Carla's sister, Harla, is just a regent. A sharp ache flashes across Carla's face, and she breathes out her own name in a shaky whisper. The Earless one grins and teases Carla nonstop for how painfully polite she sounds. Carla blames the atmosphere's auto-translate feature for why she's stuck using formal wording. Ellis stares hard at her, sensing that Carla's polite act might be hiding her real self. Hinako leans in and asks Carla straight up, are her demonic companions deadly servants? Carla seethes and demands, we're not your servants, we're your precious companions. Her fiery declaration gets turned into pure comedy with a chibi art style. Ellis clamps down on Carla's throat, and Carla gasps and fights just to get the rest of her sentence out. Carla keeps fighting to get the words out, trapped in a crushing grip that won't let her go. She shrieks that she's about to die slaughtered by her own ally. Ellis clamps his hand around Carla's neck, and fury twists across her face. Carla throws herself at someone, begging them to hit the stop code before it's too late. Ellis seethes with rage and demands that Carla spill every secret she's been hiding. Even while Carla's getting choked, she snaps that Ellis keeps fixating on the tiniest details. Ellis slams Carla aside and dares Carla to fight, but Carla can only shake her head, crying as she refuses. Hinako clocks that Carla and the Earless are basically inseparable. The Earless pops her head up, tells them she's having a blast watching the Otherworlders. Hinako stares at the being Philosoma and demands, so you're a high elf and so am I. For a split second, you get a terrifying glimpse of Philosomus, this brain-headed, grotesque monster staring back. The Earless girl tells everyone her name comes from one brutal detail: she has no communication device at all. She announces that she's long since broken ties with the Philosomus faction. She sizes up Hinako's crew like they're a world-ending lineup of unstoppable power. She tells him she had to smash Hinako's cheat the second her first move hit. She realizes her plan blew up because Hinako's got a real, legitimate code backing her up. Hinako leans in and asks if those light sticks she spotted earlier can do exactly that. The airless raises the cheat breaker and lays out exactly what it's meant to do. Hinako clenches her fist, her mind racing as this new dangerous truth hits like a punch. She leaned in and begged the earless for permission to borrow that weapon. The story jumps to a shattered city, and in the far distance, a colossal crashed ship looms over everything. A towering, shattered structure looms over the rubble, standing there like a warning in the wreckage of collapsed buildings. A crumbling, dead tree glares from the ruined, empty streets like it's been waiting for the end to come. Two guards stomp through the area, faces set in stone as they scan the wreckage with grim, merciless eyes. They stumble on a gigantic tree-like monster, fully dormant and towering over the street like a nightmare waiting to wake. One guard snaps his head up and realizes it's the exact monster that duked it out with the giant earlier. They're stunned. Whatever was there looks dried up, gone quiet, and asleep for a long stretch. They're furious about the empty order books because if this nightmare stirs back up, it could crawl out of the dark and bite again. One guard spots something seriously off on one of the creature's roots. He points out the weird phenomenon, and his worried companion can't stop staring. They freeze in terror as a brand new monstrosity crawls out of the old thing and fully takes shape. A tight close-up shows the new mass is packed with writhing, humanoid bodies. A horrifying mass of black ooze starts squirming and molding itself into a human shape. The tail suddenly glides to a calm city bridge, arching proudly over the canal like nothing could ever go wrong. From a fresh angle, the tranquil bridge glows as dusk drapes the city in silence. Yonko, the young woman with reddish-brown hair, drops her gaze and sinks into deep, thoughtful silence. A shadowy, dark-winged figure drops onto the bridge. Wendy lands with a thud and rushes to greet her sister. Hunko breaks into a small, playful giggle the second her sister steps in. Wendy admits they both got absolutely wrecked in their last fight. Wendy flashes a smile, bright as sunshine, but you can still feel the tiredness hiding underneath. Hunko clocks that Wendy looks totally different than she did before. She says she liked Wendy's old avatar way more, but the truth hits hard. There's only so many vessels to go around. She blurts out, "So these vessels, are they the otherworlders fused into Wendy?" Wendy gives it a brutal confirmation, sneering that the structures they're trapped in are filthy. She rages about how humans and demons both grind down the poor, stranded otherworlders for their own gain. Hunko blurts out, almost like a dare, wondering if she's just another tool other people can use. Wendy taunts her, poking fun and demanding to know if she's depressed just because she got wiped in their fight. She flat out declares Hunko is the total opposite, somebody armed with cheats and weapons that hit like a cheat code from hell. Wendy lunges for Hunko, shouting that they've got power and that they finally see just how cruel the world really is. Two women's faces loom inches apart. One swears she'll seize everything, while the other nods, ready to pay back every single thing they did to her. At dusk, on a crumbling stone bridge, a light-haired girl cracks and admits she's sick of being used by everyone else. A young woman in a school uniform stares ahead with a heavy, somber look, and the panel feels like it's squeezing the air right out of her. In a chaotic flashback in the kitchen, her mom, Coley, snaps, "Get out of here," like it's the most obvious thing in the world that they're family. A tight close-up locks onto the girl's eye, fresh, hard-earned grit blazing there, like it finally clicked. She stares at the weapon and commits. Now she's going to swing the holy sword and fight for real. A monstrous face with a shadowy grin creeps up behind her, and it just can't help but find this new turn absolutely fascinating. A woman with antlers nods and says the sword will supercharge their power. She tells him De La Mancha isn't just a holy sword, it's a device that drinks in the special abilities of otherworlders. She's got one ruthless plan: grab that sword and settle the score in a rematch with Kyogoku's daughter. One fierce, determined eye locks on their rival like they're about to drag them straight through hell. The antlered woman hammers home her demand. She's using that weapon for their rematch. On the bridge, she hands Junko the hilt of the sword like it's the key to everything. Hunko snatches the weapon from her hand, and shock hits her face like a punch. Hunko's face stays icy and unreadable as she reaches out and activates the holy sword herself. The antlered woman blurts out in total disbelief, eyes wide as she demands how could her Onisoma possibly do something like this. Hunko lets out a quiet sigh, her face set in exhausted resignation. She snaps that she's done with their act, then demands they stop pretending they're sisters. The antlered woman senses her magic being yanked away, swallowed into someone else, and her shock turns into raw betrayal. Hunko spits out a non-stop barrage of insults, calling her a useless loser and driving her straight up the wall. As her regeneration power sputters out, they brand her useless all over again. The antlered woman snaps into panic when she realizes the holy sword isn't just attacking, it's siphoning her vitality dry. She frantically drags Hunko back to their sister vow, like that promise is stronger than blood itself. Hunko stared down at her with pure contempt, her voice icy as she demanded, "Do you really think that's true?" She drops the bombshell that her only real sister is Hinako and everyone else is just there to pad the story. With a sharp little smirk, she admits, almost like she can't help herself, that the antlered woman was among the best. Her intense eye fills the frame, and you can practically feel the cruel dismissal land like a final blow. Rage and betrayal tear through her as the antlered woman shrieks her sister's name, Junko. Two huge, black blade-like appendages burst out from Junko's back, snapping into place like her power just detonated. Junko's power rips in and absorbs the Mana Terminator ability from her old sister. With a calm, chilling command, she steadies herself, then prepares to unleash the devastating stolen power. The antlered woman gets blasted by a crushing power move, and she rockets backward over the bridge like she's been shot out of a cannon. That strike hits like a nightmare, pure power detonating from the absorbed ability. Junko stares at the aftermath of her attack with a stone-cold, unreadable gaze. Her former sister's body gets hurled across the bridge and sprawls far below. She slams into the dark water below with a heavy final splash. In the river, the antlered woman's worst fear hits. She realizes she can't regenerate. Junko remembers her. Victim wasn't just skilled, he had yet another cheat ability up his sleeve. The antlered woman sobs as her only hope, her summit, comes to save her from drowning. Junko waves off the other cheat like it's trash, dismissing it as a totally useless ability anyway. She declares she has everything she needs, then shuts the door. She's done needing anyone. The antlered woman plunges under the waves as Junko turns and strides into the night. On the bridge, Junko stares out and realizes she should have moved way sooner. She swears she'll grow into a strong, decent person, someone who can use her power wisely, not selfishly. This fresh road exists because she swore a promise to Hinako and now she's finally walking it. In a pitch-black forest, Hinako, the long-haired girl, stands alone, completely swallowed by dark, heavy thoughts. A deep, quiet sorrow has carved itself into her face. A simple ring gleams as her hand clamps down hard on the dagger's hilt. Her blonde companion and the horned girl keep their eyes on her from afar. Hinako's eyes lock onto a black cube sitting on a fallen log, like it's daring her to come closer. A lone cube like a save point looms menacingly in that moonlit clearing, daring whoever's bold enough to touch it. Her companion blurts out that the spell isn't alone, it's chained to a cheat code and a soul. Stab the save point with that dagger, and it'll shut down every last function. The blonde woman declares no beating heart, no breath left, biological life ends completely. Hinako nods once, steady as stone, and quietly admits the truth. This is the end. The blonde woman steps up and insists she'll do it herself. She sees no reason for Hinako to lift a finger. She says she's pulled this off a bunch of times before and it's never once caused a problem. She tells Hinako, "You don't have to keep swallowing this kind of pain." Hunko's face, so heartbreakingly sad, snaps into Hinako's mind like a flash of lightning. In her head, a ghostly vision hits her young brother, staring back as if he's right there. A towering mech looms in the forest shadows, dead silent, like it's waiting to strike. Hinako shoots down his offer. She's sure her friend will just label him a nobody the second he walks in. The young man's face twists with distress all over again. She snaps that dying like some cold, impersonal thing isn't a reward at all. The blonde woman smirks like she already cracked the whole plan, reading her motives her own way. She blasts Hinako for trying to steal the spotlight as if she's the tragic heroine of the story. The blonde woman's eyes sharpen into pure, no-nonsense analysis. The horned girl stares in stunned silence, her face packed with real worry and dread. The blonde woman snaps back that Hinako's doing all of this for her own pure self-satisfaction. She snaps that Hinako is just indulging himself and that he's hiding behind his siblings as a convenient excuse to duck out. Carla, the horned girl, gets pinned down and restrained by a towering elven woman. The giant rears up and snarls that he'll kill the blonde for her rude accusations. Hinako drops her gaze and the words hit her like bricks. Her face crumples with deep sorrow and crippling self-doubt. The blonde woman's stare doesn't blink cold, sharp, and dripping judgment. Hinako can't forget when her own sister snapped at her for acting like it was all for her own self-satisfaction. She can't deny it, part of her thinks she's just getting full of herself, and maybe she's lost her mind. She starts to wonder if their sisterly bond is nothing but a convenient excuse or if it's been a full-blown lie all along. Doubt flickers in her, but then right in her eyes, a brand new hard resolve ignites. She swallows the labels like they're a challenge. Sure, she'll be a bore and then she'll lose her mind. Kneeling in front of the cube, she just swallows it all and accepts that this is how it is. She whispers one last desperate plea. She wants his choice to belong to her, and only her. With a jolt of raw fury, she plunges the dagger deep into the cube. Tears pour down her cheeks as she desperately prays for her brother to rise up into heaven. Kneeling in the woods, she clings to one wild hope heaven has to be real. She begs God himself to be waiting there to receive him. Ellis, the blonde woman, stands with her eyes shut, watching the solemn act unfold. Horned girl, Carla stares ahead, her face heavy with quiet sorrow. A giant mech watches everything from the back lines, completely silent, like it's waiting to strike. The blonde woman in sleek futuristic armor glances away for a split second. In the dark forest clearing, the whole crew stays shoulder to shoulder like they've just finished something unforgivable. The futuristic woman whips around and stares down at the kneeling Hinako. She throws out a sincere apology and admits she totally misread Hinako's grit. Hinako pushes herself upright, and the sorrow drains out. What's left is razor-sharp focus. Ellis, the giant elven woman, steps up and demands to know what the group is going to do next. Hinako proudly lays it all out, one demon lord on her side and a giant god towering behind her. She adds that they've got a mobile weapon too, and it's backed by a legit code. In a bold burst, the futuristic woman declares she's already taken down the kingdom's ruler and flipped the church into open enemy territory. She and the giant Alice slam that door shut and admit they've got no choice left. They have to get involved. Hinako decides to go after the answer Carla has for the country's suffering people first. And right away, a battle-ready woman in armor whips around, shocked that her companion's resolve is so deadly serious. Hinako, the uniformed girl, makes it clear this is her responsibility to carry. Her companion blurts out an apology, staring at Hinako like she just stepped out of a fairy tale straight into a shining suit of armor. Then she snaps back and basically declares, "No, this is what a real reincarnator actually is." Hinako flips the question right back on them, demanding to know what their own resolve looks like. The armored woman leans in and fires a question at Hinako. "Tell me, are you really going to save the world?" The crew kicks off their journey, charging across a brutal, empty mountain range that stretches forever. They tear through a sprawling forested valley, racing straight for their next destination. Their party, plus a towering robot, hangs on a jagged rocky cliffside, bracing for whatever hits next. Alpha, the armored woman, leans in from the robot's shoulder and blasts out that they've finally arrived. Below them, a rough makeshift village clings to the side of a brutal steep canyon, carved out like someone refused to give up. This settlement is where reincarnated folks from another world are gathered and living out their second lives. Carla, the horn girl, is left absolutely stunned because she never thought a community like this could exist here. Ellis, that towering elf-like giant, points out something wild: the world isn't discriminating against demi-humans at all. A hand-drawn map suddenly spills their exact spot right in relation to the world's biggest powers. Ellis clocks it. This new spot is sitting right near their old base. Carla fires the question at Alpha. "Did you build this village?" But Alpha just stares back, and all she'll admit is that she only runs it. Alpha draws the line. She wipes out the dangerous high-risk people, but she protects the peaceful ones. Hinako wonders out loud that other worlders must have their own little communities somewhere else too. LSS Alpha. Those places are insanely rare in this world. Alpha lays it bare. Living on your own with no society is brutally hard. She told them to picture the strangers they didn't want, flooding into their world like it was never theirs to begin with. Alpha figures these fresh-faced newcomers don't stand a chance. They're going to be met with instant hostility. Hinako sinks into deep thought as she listens to every word of the explanation, her face stone serious. Alpha rips into the reincarnated crew, pointing out they've got zero skills and packed dangerous cheat powers. They've got two choices: scrub back to the basics and relearn everything, or dive into dangerous jobs where their power is the only thing keeping them alive. She remembers when the other world leaders finally banded together and united the entire world. With a grim shake of her head, she declares that this kind of world will never exist again. It all comes down to one deadly, built-in flaw that every other worlder is cursed to carry. Their jaw-dropping cheats never get handed down to the regular, everyday descendants. Hinako and Ellis swallow the crushing weight of this brutal piece of history. Alpha corners Hinako and presses her on the mess behind powerless heirs. A shadowy figure looms, sealing the fate of a society that's about to crumble for good. All that remained in the end was a cruel legacy, widespread discrimination, and ruthless methods of control. The robot leans in and demands Alpha why she's exposing all this to Onisomo. As Alpha stares on with razor-sharp focus, everyone starts wondering what she's really up to. She makes it clear she runs the refugees, but she's got zero duty to keep them safe. But she clocks it right away. Hinako's group is different, no matter what species they are. The robot clocks it instantly. Hinako can rally everyone, take charge, and lead them like a force of nature. Hinako and Ella lock eyes, instantly weighing the robot's judgment like it just landed a verdict. The robot weirdly blurts that the artificial intelligence is gone, and then slams in order to restart it. Its screen flashes a smug grin, like it's declaring, "Congrats, I've got free will now." Alpha and Carla freeze in total disbelief when the robot suddenly snaps into sentience. Hinako snaps, "Did I mess up?" and points straight at the 3 laws of robotics like they're to blame. She insists she never ordered the robot because it isn't her call, it's her sister's. The robot checks its stop code again. Nothing. It squeezes its fist like it's trapped in a broken command. It goes after Alpha and Carla, snarling that they better not touch Onisama or else. With that simple little smiley face, it dares them do it, and you're getting terminated. Illis bursts into laughter, slaps the rogue AI on the label like it's his sibling, and the AI grins back, insisting it was only messing around. Alpha and Carla aren't buying it for a second, whispering under their breath as distrust churns over the machine. They point out that this unblinking, grinning face somehow looks straight up deadly serious. Just as they roll up to the settlement's entrance, a squad of armed villagers slams the group to a stop. A villager grips a spear and demands to know what they're doing in the village. Alpha strides onto the robot's outstretched hand, racing to calm the crowd. Hinako just watches the tense standoff like it's nothing, calm eyes, sharp focus, daring the moment to break. From her spot above, she spots a familiar face weaving through the villagers like she's been waiting for this moment. A young guy with glasses and an eye patch stands right in the middle of a crowd full of armed soldiers. He spots Hinako and blurts her name in pure shock. Hinako snaps her eyes back to him, and recognition flickers across her face like a spark. From up high, you get the whole village in one shot, homes carved right into savage cliffs, like the mountain itself built them. Inside the group, they stride through the settlement as wary residents keep their eyes locked on them. Alpha flashes a warm wave at the curious family as they roll right through the main street. The party barrels straight through the heart of Cliffside Village. Inukai, fresh-faced and fired up, beams at Hinako and thanks her for saving him back when those goblins came for them. He meets her gaze with a soft, careful look and speaks to her in the most formal way. Inukai shoots Ellis a quick apology for her earlier rudeness, then explains she honestly just doesn't remember him. He lets out a huge sigh of relief, grateful that Hinako is safe and that they finally found each other again. His gaze stays steady and gentle as he looks straight at her. Hinako leans in and quizzes Inukai about what he's been up to ever since they last met. He flashes back to that village where he and the others took on goblins side by side. Inukai instantly reminds her of the refugees who were standing right there during that brutal battle. He tells you he's been roaming non-stop, hunting for ways to truly help. His journey laid bare a brutal truth. Every displaced person he met was swallowed by widespread suffering. This quest will finally bring him step by step right back to this very village. He leans in and tells you this place has a name. It's the Village of the Reincarnated. He realizes that even in this place, cheat users get treated like royalty because they're treasured as bodyguards. Inukai leans in and asks Hinako, "Have you seen your older sister?" Hinako insists she really met her sister, but they still can't see eye to eye. A violent burst of chaotic images shows it. This reunion didn't end in joy. It detonated into disaster. Inukai nods and confirms it. Those scary rumors about trouble in the royal capital have finally reached them. He leans in and tells Hinako that everyone credits her crew as the heroes for what they did. Hinako sharply shuts them down, saying their move isn't some statement, it's a personal act of terror. Inukai drops his gaze, and you can tell he already figured she'd say exactly that. He insists that even if she feels one way, the rest of the villagers see it completely differently. Hinako and Inukai huddle side by side as the villagers rush in like a roaring wave. An elderly woman glides in on her wheelchair, tilts her head, and introduces herself, Kazumi Ito, the chief. Hinako freezes in shock because the chief already knows her name. Edo leans in and confirms she's heard of Hinako, the hero of salvation who toppled a whole kingdom. She fires off Hinako's wildest accomplishments right down to her destroying a battleship. Ito speaks for the whole village, pleading with Hinako to save them. Every villager's face screams desperation, but their shared hope refuses to die. Hinako stares on, crushed by the weight of their demand. Ellis can't stop watching her sister, and her face tightens with raw worry. Its monitor lights up with a tangled symbol, and the robot just stares, totally silent. Carla stares on, face set and impossible to read. Alpha watches the whole play out, calm as ever, but with a knowing smile that says he already saw this coming. The giant Ellis drops to his knees beside a roaring bonfire while the villagers swarm in, circling close. The whole village holds its breath, hanging on Hinako's answer after they throw their plea at her. Hinako huddles by the firelight, staring into the flames as she wrestles with a decision that could break her. She lifts her gaze, jaw set with determination, and declares she has to refuse. An elderly woman in a wheelchair snaps her attention to the villager's sudden demand, then nods like she's ready to answer. With her horned buddy beside her, Hinako insists her moves were driven by reasons only she can explain. In a tight close-up, Hinako shoots back, insisting she's just a young girl, she's no leader at all. The village chief snaps back that a mere girl can't possibly command a giant god and demon. Hinako, boxed in by her companions, shoots a sharp look because that chief seems to know absolutely everything. The chief blares that the cheats are what keep them trapped, but then admits they're also the most useful tool they've got. A villager drops to their knees as the chief lays down the truth. This isn't just a request for one-sided protection. With a wanted poster in hand, the chief slams down a 10 million gold bounty for Hinako's capture. The giant Ellis figures out the bounty could be worth hundreds of millions, maybe even billions of yen. The chief leans in and tells Hinako, "You're done being a little girl, now you've got to live the story." With a focused glare, the chief demanded Hinako step in and help them survive in this world. The elf-like Alice fixes her gaze forward, her expression tight with serious questions. Carla, the horn girl, locks eyes forward, her face swallowed in deep, tense thought. The chief squares up to Hinako and gives her a brutal choice fall in line with him, or try and carve out a quiet life for herself. She shoots a warning because that massive bounty is up for grabs. Other worlders are going to swarm in for her. Carla's eyes flare wide with pure shock when she realizes what that threat really means. Fury surges through Carla as she rises to her feet and dares any other worlders to even try to hurt them. Her companions stare at her outburst, stunned and worried all at once. The villagers flinched hard, shocked by Carla's sudden, protective rage. Carla's face turned into pure determination, and her eyes narrowed with sharp, blazing anger. She erupts in rage, calling out the villagers as if they're just another set of oppressors. She tells the story of how people once praised them and treated them like real heroes. The bespectacled Inukai just stares at her blow up with a grim, "I knew this was coming" look. Carla's fist tightens into a hard clench as she fires off her angry rant. With a wild grin, she shrieks that they know nothing about her. Onisama then turns around and praises her anyway. She calls them out, saying they just want to watch people slaughter each other and smear Hinako's hands in the blood. Her eyes flash with fury as she snaps out the first thing the villagers need to do. Hinako lunges and yanks Carla's arm, cutting her off just before she can move. The two lock eyes. Hinako stays cool and composed, but Carla's stare burns with pure defiance. A village woman pushes forward through the crowd, and the kids cling to her like lifelines, desperate for safety. Hinako clocked it instantly. This wasn't an accident at all. It was a dusty, calculated scheme meant to hook their sympathy. The village chief lets out a tired, hushed apology, admitting it's their desperate panic that pushed them to the edge. She finally tells the truth about Carla's claims, backing up every last bit of their manipulative tactics. The chief snaps that there's no other way. He's been fighting for almost 20 years, and he's out of options. She blurts out that nearly all of their family has been hunted, and their severed heads are hanging as trophies. A woman drops to her knees and begs them, "Don't panic, please," even as their situation looks hopeless. Hinako and Carla stare in silence as their rage drains away, replaced by a heavy, gut punch kind of understanding. A man drops to his knees on the ground, pleading for them to protect the children at least. Hinako and her crew were hit hard, visibly shaken by just how deep the villagers' pain ran. You see it, an unforgiving village, broke to its bones, clinging to a cliff like it has nowhere else to go. A fierce woman leads a band of kids straight through crumbling wooden shacks, one shaky step at a time. Aalis, the giantess, suddenly crashes into the village, and the whole place freezes as the villagers stare in shock at her impossible arrival. The woman and the kids stare up at that giant looming over them, fear crawling up their spines. Ellis hangs her head and bows in apology, vowing she'll talk to her sister about that earlier outburst. A man blurts out in shock that they really are sisters with the demon girl. A little girl with pigtails choked up on tears as she asked, trembling, whether the robot was her own sister too. Towering over the village, Elise declares it with a sharp grin. Trugernaner isn't just a robot, he's her sister too. Hope flares in the little girl's eyes as she nervously asks, "So can I be your sister too?" An older kid in a cap barrels forward and begs so hard he can barely get the words out for them to let him be their little brother. Ellis stares at the scene, face set in a calm, unreadable mask like he's hiding something big. Hinako and Inukai strode side by side down the desolate village streets like they were hunting answers in the silence. Inukai throws an apology at the village chief's earlier panic, making sure everyone knows it wasn't his best moment. Hinako can't stop herself, she blurts out, stunned, asking why the villagers are clinging so tightly to someone like her. With a grim stare, Inukai snaps that it's because she's sitting on an insane amount of power. Hinako drops her gaze, and the crushing weight of this responsibility slams into her like a tidal wave. Inukai throws his hand to the villagers and tells them, straight up, he can't watch their suffering anymore. He lays it all out. Those lives are crushingly hopeless, trapped under oppression, and they can't even get basic electricity. He says that when despair crushed them, they suddenly recognized a dream in her every move like she was living out a story. Totally clueless about what any of it means, Hinako leans in and blurts, "Wait, what are you even getting at with this story?" He breaks it down. This story is all about leveling up, getting brand new powers in a world that doesn't play favorites. Inukai flips the script. He backs the underdogs, brutalizes the powerful, and turns into a full-on hero. With a sneer twisting his face, he shuts it down as a pathetic fantasy packed with comforting lies. Hinako leans in, eyes locked, and a lone bead of sweat slides down her cheek. Inukai lets out a laugh and admits that all of them, him included, were buying into those wild fantasies. He finally blurts out that he's a full-grown adult and he still worshipped the heroes of manga and anime. His naivete got obliterated when the person he saved turned on him and gouged out his eye, smashing his precious illusion to pieces. Hinako locks eyes with him, calm and razor-sharp, as he finally bears his pain. He tells them they keep dreaming because, in their past lives, they were nobody worth remembering. Hinako leans in and asks if he's ever heard the tale of Don Quixote. Inukai sneers and dismisses it as a painfully sad tire like it's built for some kind of lunatic. He lays out the tale of a man who fooled himself so hard he started believing he was a real-life knight. Hinako plants his feet and delivers a clear, hard-hitting note that cuts straight through his interpretation. She throws out a whole new perspective, because this tale is about someone who dared to become a real knight. Inukai's eyes widen. She can't hide how stunned she is by that powerful, hopeful outlook. He leans in and asks who she really is, staring at her like he's seeing her for the very first time. She snaps it back, claiming he's just some otherworlder with a cheat power. She says it with iron certainty he's Taishi Inuke. A flashback hits him standing his ground, bravely shielding the villagers from monsters without a single reward in sight. She points out that even with one eye gone, he still keeps throwing himself into danger to save others. She looks him in the eye and tells him it's true he's a hero in his own story, and he's damn well earned that title. He demanded to know what she'd do the second she finally got face to face with her own sister. Hinako admits that running into him might have pulled her away from a lifetime of cold, endless revenge. She tells him he's shared this gorgeous tale of selfless sacrifice where saving others comes first, no matter what. With a sly little smile, she lets slip that her late brother believed the very same story. She declares, "If that's the world you wanted, then it's our hope now too." A fresh spark ignites in her eyes as she swears she'll be both a jester and a hero. Inukai feels completely swamped, admits he doesn't know how much he can handle, but he still promises he'll give it everything. Just as Hinako turns to leave, her words finally punch through him, shattering both his armor and his heart. He drops to his knees, a strangled gasp ripping out of his chest. Emotion crashes over him, and he starts sobbing uncontrollably, like he can't hold it in anymore. With tears streaming, he chokes out to her vanishing silhouette that he's truly grateful he ever met her. He confesses his real motive all along. He just wanted to hand his sister a life that's actually worth living. He'd rather face anything than let his sister down just in case fate ever dragged them together. That brutal, raw memory for this purpose hits him again, and fresh tears burn in his eyes. Hinako trudges through the dead silent village, marching away while Inukai's sobs echo behind her. The camera yanks back, revealing a rugged little village snug under a sky packed with blazing stars. Hinako, a lone figure, trudges up a grassy hill and leaves the village fading behind her. She stops, holds up her profile against the wild backdrop, and locks in with a look so determined it could cut steel. A voice suddenly shouted, warning her not to stay alone in that place because danger was waiting. A giant Elise erupts from the shadows, and it hits her like a punch. 10 million gold is still on her head. In her school uniform, Riley watches it happen. She realizes they've turned more villainous themselves. Her companion, Hinako, stays silent, but a sorrowful, thoughtful look paints her face. The girl leans in toward her friend Ellis, and just as she starts talking, she finally spills the truth about those people. Ellis cuts in, voice trembling with urgency, begging her, "Oni-sama, why won't you save the kids?" She suggests the kids should join the Kyogoku clan, calling them their brand new brothers and sisters. Hinako craned her neck, staring up at her giant sister, Elise, huge, muscular, and towering over her like a living wall. With a heavy, grieving stare, Ellis finally blurts out that she used to be dead set against getting a new brother. As Ellis bears her fear of losing Onisama, a memory flashes showing a smiling boy. She finally admits her past choices were fueled by nothing but selfish thoughts. The smiling boy from her past comes back the moment she realizes what all those consequences are really going to cost her. She mourns the boy she might have called family, a black box standing like a brutal sign of the fate she can't escape. Hinako watches, her face breaking with quiet heartbreak as she takes in every word of her sister's confession. Ellis confesses that, back then, all she ever cared about was herself. A violent montage hits, and you see it she's learned in the capital that truly awful people are real. Now she's done watching pain happen, she's ready to end the suffering and become the kind of person who genuinely cares for others. Carla, the horn girl, tilts her chin up and wears a wild, complicated pain expression like she's hiding a storm behind her smile. Ellis quietly swears to herself that one day she'll lock in the same kind of unbreakable resolve. Hinako leans in and warns her that taking in a whole wave of new siblings isn't just sweet, it's a massive responsibility. She softly tells Ellis to drop the weight on his shoulders and chase his own happiness. Ellis shuts that idea down hard, looking her Onisama straight in the eye with unshakable resolve. She tells him about a life-altering moment that flipped everything in her world. A memory flashes Hinako lunging toward a towering Elise, only this one is wrecked with tears. Hinako replays that fairy tale moment in her mind, a soft, knowing smile on her face. Ellis yelps through the pain, and the full weight of her emotions crashes down on her. She fully accepts her power, convinced she's strong enough to step in and save anyone who's in trouble. Kneeling in the field, she declares, loud and fearless, that she isn't doing this alone. Carla, the horn girl, just stares on, her face tight with seriousness, and you can see a hint of worry creeping in. Carla sits perched on a giant robot's hand, and its glowing screen flashes a mysterious symbol. The robot's screen blazes with the complex circular symbol, and it's suddenly in razor-sharp detail. Carla steps up with her top-notch organizational skills, ready to coordinate the rescue and pull the refugees to safety. The robot jumps in with a sharp chime, promising it'll take over the communication and psychological care. Ellis studies the robot, wondering if it's even meant to be playing that role. Hinako shuts her eyes tight, and a small, knowing smile curls up like she just figured everything out. Alone with her thoughts, she blurts out, "Can we really pull this off together?" Ellis thrusts her hand forward, smiling with total certainty that they'll make it. Hinako tilts her head up, tears pooling fast as her sister's unshakable conviction hits her like a wave. Ellis the robot, Carla, and Hinako finally become one tight family, swearing they'll tackle everything together. Hinako wears a quiet, somber look, like she's already decided the road ahead, and nothing will shake her. A soft, accepting smile blooms on her lips as she shuts her eyes. She shoots her hand forward and brushes the giant's massive fingers. With pride burning in her chest and sorrow weighing her down, she tells Ellis just how far she's come. Ellis blushes hard, her face lighting up with pure, joyful happiness. Hinako watches her sister's reaction with a warm, knowing smile, like she already saw it coming. A giant Ellis booms that it's time to leave, and Hinako just watches her march away, stunned. Ellis starts to walk off, and the camera catches the back of her head as she disappears into the distance. Hinako's eyes brim with heartbreaking sorrow as she watches her storm away. Her hand shoots out into the silence, begging no, pleading not to be left behind. Ellis whirls back, breathless with an apology for rushing, and then she spots Hinako's injured foot. Hinako tightens her fist and tells her friend, "Don't worry, keep going," like she can't afford to let fear win. She stands alone, a tiny silhouette swallowed by an endless empty void. As she strides forward, she snaps at Ellis to keep going at her own speed. Her eyes flare with fresh, unbreakable resolve to smash through every limit in her way. She makes a vow she'll prove to everyone that she can move even faster too. The story whips to a snowy mountain road on Christmas Eve, 1998. A lone car claws its way down a deadly, twisty mountain road, fighting for every inch. Inside his chest, panic spikes as he urgently promises he'll get his wife to the hospital. A heavily pregnant woman gasps and pants as labor grips her in full force. A flashback lights up as the man grins and joyfully pitches the name Hina for their daughter. Back in the car, her water bursts with a loud, sudden splash. She slumps in discomfort as the truth finally hits her like a punch. Panic and worry twist across the man's face as he slams the gas and drives. He tries to calm her down while a massive truck looms in the reflection, and the fear hits them both at once. A wall of blinding headlights from the oncoming truck floods the car's interior. The couple stare straight ahead, faces locked in that split second right before everything hits. Their car is wrecked beyond recognition, shredded and crushed under the monster transport truck. The camera zooms in on the shredded wreckage on the driver's side, wreckage that screams what just happened. The collision erupts into a dizzying storm of violent motion, and everything blurs with pure chaos. The pregnant woman is sprawled on the freezing ground, her side lit by the flames of the wreck burning beside her. Miraculously, she fights her way to freedom, crawling off with her face twisted in pure agony. Inferno roars like a beast, a towering wall of fire devouring every shred of wreckage. Her face twists into a silent scream, desperation and pain blazing behind her eyes. Her handbag and wallet lay scattered on the ground right beside the crash. A tight close-up on her driver's license snaps the truth into view. Her family name is Kyugoku. A brand new title page flips the moment from goodbye to a fresh start, sealing one life as it begins again. Snow pounds down in thick sheets, and the whole scene chills to the bone with a heavy, mournful hush. In another world, a lone train coils through a brutal, endless mountain range blanketed in snow. Two shadowy figures on a wild high ridge watch the train snake through the distance. The riders finally get exposed, and it turns out they're two young women in full armor. One of them is Carla Zuma, the second sister of the Blood Sisterhood. Her companion, Urus Burkay, the seventh sister, leans in and asks if the train is even a vehicle. Up close, that towering, brutally armored train looms like a fortress on rails. Urus leans in and tells you it's an ancient weapon forged by the Manuscare's empire. She warns that the empire leans hard on deadly firearms and ancient tech to keep its power standing. Carla declares she knows where the train is headed because their elder paid the ultimate price to make it happen. Urus stares on, eyes heavy and sharp, absorbing every word like it's setting off alarms in his head. Carla snaps, declaring the train their target, and orders Urus to reach out to their sisters. Two warriors thunder down the snowy slope, charging straight at the moving fortress like it's the last stand. The armored train barrels onward, chewing through a lifeless wasteland. Inside, a train car rattles with weary refugees packed in tight, desperate, exhausted, and clinging to survival. The refugees huddled shoulder to shoulder for warmth, their faces carved by pure despair. They all snap their heads upward, eyes wide, bracing themselves for whatever's about to hit next. A powerful Empire general and his troops climb into the car, then throw out fake sympathy like it's real. The Major reminds them of the ruler's death 4 years ago. With a kind smile, he swears the Empire will hand them a brand new home. He leans in and promises them the Empire doesn't turn people without abilities into livestock. He declares this world is fair, no discrimination, no matter where you're from or what race you are. He swears that with real ability, even they can rise up and become proud, respected citizens. His kind smile snaps into a cold, sinister sneer. He barks orders to his soldiers, grab the elderly, and render the helpless unconscious. A soldier yanks the person along, hauling them straight toward the open door as the train barrels forward. A man with his head wrapped in bandages fights tooth and nail against his soldiers, begging with everything he's got to be freed. 2 men get violently blasted out through the open door of a speeding armored train. A military major flashes a cruel grin and coldly declares that the useless have no worth. Terrified refugees watch, frozen in absolute horror, realizing the major's brutal words are really about how little they're worth. A lone, hooded figure with grit in their eyes strides forward, pushing through a fearful crowd like they own the moment. A soldier grabs a pregnant woman and pins her down as she shrieks in pure terror, while another man gets dragged away. A soldier pushes a swaddled baby toward the major, while the desperate mother begs, shaking, for them to give her child back. The major watches the pregnant mother smirk through her sarcasm, like she's reminding everyone that kids are treasures you've got to protect. The desperate pregnant mother jabs a finger forward, tears choking her voice as she demands, "Where is the father?" His eyes ice over as he slams her for giving birth again with nothing to support it. Other refugees snap at the hooded stranger, begging their Onisama to back off and not step in. Those harsh glares zeroed in on him, demanding to know what happened and pushing him to say if anyone had a complaint. A hooded figure advances with sheer determination, her cloak whispering and rustling with every step. A soldier lunges forward, clamps his hand onto her shoulder, and barks for her to stop right there. No excuses. With an armored gauntlet, she clamps down on the soldier's wrist and orders him to move, no questions, no delays. Her gauntlet slams shut with brutal force, crushing the soldier's hand and wrist as if they're nothing. The soldier lets out a blood-curdling scream as she stays ice calm and declares she won't argue about right and wrong with him. With a stone-cold stare, she spits out that she absolutely despises people just like him. She's Hinako Kyugoku, the big sister of the Sisterhood, and she absolutely can't stand anything dishonorable. The major scoffed like it was nothing. An icy, slipped out, his eyes narrowing with full-on contempt. He unveils his trap, sure she'll take the bait, and points straight at his real target. The major grips a terrified girl in a school uniform, then jeers at Hinako because she fell for the lure, hook, line, and sinker. Hinako spots the Yamagami Academy uniform and instantly clocks it. There's another otherworlder in this world. The captive girl breaks down in tears and admits, with a shaky voice, that she's never heard of Hinako, at least, not once. Hinako stands in front of the refugees and declares plain and fierce that she's here to rescue the people trapped like prisoners. She boldly proclaims that her mission includes wiping out the Empire's human trafficking routes too. The major's eyes narrow as he grills the silence like, did that message even reach her? Then he shuts it down and brushes it off. His soldiers snap their rifles into ready position, the sharp clack of charging mechanisms roaring through the whole train car. The loud sneers start up, doubting that smug Hinako, so sure of herself, can handle this mess all by her lonesome. Hinako keeps her voice steady, then asks if he really thinks she's alone, right after she drops the hint that she definitely isn't. An armored rider thunders down a snowy mountain on a galloping steed, and in her mind, she confirms her sisters are finally here. A colossal bipedal mech roars beside the flying train, its battle-ready frame built to crush anything in its path. The MEX system bursts open and declares its name, Truger Nanner, the third sister of the Sisterhood. Truger Nanner's screen flickers to his panicked face. He's begging for forgiveness because he can't stop Onisama. A young woman with a visor spots just how unstoppable Onisama is, then blasts the call to rally the Sisterhood and they charge straight into the attack. Inside the train, an officer blasts out a panicked warning. Cavalry and mobile units are closing in outside. The major's expression snaps into a savage grin as he barks, "To your battle stations," and whips his men into position. A hulking turret on this train jerks around with a brutal mechanical groan, locking onto the attackers like it's ready to tear them apart. The turret blasts out a relentless barrage of shells, and they tear across the snowy battlefield like streaking fire. Trugernaner gets hammered again and again by explosive shells, and every impact erupts in fierce sparks tearing off its armored shell. The next screen flashes a brutal, pained face as it screams through the non-stop beating. Inside, the major grips the hostage and refuses to let him go while the hostage begs for freedom and shouts for reinforcements. His soldiers surged ahead, commanded to snatch the precious legitimate code alive, no exceptions. Hinako barrels forward, her armored gauntlet cocked and ready to smash into the oncoming soldiers. A soldier launches to stop her, but she snaps into a quick spinning dodge and slips right past him. One more soldier does something truly vile, snatching a baby and yanking it in front of him as a human shield to slam the brakes on Hinako's charge. Hinako whips around in midair, her face frozen in pure horror as the soldier's cruel move lands. The soldier gets slammed into the train's wall so hard his body buckles under the sheer, brutal impact. Hinako stares, stunned for half a second, clutching the rescued baby, then deadpans. Oops. Truger Nanner's huge robotic arm grips the soldier's remains and roars at him for grabbing a baby hostage. While the mech drones on from beyond the grave, Hinako stays cool and files a lawsuit to claim the rescued infant. She cradled the child back into its mother's arms, her face calm and steady like a warm promise. Hinako's been through hell and back, but when the mother sees her baby alive, the tears start pouring like a flood, and she sobs nonstop, thanking Hinako over and over for saving her child. Hinako's eyes sharpen as she snaps her focus back to the mission in front of her. She grabs the moment, shouts that she's heading up front, and commands the rear carriages to be uncoupled right now. Her subordinate begs her, "Don't go in alone, this is pure death out there." Hinako shuts down her subordinates begging to wait, snapping that they've got zero time to waste. The train barrels toward a long bridge that feeds into a tunnel. This is their last shot to stop it. Truger Nanner keeps taking a beating, its screen flashing a grim, pained face as its pilot fumes over the crash of their own plane. The pilot is fuming. He slams out a shout, trying to get those two idiots out of Nana. Nana's bigger mech hatch starts to crack open with a terrifying rumble that shakes everything. A cat girl and an antler girl, two fresh figures, are standing by, ready to be deployed. The cat girl snaps to it. She's been insulted, while the antlered girl beams like she's won, gleefully affirming it. The new arrivals hit the room: Kuromu Blackwood, the sixth sister, and Wendy, the fifth sister. Kuromu snaps with rage, demanding who's getting called an idiot, while Wendy grins and gladly piles on the insult. The pilot snaps back, firing off a question. Did those two idiots who hopped on the wrong train even say a word? Kuromu whistles like an angel, playing dumb and pretending she has absolutely no clue what the pilot's talking about. Kuromu and Wendy got swallowed in Nanoposition's giant palms as it crouched, ready to launch them. The pilot shouts their names, and you can see it in her face. Every muscle is straining just to keep that maneuver going. Nana thrusts both arms straight up, ready to launch the two girls like a living catapult. Kuromu snarls under his breath that whoever cooked up this plan is an absolute idiot. Right before the launch, Nana's system screen pops up and tells them, "Good luck," like the universe is holding its breath. With a roaring heave, Nana hurls the two girls soaring through the air straight at the train. Wendy lets out a wild, maniacal cackle, while Kuromu shrieks in pure terror as they're launched through the sky. They whip downward toward the train's roof, their path screaming crash landing before impact even hits. Kuromu keeps shrieking that they're about to crash, while Wendy's wild laughter keeps bouncing through the air. Wendy triggers a partial transformation. Her arms mutate into monstrous, winged appendages that blast down to cushion her fall. They burst through the roof and crash down straight into a cluster of stunned soldiers. The soldiers bounce back fast, yank their weapons up, line up the sights, and unleash a brutal volley of bullets on the intruders. Wendy grins as she swings her scythe. Each bullet clatters and ricochets off the blade with a loud, ringing impact. She snaps at the soldiers' smarts for firing at all, especially when they were clearly ordered not to kill the legitimate code. Wendy snatches Kuromu for cover and hurls insults at the soldiers, calling them bigger idiots than herself. Kuromu's eyes razor sharp as she yanks her katana free, ready to slash. With one smooth, unstoppable swing, she slices through every soldier packed inside the carriage. Hinako rushes in and thanks them, and Kuromu stands tall, practically shouting that she's her bodyguard. A fresh cloaked stranger steps into the corridor's end, grinning as they brandish a colossal scythe. With his face locked behind a helmet, the figure steps forward and declares he's been waiting for them. Kuroma and Wendy snap into hostility the moment they see him, glaring and demanding, "Who are you?" The warrior introduces himself as Tadius, an armor-clad knight of the church, ranked 12th. The girls are stunned, demanding answers. Why would a church knight get dragged into the Empire's business? Tadius spots the church's brand new alliance and calls out Hinako Kyugoku by name. He declares he'll hunt down the people who wronged his seniors, swearing it all in the name of God. Kuromu and Wendy laugh him off, then swear they'll wipe out the small fry. They surge ahead like a storm, and their strikes slam into Tadius from both sides at once. A violent explosion suddenly tears through the roof of the train car from the outside. The moment this new twist hits, the pilot and her companion are left staring in total disbelief. The roof groans and rips open as Tadius slams his scythe into the carriage, tearing it apart from the top. Kuromu and Wendy get hurled backward, faces stuck in shock as his insane strength hits them, and they start wondering what kind of power he even has. The pilot spots the peril her comrades are trapped in, and she steels herself to rush in and help Urus. Urus lunges onto the train and charges right into the battle against the terrifying Thaddeus. A mounted warrior crashes into a cloak knight with a massive curved scythe, and the clash turns brutally fierce. Urus, the group's leader, snaps at Kuromu to sync their moves right now, no hesitation. Hinako screams for Wendy and Kuromu to stop, desperately trying to slam the brakes on their reckless rush. 3 warriors team up and unleash a swirling, crashing combo on the terrifying knight, Thaddeus. Thaddeus moves at impossible speed, swatting all 3 attacks aside in one breath, and his side trails off like a defensive blur. The mounted warrior is hit with pure shock at how brutal and unexpectedly powerful the knight turns out to be. Kuromu gasps in shock when her own attack gets effortlessly swatted aside like it was never a threat at all. Wendy's face twists with pure disbelief as their perfectly timed attack crashes and burns, none of it lands. With one ruthless step, Thaddeus breaks their formation wide open and declares loud and undeniable that he's in full control. Urus shot a sharp nod at her opponent's top-tier fighting prowess, basically confirming exactly why everyone's so terrified of him. Thaddeus swats away her praise with humility, insisting he's nothing but a low-ranking nobody in his order. He then lets his disappointment spill because that rumor king, God, still hasn't shown up. Staring Urus straight in the face, he reveals the truth. This whole fight is a joint operation between 2 rival powers. The knight says they trained a special strike team in secret just in case the giant god ever crashed onto the scene. Up on the snow-choked cliffs, 3 gigantic, monstrous shapes barrel down toward the valley below. The first one is Mothman. This isn't just any creature, it's a bioweapon engineered to be caught. The second is a half-gufa, an ancient, Class 5 bio-disaster that's been sleeping in the shadows, ready to wreak havoc. Third and boom, turns out it's Ishbi bin Ab, this terrifying, earth-shaking ancient stone dragon. Inside the train, Kuromu sobs in pure terror, screaming, "How are our enemies controlling creatures like these?" Hinako digs into the clues and locks onto the taming mechanism, then realizes Mothman is basically her kind of creature too. The enemy major looms over Hinako, and right in the command car, he's got a young girl hostage. He crows that this is his trump card, saying they never stood a chance from the start. Hinako's eyes sharpen into steel, and grim determination smashes through her the moment this terrifying threat comes crashing down. Wendy wobbles for a second, then blurt out the moment she's been waiting for. It's finally time to transform. Kuromu panics and shouts at Wendy to not touch her power. He's terrified of what awful consequences will come crashing down. Hinako swears she'll take those monsters out herself even if it means paying with her own life. Beneath a snow-draped night sky, 2 silhouettes lock eyes as the full moon pushes out of the clouds like it's bursting through the heavens. The woman in the hat spots the clouds breaking apart, and the bright moon spills into view. Thaddeus snaps his gaze up, trying to figure out what in the world the moon's sudden arrival even means. She declares it's crucial, then leans in like the night itself is whispering, because the moon tonight looks unbearably beautiful. Thaddeus spots a dark shape sliding across the moon's face, and for a split second, he thinks it's just a bird. The woman snapped to attention and declared the figure was one of the Demon Lord's 3 servants, the first beast. She barks a commanding order and summons that powerful creature from the shadows. She screams out its real name, Garuda, right as the thing drops out of the sky. A terrifying winged woman with long blonde hair tears out of the sky, glowing in raw, crackling energy. She just revealed she's the first sister of the Blood Sisterhood. The creature screams like a nightmare, then charges for a dramatic landing. Ellis Kyugoku, her full name gets blasted onto the screen while she's in Cuba. One of the girls on the train suddenly shouts Ellis's name, stunned with pure joy as if she can't believe it's real. Kuromu blurts her name, and relief hits so hard the tears just pour down her face. Wendy bursts into an unhinged, ecstatic scream the moment she lays eyes on their unstoppable savior. Aeolus drops in, and Riley blurts to her waiting sisters that they've run late. The enemy major freezes in pure shock, staring up like, "How did you drop out of the sky?" In a flashback, Ellis wipes out the major with one brutal, powerhouse strike. She crouches beside the crying girl and asks if she's okay, her face screaming pure concern. Tearing up, the girl sobs about how a truck slammed into her, then she wakes up in a brand new world. Hinako breaks it down after they died back in their original world. All of them got reincarnated into a brand new life. The girl blurts out the word reincarnated again and again, and it's like her mind can't keep up with the wild new life she's trapped inside. A monstrous figure flashes across the monitor, and the moment the new girl sees it, she shrieks in pure terror. She gasps in terror when the screen spits out yet another monstrous creature. Hinako shoots him a calm, steady smile and tells everyone straight up, this giant isn't the enemy at all. He's on our side. She paints the giant as pure elegance, mighty, gentle to the core, and overflowing with pride. Hinako daydreams that one day, that same girl is going to stand tall and become a legendary Onisama all on her own. She gazes at Elise with pure love, calling her proud, beloved little sister. Right now, Ellis stands alone on the bridge, going head-to-head with 3 titanic monsters. She slams down with a quake-level thud, and her massive wings snap open wide, ready for whatever comes next. On the train, her sisters keep shouting her name in a roaring chorus like they're lifting her up with every word. Alice shoots them a small, smug smile and repeats what she said earlier, telling them they're late. Hinako stares at her, and you can practically see the wave of relief and pure, rock-solid admiration washing over her. Thaddeus locks eyes on her, instantly realizing this powerful newcomer is the giant god. Ellis stands poised for war, and her wings slam down a massive shadow across the snow. With a calm smile, she steps forward and gives her monstrous foes a crisp, formal greeting. Her voice turns steel as she snaps, asking whether they've got any business messing with her little sisters. A colossal, ultra-complex weapon snaps into existence in her hands with a loud mechanical whir. A key part of the weapon snaps back into position, gearing up for the fight that's about to explode. The heavy weapon slams into the snow with a brutal thud, grinding itself into place ready to be used. Her eyes harden as she snaps that she, big sister of the 3, is taking charge of this. She stands her ground like a storm in human form, a lone warrior staring down 3 titans without blinking. Wendy and another girl burst out yelling Ellis's name, desperate to grab her attention. Wendy spots the Mothman and realizes it's a magical weapon, then she erupts in a panicked scream, warning everyone to stay back. She breaks down the built-in hypnosis trick, then begs Alice, "Don't look at them, don't you dare make eye contact." With a wild grin, she lets it slip that it'll twist her victim into doing perverted things. One of the girls instantly erupts into a furious blush at this weird, totally out-of-nowhere warning. Another girl darts her eyes away, cheeks burning as that wild implication lands. The whole group snaps into blushing, horrified shock at the thought of anything perverted. Hinako panics, frantically trying to figure out what to do about her beloved little sister's terrifying predicament. Karamu and another girl freeze in pure disbelief, their faces burning with shame at the thought. A tiny robot buddy quietly flips into recording mode, snapping the chaos in real time. Ellis watches it all unfold, stone cold and completely unimpressed by the frantic, totally absurd warning. She and Hina Koshera exchange a look, then shut down the whole ridiculous idea in the same breath. The Major erupts into a crazy cackle, his whole body shaking as he smugly gloats. Hinako and her companion gasp in pure shock as they watch him get hit by what's happening. He's bragging like crazy, saying the giant god has finally shown up right in front of them. His face twitches into a furious smile as he declares, loud and certain, that everything is falling right into his plan. His body crumples and melts away, turning into a writhing, formless mass of black slime. Hinako fired off a terrified question to Carla. What kind of horrifying creature was that? The black slime churns and fuses into a brand new, nightmarish monster right in front of them. Wendy spots the thing and gasps, "It's a slime!" She panics and shoves Hinako back, screaming for her to run because that dangerous entity is seconds from striking. Hinako breaks it down. Slimes aren't just monsters, they're high-ranking demons that can take over living bodies. In a brutal close-up, slime tentacles ooze out of the skull's eye sockets. Wendy clocks it. This whole enemy scheme hinges on a joint operation, all baited with the refugees. Hinako's eyes sharpen the moment she realizes their real mission is to seize the genuine code. Ellis squints, clocking it. She doesn't just want the giant god in her sights, she wants to capture it too. Wendy can't stop worrying that the enemy will force Hinako into perverted horrors too. Eurus rallies the Sisterhood and barks that they all rush to their leader for a rescue. The Demon Lord in the hat charges straight at Thaddeus, who's already locked in a brutal fight. Thaddeus can't shake the thought. Was it really smart to leave the Demon Lord totally unprotected? She shoots him a calm look and reassures him her subordinate has finally arrived. Far off, a colossal monster rams the earth, tearing through an armored column as it burrows forward. A hulking, shadow-drenched beast with a lion's head hangs over the 3 tiny figures, like a nightmare about to devour them. Just like that, the creature's official name gets spelled as a manticore. A hooded figure sprints straight at the roaring manticore, spear leveled and ready to strike. From far away, a helmeted warrior clocks the beast and grins because it's a worthy threat from the Demon Lord's army. Over in a whole different place, a tiny girl dressed in elegant clothes stumbles on a defeated fox-eared girl, battered and chained up. Fox-eared Paralu sprawls on the ground, pinned flat with her wrists chained in manacles. She rushes to Carla-sama, slams out a heartfelt apology, and begs forgiveness for showing up late to the battle. As the Demon Lord's attendant, she hammers her own worth into the dirt, calling herself nothing but a worthless vermin. Carla leans in and reassures Paralu that her timing is flawless, then hands her a brand new mission. She orders Paralu to grab their enemy alive, holding back only enough to keep him breathing. Somewhere else, a young woman screams the name of the beast Manticore. A Manticore's shadowy tendril snaps out and yanks Carla off the ground, flinging her high into the air. The helmeted warrior snaps with rage at the order to hold back, refusing to let anyone underestimate him. Perulu's terrified she'll mess up this new mission, and if she does, she can't bear to face her master afterward. Tears pouring down her cheeks, she pleads with her servant, begging, right up to the edge of despair, not to die. On a colossal snowy bridge, a fresh clash erupts. Warriors fight for their lives as monstrous creatures surge in. A blonde warrior named Ellis stares down a giant insectoid monster and demands to know if it can actually understand her words. The creature's massive, many-faceted eyes lock onto her, cold and unmoving, like it's judging her in silence. Alice spills her heart, admitting she feels the pain because her own sister is being used as a weapon too. She says she wants no part in the fight, especially if the creature is being dragged into this conflict. Her face turns cold the moment she realizes how close danger is to her family. She snaps that her Onisama and her little sisters are in real danger, like right now. Her eyes sharpen into a promise she won't pull a single punch against anyone who dares stand in their way. Her unbreakable resolve shows up the instant you lock eyes with that creature. Its gaze won't blink, not even once. Her compound eyes gleamed with perfect reflection, locking onto her fierce, determined face like a promise. Its eyes flare with a bright glow as it kicks on its very first mechanism. A vertical slice of the panel flashes the instant its terrifying power charged. Attack is about to explode. A hypnotic burst of power spills from its eyes, like it's built to shut her will down for good. Ellis watches the attack unfold, calm as a blade, just locking onto every detail of what she's seeing. With one explosive leap, she dodges the energy wave clean and leaves the shockwave to smash the ground behind her. The insectoid creature looked genuinely shocked. Her lightning-fast dodge had worked, and it landed perfectly. Ellis rockets forward in a blur, moving so fast you can't even track his motion. The creature's only thought is too bad, because she shows up right in front of it. She rockets into the monster with earth-shaking force, smashing the ground around them to pieces. She shoots a determined grin, apologizes through the tension, then swears she'll take him down because her people need her. She swings around a giant razor-sharp masterpiece that's part blade, part crossbow, and it looks like it was built to end fights fast. She whips that massive blade through the air with a brutal, earth-shaking slash. The blade slices straight through the creature's carapace, and it erupts in a razor-sharp scream of agony. She springs onto the bridge and launches a full-force attack on the brutal, horned beast. Her face turns ice-cold with focus as she drives the weapon downward. The horned beast's brutal, horned hide shrugs off the first hit like it's nothing. With a fresh grip locked in, she whips that massive beast through the air like a living wrecking ball. The blade strikes with a loud clang and the monster's tough, many-eyed head shrugs it off like nothing. Her companions yell in panic, stunned by how nothing can pierce the beast's impenetrable hide. Her weapon shifts, shape its tip snaps into a deadly pair of pincers. She tightens her grip and storms back into action, ready to unleash that newly reconfigured weapon. The pincers slam down hard on the monster's head like they were trying to crush it in one brutal squeeze. Those jagged spikes slam into its thick skull and rip through with brutal, no-mercy force. The beast screams in agony as the weapon sinks deep and tears into its flesh. Her swing screams through the air, and in a brutal snap, it chops the creature's head clean off. The monster's head gets snapped clean off by that brutal, powerhouse strike. She slams the monster's corpse onto the bridge with a bone-rattling wham! The blast hits like a nightmare stone and metal crumble in an instant, and everything goes catastrophic. Her companions stare in pure terror as the bridge crumples and falls apart. 3 girls stand frozen in horror, staring like the nightmares right in front of them. They shriek in terror as the bridge collapses under their feet. An orange-haired girl screams at her mech, Nana, to rip in and save the wagon. Nana crunches the wagon's speed and exact coordinates to lock it down. Metallic clamps snap shut and grab the falling passenger car midair. Inside, the passengers jolt and rattle like crazy, but they somehow stay unhurt through the drop. The mech clamps down on the wagon with crushing force, stopping it from going over the edge before anyone can get killed. Inside, a dark-haired girl steps up to face a monstrous slug creature head-on. The orange-haired girl checks that the passengers are safe, but her heart still aches for her Onisama. A dark-haired girl with a robotic arm watches in tense silence beside her worried companion. Stranded and cornered, Ellis squares up against 2 brutal monstrosities, one crackling with deadly electricity. A reptilian beast unleashes a lightning blast and she gets blasted clean through the air. Her weapon twists and stretches out, reshaping itself into a razor-sharp bow. She plants her stance, takes aim, and readies a long-range blast like it's about to tear the sky open. The reptilian monster bellowed a deafening roar that shook everything in its path. Its body twists and tightens as it readies a brutal, self-powered strike. Its multi-jawed mouth gapes wide, and a roaring ball of energy starts to form inside. Energy crackles in the air, spiraling like a storm about to explode the second it's unleashed. Ellis shudders, bracing like she's about to get hit by a tidal wave of overwhelming power. Her weapon shifts once more, and out pops a massive circular shield. The monster unleashes a massive beam of pure world-ending destruction. A blinding beam slashes straight into the mountainside, carving out a giant fiery trench of molten destruction. Ilu screams in agony as that beam crashes into her shield. That pain is crushing her, her face twists in full-blown agony. The blast detonates behind her, vaporizing the ground in a single violent flash. She's fighting for every inch, her body trembling like it's about to snap. She fully recognizes just how terrifyingly strong her opponent is. An insectoid monster closes in on her while she fights to keep her balance. A girl in a school uniform suddenly notices the threat, and pure panic flashes across her face. The insectoid's eyes flare bright as it blasts out its taming power. Ellis gasps through the pain as the crushing force barrels into her, then she spots the giant god closing in. Those glowing eyes of the creature hover over her as she gets pinned down and subdued. The giant god, finally tamed, stands still as a statue, its eyes burning with a tightly controlled glow. On another train, a group of girls erupts into panic the moment they spot it. The bridge is just gone. A cat-eared girl yells at the top of her lungs that they're about to plummet. The whole train rips off the tracks and crashes into the snowy canyon below, like the earth just swallowed it. A red-haired girl lets out a blood-curdling scream as the crash barrels straight toward her. Train cars crash together with a bone-shaking roar, smashing into the canyon walls like they're made of glass. The red-haired girl begs, tears in her eyes, just to make the chaos finally shut its mouth and stop. In a car that's crashing down, a dark-haired woman lunges forward and grabs a terrified girl named Wendy. Ellis, all blonde and straining, screams at Wendy to watch out as the train comes barreling in. The red-haired girl clenches her teeth, furious with frustration. A shadowy, tendril-like black mass rips straight through the train car's hull. Hinako, all sharp eyes and dark hair, yanks Wendy's arm just in time to yank her out of danger. She flashes a comforting smile and reaches out her hand, inviting him closer. Wendy twists back toward him, her expression blazing with hope and terror all at once. A battered armored train careens off the tracks on a snowy mountainside, and its cars tumble straight toward a deadly canyon. A mangled wreck sits in a twisted heap, and amid the shattered debris, a dark-haired figure is staring out from the wreckage. Amid the chaos, Wendy, a young woman, lets out a terrified shriek that cuts straight through everything. Her companion, Hinako, shoots her a grim smile and promises, swear by swear, that he'll save her. Hinako yanks Wendy away in a blink, right as that squirming black blob starts to writhe and ooze toward them. Startled out of her skin, Wendy yelps as they drag her through the wrecked train car. The bubbling black creature locks onto the only real target and calls it the legitimate code. Dark tendrils tighten around Hinako as she's trapped, and the snare god's smug voice cackles, claiming the giant god is theirs now. Hinako's expression snaps into a vicious, taunting grin as she spits out the words your opponent has already lost. Her face is swallowed by shadow, and the truth behind her smile stays locked out of sight. With a cocky smirk, she drops the truth she and her sisters teamed up and came together. Outside, reinforcements on bizarre mounts thunder toward the wreckage, fists up and ready to strike. One of the sisters, spiky-haired and sharp as a spark, breaks into a grin, practically vibrating with excitement for the fight ahead. Meanwhile, another sister, a cat girl, watches everything unfold with a stone-cold, serious stare. The riders crash across the snow as one unstoppable, deadly force. They crash into the ruined train car, and those black tendrils whip behind them like living shadows. Hinako watches her reinforcements roll in, and this calm, confident look tells you she already knows how it ends. A tight close-up locks onto her eye. There's pure chill in it, sharp and calculating like she's already one step ahead. One of the sisters drops from her mount in a smooth, graceful landing and rushes straight into the fight. The two sisters race in and slam into their target inside the wrecked train car. A helmeted sister whips her head toward her leader and shouts, "Oni-sama!" The black blob creature snaps its focus right back onto Hinako in an instant. It vows to clamp down and stop any real, legitimate code from slipping out. The creature's tendrils cinch tight around Hinako just as her sisters thunder toward her. The helmeted sister bursts into a terrified scream, yelling her leader's name as panic claws at her. Hinako can't break free as the creature's dark, slimy tendrils wrap around her like a living trap. A colossal armored rocket fist slams with a thunderous clang as it throttles up to launch. The Mechnana locks onto its target and readies a brutal rocket fist, pure power in its grip. A fist rockets forward at insane speed, slicing through the air like a bullet. It rockets across the snowstorm, screaming straight toward the brutal chaos of the battlefield. The massive insectoid giant god clenches up and braces for the impact that's about to hit any second. The rocket fist rockets straight into the monster's face with a thunderous POW. Nana's digital screen flashes a hard moral verdict the second it spots something perverted. Elise, the blonde warrior, snaps a breath of pure shock when the last person she expects steps in and saves the moment. With a spark of hope lighting her up, Ellis thanks Nana and swears this fight stops right here, right now. She calls up a colossal, automatic 10-round projectile launcher and unleashes it like a weaponized nightmare. The Dashiguna snaps into place with a sharp click, and it's primed to unleash hell. Ellis unleashes a thunderous war cry, and pure determination ignites her face. The black blob creatures whip their tendrils around and seize the rocket fist. Hinako keeps her eyes locked on everything as it unfolds, calm as stone and unshakable. The creature shrieks in pure panic as everything takes a sudden turn for the worse. Nana's clenched fist snaps to life and her captured grip starts a self-destruct countdown. Hinako flat out declares they're not real code and they're definitely not giant gods either. She stands tall and proudly calls herself Hinako Kyugoku. Then a projectile slams right into its target. The mighty god howls in agony as the projectile rips straight through its eye. Hinako keeps talking up her sister, then another shot rips the air. The giant god gets hurled backward, smashing straight into the mountainside with a bone-rattling crash. It gets slammed, impaled by another hulking projectile fired straight from Elise's weapon. The monster barely manages to plead, begging for the relentless attack to finally stop. Ellis flashed a grin at Hinako and told her straight up, aiming for the monster is the wrong move. Wings blazing open, she stands tall and proudly declares, Ellis Kyugoku in Cuba. Ellis swears that one day her Oni-sama will finally look at her and call her a splendid little sister. She steels her heart to guide her own tiny little sisters, just like her Oni-sama. A gigantic, spike-shaped projectile gets slammed into her weapon. She seals it with one final declaration, then unleashes a devastating shot that ends everything. She shrieks her new title to the world, declaring, loud and proud, that she's their big sister now. The projectile slams straight into the giant god's head, and that sickening thud echoes like a nightmare. The monsters slam back into the shattered wreckage of the train, scattering debris everywhere. A fresh projectile slams in and pins the creature hard to the train car. A storm of spikes hammers the monster's body until it finally drops dead. Ellis keeps blasting, her eyes blazing with focused fury. The monster is slammed with one crushing attack after another until it's totally overwhelmed. The camera dives down the length of the smashed train, taking in the chaos inch by inch. The black blob creature spits Hinako's name like a curse as it dissolves into nothing. Nana tightens her fist for one last thumbs up, her grim look daring them to meet her in hell. The whole train car suddenly detonates in a raging firestorm explosion. The giant god bellows into the void, and the last wreckage crashes down with it. Through the chaos, one figure rockets forward at breakneck speed. Hinako's sisters burst out of the explosion, scrambling into safety before the blast can catch them. They leap onto those bizarre mounts and vanish from the wreckage, right after the blast turns everything to ruin. A terrifying, winged, eyeless figure hovers high above, looming like it's ready to strike. Her eyes narrow like a blade, locked on with icy, unshakable determination. In the biting snow, Hinako towers over a kneeling Natsume. She doesn't wait. She blurts out if that giant really is her tiny little sister. Hinako nods and drops the truth she's bound to her by a vow of sisterhood in this world. She flicks her hand toward a powerful sister far off in the distance. Hinako boldly declares that every one of these kids is her family's sister, no exceptions. A flashback slams us into serene Yamagami Academy, where students trade greetings like warm sparks in the halls. Young Natsume Tsurugi fires off a memory like a spark, recalling the day he enrolled in the Garden of Maidens. She stares at everything and realizes how unreal it all felt to some ordinary girl. Natsume strolls down the sidewalk when a black cat pads up beside him. Her cat drops onto the sidewalk right in front of her. It rockets straight into the road, right into the truck's path. Natsume suddenly yelps out an urgent alarm for the kitty. The truck driver jerks the wheel, panic plastered all over his face. A roaring truck comes barreling straight at Natsume, shaking the air with pure, terrifying noise. Her final thought hits like a jolt. 1 second she's here, and the next, it feels like she's been dropped into a whole different world. Her lifeless hand sprawls on the pavement, sealing her tragic end. She snaps awake and finds her hand being held softly, like someone's been there all along. Cat-eared Chrome leans in and blurts, "Are you awake?" Natsume's eyes snap wide as a confusing truth finally clicks into place. That cat girl's ear twitches the moment she hears something. Natsume stares in disbelief, whispering like, "Wait, it's the kitty," and he recognizes it. Chrome hovers over Natsume, their bond fully locked in now. Natsume stumbles into a massive maze-like refugee facility where every hallway feels like it's swallowing her whole. A giant sign screams it out, "This is the Otherworlder Immigration Office." Natsume swallows her fear and quietly asks where she is while the officials argue over her case. Chrome brushes off the whole investigation, pointing at Natsume's uniform like it settles everything. Natsume stares on, terror and total confusion twisting in his chest. She steps behind Chrome while a horned woman erupts in protest over the decision. In a plain little tent, a bunch of displaced folks huddled together. Right there among them sits a burly, armored warrior, tense as steel. The warrior explodes in rage, screaming that this isn't Valhalla and he shouldn't be here. He snaps upright in a rush and grabs the terrified schoolgirl, flexing his superhuman strength like it's nothing. He scoops the girl under his arm and vows to take on every battle and stand by women with pride. Natsume, still trapped, lets out a terrified scream, begging him over and over to stop. The man snatched it back and stared up in pure confusion as a massive, elegant hand came crashing down from above. A towering giantess plants a brutal kick, and the loud warrior gets launched clean across the room. He gasps in pain as his body smashes hard into the wall. Zoom freezes with wide, startled eyes as a sudden, brutal burst of power crashes in right before him. The cat-eared woman casually blurts out, "Did that powerful hit kill him like it's no big deal?" That towering woman blows off what he did, claiming he just lives by a totally different set of values. She drops to her knees, smiles softly, and greets the stunned Natsume like it's perfectly natural. With the tiny girl pinned gently in her grasp, the giantess finally introduces herself Ellis, Kyugoku, and Kuba. Her eyes sharpen as she tells that young woman, "I've got a question for you." A jaw-dropping sight unfolds as a sprawling, magnificent port city hugs the base of a towering mountain range. Up on a towering overlook, Natsume leans in and whispers, stunned by just how massive the city really is. Ellis stands beside Natsume and a cat-eared girl, both looming over the bustling port like they're about to witness something wild. The camera sweeps across the roaring docks where towering ships sit docked tight and workers hustle nonstop. Dock workers yank heavy cargo into place, their faces tight with exhaustion from every brutal tug. Natsume quietly stares at her new reality, accepting that she's really trapped in another world. Tears suddenly brim in her eyes as the terrifying weight of her new life finally hits her. Panic flashes across her face when a huge pointy elven ear suddenly pops into her view. Ellis leans in so close her massive face fills Natsume's view, and that curious stare hooks him instantly. Ellis clocks Natsume's fear and, with a calm voice, vows that she'll keep her safe in this new world. Natsume blurts the promise again, stunned she's even hearing it, and she demands to know, can her safety really be locked in for good? Ellis jabs a finger at the map and declares that this land falls under their organization, Black Selena. Black Selena's name keeps slamming into Natsume's thoughts, and she looks utterly baffled. Warrior silhouettes blaze across the scene, revealing the red faction driven to run commerce and sell their blades as mercenaries. A pirate ship flies the banner of the yellow faction because they own the seas and rule maritime trade. Gracefully dressed women seated on a throne mark the white faction, the rulers who keep entertainment under their control. Ellis breaks it down. These factions weren't born out of choice. They were forged by people who had absolutely nowhere else left to go. Natsume lets it sink in. This place is a lifeline, a safe haven for people like her who've been uprooted from home. Down at the docks, a bunch of workers erupt into cheers as Ellis rolls in, because to them, he's Onisama. Ellis flashes a playful smirk and warns, with teeth behind the smile, that he'll report them to their boss for slacking off. The workers burst into laughter, swearing her massive strength would make their whole job a breeze. Natsume stared, shocked, as that warm, easy vibe filled the moment like it belonged to someone else. Ellis tells her, "Forget the messy details of our organization for now." Ellis sits right in the middle of the dock workers and tells them how even a giant like her found her way here. The whole crowd of townspeople beams at her, their faces practically glowing with pure love. Ellis tells Natsume she doesn't need anything else right now, just hold on to that feeling of belonging. A colossal, pitch-black dragon-like beast plummets out of the sky, its wings hammering the air with brutal power. The creature drops down onto Ellis's stretched arm like a feather, and it grips a bunch of white flowers in its mouth. Natsume's jaw drops when an enormous winged beast suddenly crashes into the scene. She studies the creature's gift, then points it out like a colossal bird soaring in her eyes. Ellis breaks the news this creature is Garuda, her little sister's sharp, loyal right hand. Garuda lets out a gentle chirp, then proudly hands the flowers over like a perfect gift. Natsume's face lights up. She's blown away by the gesture, and she swears it looks just like a bird's romantic dance. Ellis reaches out and accepts the flowers for Natsume, then shoots the creature a grateful smile, thanking it for its kindness. Chrome, the cat-eared girl, blurts out a triumphant laugh and snatches the flowers out of nowhere. Alice spots Garuda's boss rolling in, and the crowd splits wide just to make way for him. As the figure closes in, the onlookers scatter out of the way, their eyes flashing with respect and pure, trembling fear. The street suddenly empties out, and a clear path opens up just for the newcomer. A hulking, shadow-drenched beast with a tiger-like face and twisting tendrils erupts into view. Carla, the tiny girl stuffed into a giant hat, blurts out that Ellis absolutely can't stand her not even a little. Carla's face twists with tearful fury as she screams at Ellis for showing up late. Ellis shoots Natsume an apology, admitting she'd been showing him around the port. Two women storm off together, still snapping at each other in a tight family fight, weaving through the city like every step is a spark. Natsume stands there, completely stunned, as the two throw down with a wild, tangled mix of passion and intensity. Chrome starts spilling the truth about Black Selena's organization, and Natsume can barely keep up. She locks in the top boss, Hinako Oniniyama, someone Natsume has already crossed paths with. Chrome locks eyes with Elise and declares her one of the two top commanders, steering the armed forces. Then she flashes Carla into the spotlight as the other half of the equation, someone who runs the government and keeps the economy standing. A wild, dramatic standoff erupts as a giant elf, Ellis, locks eyes with Carla's monstrous beast in a full-on catfight. Zoom and Chrome stare at the tense showdown, eyes wide with worry as it unfolds. With the ground shaking under him, Natsume's gut tells him this personal fight is about to explode into full-blown war. Carla balances on her shadowy beast, the little fighter's body stretching and coiling for what's next. Ellis springs across the rooftops with effortless grace, snapping the gap shut on her brutal rival. Ellis lands on the beast, gently rubs its snout, and praises it like a good girl. She smirks and tells the beast, "You're way more honest than your master." Carla's master, this girl with antlers, erupts in flustered outrage, shouting back at the comment like it just set her off. A regal, cat-eared girl chokes up as she mourns the proud three servants of the demon lords because they're gone. Her eyes narrow with pure disgust as she clocks just how subservient they've become. She can't believe it does that crew have any shame left, fawning over a cunning giant. The beast purrs softly with pure satisfaction as Ellis keeps right on petting it. In a tight close-up, the beast's head fills the frame, terrifying to look at, yet it hides behind gentle, soothing sounds. Natsume stayed glued to what was happening, his mind racing as the whole wild situation flipped on a dime. She shoots her companion a question. Did that tiger-faced monster just purr like some smug house cat? The antlered girl glares like a storm, and her patience finally snaps. Natsume jolts with a chill, completely rattled by the sudden, piercing intensity of her gaze. The antlered girl snaps that their top priority is getting the otherworlder to their leader. A lonely street stretches out, grand buildings towering on both sides, just waiting for Onisama to show up. A ruthless crew forms up Ellis, Carla, a mysterious man, and then this giant mech rolls in like a boss fight. Hinako, long-haired, dressed in dark formal attire, stands at the center of it all, like she owns the room. The whole Sisterhood of Blood stands shoulder to shoulder, wildly different, yet insanely powerful. A sharp close-up locks onto the guy in the modern jacket, Inukai Taishi. Hinako's face stays calm and stone-serious as she strides ahead, guiding her crew forward. The MEX monitor bursts into a sharp, glowing symbol, screaming that it's ready to go. Wendy, the girl with antlers, flashes a razor-sharp grin like she owns the world. Carla's eyes sharpen with deep thought, and you can practically feel how heavy that meeting is. Two rival factions lock eyes in the street as their leaders brace themselves, ready to step forward and unleash what they came to say. Chrome tells everyone she's brought the otherworlder just like she promised. Hinako's eyes snap sharp when she spots someone totally unexpected lurking in the other group. She blurts out in shock that Inukai is here too. Inukai blurts out that he's from her world too and swears he figured he might be the one to help. Chrome's eyes light up with pure excitement as she lets out a joyful Nia the second she sees him. She rockets into Inukai's arms and clamps on tight, hugging him like it's the happiest reunion of her life. She leaned in, eyes sparkling, and asked if he'd brought the jerky she'd asked for. Inukai shoves a piece of jerky into her hands, then scolds her for those weird mutterings about jinxes. He's whining that he's the only guy standing out like a sore thumb in the Sisterhood. Wendy snaps back that gender doesn't matter at all when their sisters are giant size and those magical robots are in the mix. A tearful guy with glasses begs a spiky-haired girl to stop messing around, but she just cackles and calls him the worst right there for his foul mouth. Hinako, a long-haired girl, lays out her fiery belief in an all-girl school that without a male perspective, everything turns sloppy fast. With a knowing glint, she says it all with one purpose in mind. She's doing this to become a truly refined lady, then she tilts the words straight at the newcomer. A girl with a bow, Natsume freezes with wide-eyed shock when someone asks if she was taught it too. All flustered and wide-eyed, Natsume blurts out her agreement, stumbling over the words as she answers. Hinako then blurts out an apology for summoning her, insisting she had to talk to her face to face. She blurts out her name, Hinako Kyogoku, and drops the bombshell she attended Yamagami Academy back in their old world too. Natsume's face lights up. She can barely breathe as she blurts out, shocked beyond belief, that they're both from the same school. She beams as she introduces herself, Natsume Terugi, and then dives into the real literary roots behind her name. Natsume grins as he relives a joke about being both lucky and cheap, like he's pulled off the perfect move on a 1,000-yen bill from both sides. Hinako and an eye-patch man stare on, totally baffled when she brings up that 1,000-yen bill. Inukai fires off, "Why'd you name Soseki, not Noguchi? What's the real reason?" Inukai ruthlessly digs through his stuff, jaw tight and eyes locked with pure seriousness. He yanks out his wallet and flashes whatever's inside at her, like a truth bomb to make his point crystal clear. Natsume's totally baffled. He blurts out, "Wait, you mean Noguchi, the bacteriologist who worked abroad?" A brand new 1,000 yen bill hits the screen, stamped with Hideo, Noguchi's face, right as Natsume starts grilling himself about why it even matters. The camera tilts up the side of a towering, weather-cracked stone building in the middle of the city. Natsume's face freezes into a horror-struck mask as she finally realizes they're from completely different eras. Hinako calmly drops the bombshell she died back in 2014. Inukai leans in and straight up confirms, "Yeah, I'm from 2022. He nails it. Natsume's from 1990, and he's right on the nose. A woman in a huge hat leans in and tells them the truth. Other wielders get yanked out of random eras so they can't team up into factions. She lays it out plainly. Your homeland, your values, and your religion don't just sit in the background. They forge who you are." A bearded man with glasses goes wide-eyed as he talks to a cat-eared girl. Natsume panics, flips through her mind like an occult magazine, and realizes she can't go back to her world. Inukai smirks and spits out that folks from the pre-90s era always look like they're still glued to their outdated old world. Natsume can't stop worrying about her family back home, and it hits hardest when she thinks about her grandmother. Carla, this antlered girl, stares at Natsume in total shock, like she can't even wrap her head around why he'd want to go back. Hinako stands there, watching the whole exchange with a calm face that nobody can read. Inukai keeps a sharp, serious stare behind his glasses, like he's hiding something big. Natsume blurts out in panic, "Is the future going to be horrible?" and his mind spirals into fears of world wars and even dolphin uprisings. Inukai lays it out. 1990 was Japan's glorious bubble boom. But when the economy cratered and the internet hype turned sour, hope shattered for way too many people. He drops the term oyagacha, and Natsume's head spins because all these wild ideas, like the internet and gacha, are totally brand new to him. Inukai shrugs and says it's pure generational divide. Once you see how the lucky and the unlucky got split, the gap becomes impossible to ignore. Natsume's eyes go wide, her mind spinning as she absorbs the shock of this brand new information. Carla hooks an arm around Inukai and tells Natsume, the otherworlder, to chill because in this world, everyone's equal. A grim list kicks off, and it starts tagging certain beings as expendable giants, like they're just another human resource in this other world. That dehumanizing label parade keeps rolling, only now it's worse, with even more grim classifications piled on. More labels keep popping up, native demons join the list, and then the nightmare escalates with genetically modified beings. The last chilling label drops human livestock. Carla's expression snaps into a terrifying smile as she drops the punchline, "Every single one of them is just as inferior." She rolls out the welcome mat for Natsume in this brand new world, then straight up tells him the worthless should cling to each other. Natsume swallowed hard, her eyes bulging with raw fear and gut-deep uncertainty. Carla's clawed, shadow-dark hand shoots out toward Natsume. Natsume's eyes widen with dread as that hand closes in. Carla's hand slides into Natsume's, and she clamps his fingers in a steady, unshakable grip. Hinako clocked Carla's take brutal as it was. It landed on the truth more often than it missed. A tight close-up locks in on Hinako's calm, unshakable resolve. The image locks onto two girls clasping hands tight like a brand new promise forging their bond. Carla's eye betrayed nothing. Her expression stayed locked, unreadable as a sealed secret. Ellis, the blonde elf, leans in and says they've got to survive by breaking free of every old world idea holding them back. They realize pretty quickly this wasn't about a country, religion, or race at all, and they weren't limited by any of it. Every last one of them, no matter their differences, packs in side by side as Hinako declares, loud and proud, that they're tied together in a sisterhood. Hinako and Carla lock eyes with stubborn resolve, their hands clenched together like they're ready to fight for it. Natsume's jaw drops in disbelief as she blurts out, "Wait, is this really the sisterhood I know?" Before Yamagami Academy even starts, Natsume can't stop wondering, does the Sisterhood of Blood still exist here too? Hinako nods and admits it's true because they didn't just copy it, they blended it with the giant clan's way of life. Carla's face twists with pure disgust as this unwanted revelation hits. Ellis shows up, yanks Carla's hand away with a sharp slap, and shuts down her worries like they're just noble branded nonsense. Carla realizes this isn't just a fight anymore. They're locked in a full-on power struggle. Ellis vows she's taking Hinako's place as the next Onisama. Wendy, hat pulled low over her eyes, snaps that Carla is the only one who swore a direct vow to their leader. Ellis leans in and fixes Carla with a dangerous, challenge-ready glare. She fires back that a simple vow can't replace real leadership ability. Carla rips open her power and summons a gigantic, shadow-drenched, dragon-like monster. A bunch of spectators just stand there and stare, while one kid cheers them on, begging for a brutal fight where they wipe each other out. Kwan, a cat-eared girl, chomps down on a snack and says the two of them have been at each other's throats forever. Quan drops the truth 4 years ago. A brutal war exploded between them, fueled by demon customs that allowed polygamy. Natsumi stares on, drenched in sweat and nerves as their fight story unfolds. She stares at the 3 servants, wondering who they really are, especially since Carla's got that monstrous bird and those tiger-like beasts trailing right behind her. Quan explains that Carla commands those servants like they're extensions of her own body. She adds that Carla even spills her own preferences to them like a danger warning meant to keep everyone safe. Natsume and the otherworlder with the cheat mind just go bright red at the thought of their personal preferences getting shared. Her profile spills the truth, no flashy special talent, just a total gossip magnet who clocks what's going on faster than anyone. In a sharp flashback, Natsume's shy as a whisper as she nervously hands a lunchbox to another girl. Carla's monstrous servant has shown up right in their face. A flashback hits and we see Carla stewing with jealousy, watching everything like a hawk, swearing she won't give her Natsume to anyone. Carla's face twists into a deadly mix of fury and pure, unbreakable determination. Ellis tears into Carla with a verbal beatdown, claiming she only knows brute force and pretending it's all kindness. She rants nonstop, insisting Carla won't grow up and flat out isn't ready to lead next. Ellis jabs a finger in her face and declares, dead sure, that Carla will never ever become the next Onisama. The crowd's faces explode with heat as they totally misread the brutal standoff and swear it's flirting. Hinako realizes these 2 girls have been butting heads for the last 4 years straight. She studies their raging conflict, remembers how their last war obliterated an entire island, and decides to step in before it gets worse. Wendy, yeah. The instigator cracks into ecstatic cheers, practically vibrating with bloodlust as she begs for the violence to start. Inukai, who's clearly terrified, just wants to dodge the blast radius and pray he doesn't get caught in the middle. Natsume looks back on her rebirth and can't help but grin because the whole dramatic spectacle is honestly breathtaking. An ornate illustration boxes the whole fight into a garden of maidens, basically saying rage, violence, and all that's just how sisters prove they love each other.